I shall be crowned king. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 276 Battle of Green Valley. The Stormmaster Emmanuel family equal, friendly and mutually beneficial wartime agreement states, first, the Duchy of Aden must hand over 30 to 40 hostages to the Stormmaster and promise not to pose any further threat to Calindia, Clovis, or any of Clovis's friendly neighboring states. Second, the Duchy of Aden must immediately cease all hostile actions against Calindia and Clovis, withdraw from Calindia territory within 10 days, and compensate for all losses incurred. Third, the Duchy of Aden must hand over 100,000 to 300,000 gold coins or equivalent in cash to the Stormmaster as war reparations. Fourth, Duke Aden must transfer prisoners, remains, and personal belongings to the Stormmaster free of charge. Fifth, the Duchy of Aden must guarantee absolute neutrality and not interfere with the Clovis kingdom's legitimate and lawful interests in the Hantu. Sixth, the Aden envoy sneered, tossing the agreement back to Anson across the table before finishing reading it, expressing regret that the agreement was completely unacceptable. The deputy commander accepted the agreement without batting an eye. He first calmed Lisa, who was about to pounce on the envoy and tear her to shreds, then politely asked, "Can it be changed?" "It can't be changed." The envoy, veins bulging on his forehead, glanced at the girl in the other's arms and the 7 or 8 guards behind him who were already eyeing him, barely suppressing the urge to draw his sword. "This is not a friendly agreement, but a declaration of war. Excuse me. Aden is not Calindia, and we cannot accept such baseless and wanton insults." "Oh, that's truly a pity." Anson raised an eyebrow, gently ruffling Lisa's messy hair. She had recently taken to this, and after a while, she would start snoring. "But please believe me, I absolutely have no intention of insulting the people of Aden." The Aden envoy nodded slightly with a smile, stood up respectfully, and bowed to Anson. "Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, the envoy, who was already on the verge of losing control, turned and left the Storm Division camp without waiting for Anson's polite words. He left in such a hurry that he even forgot to bring a copy of the agreement. Thus, the first day of negotiations ended with both sides completely breaking off relations after only 10 minutes. The furious Aden envoy returned to Green Valley, copied the agreement from memory, and publicly embellished his account of the humiliation he had suffered at the negotiation meeting, repeating Anson Bach's arrogant attitude verbatim. On the other side, Anson immediately convened a military meeting of the Storm Division after the Aden envoy's arrogant departure, announcing to the officers that the negotiations had completely broken down and that everyone must abandon illusions and teach the arrogant Adens a profound lesson. That very night, the Storm Division, which had set up siege positions outside the city, dug trenches overnight and continuously gathered troops at the front lines, preparing for an attack. The Aden Legion within Green Valley was equally determined, not only amassing a large force on the south city wall but also openly constructing artillery emplacements and other defensive fortifications within the scouts' field of vision, seemingly fully prepared for battle. Both sides were eagerly awaiting the dawn of the next day. A bloody and brutal siege was imminent. June 15th, St. Calendar 100, 5:30 a.m. Thick morning fog enveloped the entire Green Valley. The land, not yet bathed in sunlight, was deathly silent, so quiet that it was hard to believe this was a battlefield. Just as everyone awaited the first shot, the gates of Green Valley slowly opened with the sudden sound of a sluice gate. From the thick white fog, a knight carrying the Iron Fist banner appeared. Standing at the edge of the trench, Anson, holding a monocular telescope, narrowed his eyes, and his lips twitched slightly involuntarily. The knight slowly left the city gate, departing from the not-so-sturdy walls and fortresses of Green Valley, heading towards the stormtroopers' siege positions. Watching that lone figure, the soldiers in the trenches tensed, instinctively clutching their rifles. Just then, a skirmisher, holding a Leopold rifle and huddled in the trench, suddenly paused, noticing a familiar figure passing by out of the corner of his eye. Vice Commander Anson, walking on the trench, hesitated for a moment, then smiled at the soldiers behind him, but didn't stop. He continued forward alone, walking towards the Aiden knight approaching from the thick fog. Seeing Anson emerge alone from the battlefield, the Aiden knight, carrying his flag, visibly paused, his expression revealing undisguised surprise. On the fog-shrouded battlefield, neither side stopped, continuing to approach each other. The quiet Green Valley battlefield was so still it seemed one could hear their own heartbeats. 200 paces, 100 paces, 50 paces, 30 paces. Just as he was about 30 paces away, Victor Emmanuel finally reined in his horse, planted the military flag in his right hand on the ground at his feet, and dismounted. Their steps stopped simultaneously at a distance of about 10 paces. The young Duke Aiden slightly raised his head, staring silently at Anson. His lips were tightly pressed together, his left hand hanging by his thigh beside his revolver holster, his right hand relaxed and hanging down, but positioned precisely to grip the hilt of his sword. Anson Bach, opposite him, appeared calm, completely unlike the aggressive stormtrooper he had projected. He stood there as if utterly relaxed, his left hand behind his back, his right hand slipped through the gap in his coat buttons and pressed against his chest. The two men met each other's gaze for a long time in the center of the fog-shrouded battlefield. 10 minutes, perhaps longer, then, as the morning mist gradually dissipated, smiles appeared on both their faces. The next second, under the watchful eyes of the soldiers on both sides, the deputy commander of the Southern Legion and Duke Aiden stepped forward simultaneously and embraced each other with all their might. Silence fell on the battlefield, followed by a deafening roar of cheers. The enthusiastic Aiden people opened the city gates, and the jubilant Storm Division soldiers rushed out of their siege positions, charging onto the battlefield like their commander, cheering wildly, embracing their enemies, whose skin color and clothing were completely different, throwing their caps into the air, firing shots into the sky, fully expressing their joy at that moment. The above is all from a letter Anson sent to Sophia, France. The actual situation was much simpler. The two sides knew each other's strengths and weaknesses the instant they met. The Aiden Legion's morale was low, and they were out of ammunition and supplies. The Storm Division had marched hastily and was completely unprepared for a siege. More importantly, neither side intended to fight to the death for Green Valley. Now that it was clear they were both just paper tigers putting on a show, it was time to call it a day, otherwise everyone would lose face. After Anson and Duke Aiden shook hands and made peace, new negotiations immediately began. Compared to the provocative agreement of the last time, the Storm Legion's terms this time were much more polite. Not only did Aiden not need to pay any compensation, but he also didn't need to hand over hostages or prisoners. The only requirement was that Aiden's Legion must withdraw from Green Valley as soon as possible and hand the city over to the Storm Legion. Although it wasn't a wealthy town and had been reduced to ruins by Aiden's Legion, leaving no resources whatsoever, as a vital transportation hub to the western part of the wildlands and a stronghold only a day's journey from Columbia Port, Anson could not tolerate the Aidens occupying it. Duke Aiden fully understood this, but his own Aiden Legion had also suffered heavy losses in recent battles and urgently needed to rest and resupply, making it impossible for him to withdraw from Green Valley immediately. Victor Emmanuel then proposed a compromise. The governor's mansion and the town center, reduced to ruins by bombing, would serve as the dividing line, with each side controlling half of Green Valley. In other words, the stormtroopers would control the south wall and the warehouse, while the Aiden Legion would control the north wall and the watchtowers. This allocation was slightly disadvantageous for Anson, as the warehouse and the area around the south wall were almost completely destroyed compared to the area controlled by the Aiden Legion, and the stormtroopers also had to support the refugees and the remaining Columbia soldiers within the city. However, Anson agreed. After all, Columbia Port was already in their hands, and there was no need to argue over such a small gain. As a condition, the Aiden Legion had to withdraw from Green Valley within 3 days and completely cease their invasion of Columbia within a week. Duke Aiden had no objections. Thus, the Grand Battle of Green Valley, which seemed poised to determine the fate of half the land, temporarily came to an abrupt end. To be honest, I was a little surprised when I saw you appear. In the negotiation room, Duke Aiden, with one leg propped up on the table, leaned forward slightly, squinting at Anson, and said, "You should know that I was just a little bit, just a tiny bit, I would have killed you, but you didn't." Anson smiled calmly and made a praying gesture. "May the law of order protect you." "Yes, may the law of order protect you." Duke Aiden also smiled naturally. "Otherwise, you and your stormcasters wouldn't have walked in through the gates of Green Valley, but would have fought your way in, Before Anson could continue with the pleasantries, the young Duke coughed to clear his throat and asked with a burning gaze. "Who is your next target?" "Target?" Anson was stunned, staring at him with wide eyes. "Don't pretend. Do you think I don't know?" Duke Aiden sneered, looking at Anson's expression. "The war has progressed to this point, and the situation in the Hantu is clear enough. You Clovis and Toon people have the upper hand. And the rest of us haven't even had time to react. We originally wanted to take Calindia before you, so we'd have some leverage during negotiations, but we're still a step too late." A self-deprecating smile appeared on Duke Aiden's face. "You seem to have misunderstood something." Anson, nonchalantly, picked up his hot coffee and explained seriously, "The Clovis Kingdom has no territorial claims to the Hantu. All we want to do is assert Clovis's interests here. We don't want any conflict with the Hantu kingdoms, let alone the Grand Duchy of Mist." "Right," Duke Aiden interrupted, his gaze sharp. Anson's expression changed upon hearing this, and he silently sipped his coffee, tacitly acknowledging the other's assumption. Duke Aiden's smile widened as he confirmed his suspicions. As expected, having joined forces with Toon to control the east, occupied the southern port of Calindia, and repelled us who controlled the western part of the Hantu, the only one worth your attention, you Clovis, is the vast Duchy of Mist, which occupies the central part of the Hantu. Once you defeat her, the rest of the scum won't even need your hands. They'll be begging to surrender, just like those cowards from Calindia." "And what do you want from this?" Anson asked, raising his head almost imperceptibly. "What do I want? It's simple." A hint of greed flashed in Duke Aiden's eyes. "The Duchy of Mist, divided in two." Anson remained silent, staring at him intently. "Don't look at me like that. I know what you're thinking," Duke Aiden chuckled. "In your eyes, I'm probably the kind of shameless person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, even cooperating with enemies for profit, right? But don't you think someone like me would be a great collaborator? As long as I get what I want, I don't care about dignity or tradition. More importantly, I should be of great value to you Clovis people. Otherwise, do you really want to see the Francois family dominate the Hantu, with no one to check or balance them? Don't joke with me like that." Duke Aiden's smile turned cold. "You Clovis people didn't come all this way to be good people. You're here to make money, to find obedient lackeys. If the Francois family rebuilds the Hantu kingdom, do you think they'll still be loyal to you? So if we support you, you'll be sworn to be loyal to Clovis to the death?" Anson retorted. "Of course not." Duke Aiden shrugged nonchalantly, a playful smile on his face. "But at least you'll have one more option, won't you?" Silence. Under Duke Aiden's intense gaze, Anson hesitated. The young Duke said nothing more, arms crossed, waiting quietly. 1/3, after a full minute of silence, Anson spoke expressionlessly to Duke Aiden. "If war really breaks out, I can only promise you post-war support for the Duchy of Aiden to occupy 1/3 of Mister's territory, nothing more. As for the rest, that's between you and Grand Duke Claude Francois. It has nothing to do with me." "No problem," Duke Aiden readily agreed. He picked up his glass, poured himself a full glass of rum, and smiled at Anson. "May Clovis always be strong." Anson nodded slightly, calmly raising his hot coffee. "May the Hanland soon usher in peace. My toothache is even worse." Chapter 277. Gunshots behind the door. After seeing off Duke Aiden, who had received a satisfactory answer, Anson breathed a slight sigh of relief and turned back to his room, where he coincidentally bumped into Carl Bain, who had been hiding outside the conference room, staring at him somewhat nervously. "It's done, it's done." Anson picked up a bottle of rum and bit off the cork. "The Duchy of Aiden withdrew from Calindia, and agreed to send troops when we and Toon went to war against the Grand Duchy of Mist. The condition is that Aiden will take 1/3 of Mist's territory. Can't you have a little faith in me, my deputy commander?" "I have absolute faith in you." Carl took the glass and pushed it hard, the wooden mug sliding across the long table toward Anson. "I just want to know, how do you plan to explain this to your relative?" "Explain." Anson caught the glass steadily and poured his chief of staff a full glass of rum. "There's nothing to explain. I just did it. Toon either accepts or doesn't. It's that simple." "Huh?" Carl's eyes widened as he took the rum from him. "But Toon is our most important aide. Isn't it a bit too much to just say it like that?" "Not for long." Anson took the bottle, sighed, and sat down next to Carl. "We might not be able to stay in the Hanland for much longer." "It won't be long." Carl's expression froze for a moment, then he quickly guessed a highly probable possibility. "You mean the Archbishop's relative?" "Major General Ludwig Franz." Anson nodded helplessly. "The Southern Legion, which had been forced to slow its advance after its defeat at Eagle's Horn Pass and was destined to suffer setbacks in the upcoming battles, had an unprecedentedly smooth advance after penetrating the heart of the Iser Elven Kingdom, practically moving through an empty field. The Iser border guards who had retreated from the border into the heart of the territory, along with the private armies of the Elven lords from various regions, seemed to be pretending not to see the Southern Legion's presence, actively letting them into the defensive lines, conquering and looting across the royal lands, burning, killing, and plundering, all the way to the Iser royal court. Anson had originally thought this Iser punishment war would last at least a year, but now it seemed, well, if everything was really as smooth as Ludwig's war report said, then it would only take half a year at most. Of course, there are problems here, likely involving the 13 councils and the Ithel royal family, the open and covert struggles between local conservatives and church fanatics. But the only impact of this whole affair on Clovis is that the Ithel Elven King may soon surrender. Once the war against the Ithel Elves ends, the stormtroopers will no longer be able to linger in the wildlands, and if Clovis truly sees some potential in the wildlands, he will certainly not allow a conscripted legion to be stationed there. So you're planning to end the hand to war quickly? Carl frowned, taking a large gulp from his glass. Make a killing, then retreat, but it's just a backup plan, not necessarily going to be used. Anson toyed with the bottle, looking at Carl with a half-smile. After all, it's just a verbal agreement, who knows what will happen. From what I've observed, Duke Aiden doesn't seem like the type to faithfully abide by gentlemanly agreements. Carl nodded in deep agreement. After all, neither of you can be considered gentlemen. Anson rolled his eyes, clinked glasses with Carl, and they both downed their drinks. After the negotiations concluded successfully, the 5,000-strong Storm Division moved directly into Green Valley without delay and, as agreed, took over the South City Wall, the warehouses, and half of the town center from Aiden's Legion. However, this spoils of war, acquired without a single shot fired, did not excite the Storm Division's officers and soldiers at all. The captured city had already been completely looted by Aiden's Legion, and the artillery had rendered all the buildings uninhabitable. There were hardly any places left to live. After a hasty cleanup, the Storm Division only cleared the only warehouse outpost and the surrounding streets, but this area was not enough to house an army of 5,000. In the end, they could only station the most elite grenadier regiment around the warehouse, while the remaining troops, like those on the siege lines outside the city, were stationed in batches within the ruins and rubble of the city. It wasn't until late at night that Anson, who had finally settled all the troops in the city, returned to his room, looking exhausted. Usually, these trivial matters were handled by the junior clerk and Carl, but now that Alan Dawn was not around, the entire Storm Division staff was basically just the loyal chief of staff. It would indeed be somewhat unfair to dump all the work on him. Pushing open the door, Anson entered the room. The guards had already tidied it up, making it quite spacious. There was only a desk, a bed, and some miscellaneous items. A faint musty and bloody smell lingered in the enclosed space. Yawning, Anson walked to the desk, picked up the documents and the newly delivered newspaper, glanced through them hastily, and prepared to go to bed, dealing with the rest tomorrow. Just then, a burning, stinging pain, without warning, struck his heart. Anson, who had been in a daze, instantly snapped back to reality. His shadow trembled slightly under the kerosene lamp. There was a spellcaster. And right here in his room. In that instant of trembling, his right hand, still holding the documents, snapped his left index finger in his pocket with a snap. A slight stinging sensation came from his temple, and images from every corner of the room flooded his mind. A face, a semi-transparent, surprised face, was hiding in a corner of the room, staring intently at him. Bang! 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 The instant he threw down the documents, the dagger revolver appeared in Anson's right hand, firing 3 shots behind him. At the same time, his body almost instinctively rolled towards the door to dodge. The opponent was a spellcaster, and Anson didn't expect 3 lead bullets to end the battle, but the biggest feature of the dagger, besides its power and recoil, was its sheer volume. Since the opponent intended to assassinate him, the first thing to do was, of course, to sound the alarm. The moment the gun flashed, a nearly translucent black shadow lunged at Anson with an extremely eerie posture. The lead bullets, emitting a piercing shriek that tore through the air, all grazed the shadow's side without causing injury, exploding one crater after another on the wall behind it. So fast. Realizing he couldn't dodge in time, Anson suddenly flicked his left hand, and an arrow bayonet emitting a ghostly blue light slid from his sleeve into his palm, which he gripped and reversed to block in front of him. Clang! A burst of golden-red sparks erupted from the blade, the immense impact jolting Anson's left arm. But the semi-transparent shadow opposite him seemed even more surprised. "You can really see me." Anson's response was a warm smile and a dagger roaring from the muzzle of his gun. Bang! 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 3 more shots missed. The astonished shadow shifted its movements 3 times in an instant, dodging the incoming bullets like a gymnast, calmly as if it knew the trajectory of the bullets the moment Anson fired. Wait, it knew the trajectory the moment it fired. In that instant, Anson seemed to understand something, and his attention wavered for a moment. But in that instant, the shadow, seizing the opening, pounced. Clang! 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 A storm of slashes rained down, and Anson, unable to see his opponent's movements, was in a terrible state, relying solely on his supernatural perception and the distant sense of a sorcerer to parry and dodge. As Anson dodged, he finally made out the general outline of the shadow opposite him. It wasn't truly transparent, but rather its body's color and sheen could constantly shift, perfectly blending with the surrounding light and objects, making it appear as if it were invisible. Oh, if that's the case. The image of the door behind him flashed in his mind, and Anson devised a perfect plan. Clang! The sparks from the clashing blades exploded in the air, and Anson, gripping the hilt of his knife, vanished into smoke in the shadow's sight. Staring at the bayonet that had been flung into the air, the shadow, having missed its target, froze, its right hand flashing out with its blade behind it. Clang! Anson, gripping the gun barrel in reverse, blocked the transparent blade with the butt of his gun. The resulting shockwave lifted smoke and Anson's bangs, revealing his signature triumphant smile. Startled by the parry, the shadow instinctively looked up. That bayonet! Congratulations, you guessed right. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Anson suddenly closed the distance with Shadow, abruptly releasing the gun handle and grabbing the arm holding the knife, leaving the opponent no room to retreat. A whistling bayonet fell from the air. Shadow desperately tried to dodge, but Anson held on to one hand tightly, making it impossible for him to evade. Just as the tip of the blade was about to pierce Shadow, the falling bayonet suddenly changed angle in midair, landing steadily in his hand. Thud! The dark blue blade pierced precisely into Anson's chest. Anson, jolted, stared wide-eyed at the bayonet in his chest, and then, bang! The dagger revolver, which had slid to his left hand, was pulled. Shadow, struck in the heart by a lead bullet, jolted, looking up in astonishment to see the smile on Anson's lips. Just kidding, you guessed wrong, the bayonet was bait, the real hook was the fully loaded revolver. PFFT, blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth and chest. The shadow, clutching his wound, staggered and fell to his knees before Anson. He desperately tried to stop the bleeding, lying on the ground, his face pleading as he looked at Anson. The only response was the black muzzle of a dagger. Bang! 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 5 bullets, 2 to the head, 1 to the throat, 1 to the heart, and 1 to the lung. The figure lying in the pool of blood twitched slightly with each shot, his eyes gradually losing focus, until, with the last wisp of blood he coughed up, he fell completely still. Standing in the pool of blood, Anson coldly stared at the corpse on the floor. After confirming that the man was completely dead, he put away his revolver, gripped the bayonet hilt embedded in his chest with his right hand, and pulled it out with a slight effort, then pulled the notebook pierced by the bayonet from under his coat. Sigh, this seems to be the second time already. Looking at the 2 very obvious stab wounds on the diary, Anson couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. After a brief chuckle, Anson sheathed his bayonet in his sleeve and turned with serious attention to the corpse on the ground. Only now did he truly see the assassin's appearance. The corpse lying in the pool of blood had fair skin, a delicate complexion, and very refined, 3-dimensional features. It had very beautiful, seemingly burning red hair. It wasn't tall, nor very old, with a very well-proportioned figure, showing no excess fat. It wore a fitted, simple, and practical coat, and at first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary Hantu person, and then, it should be a man. A fleeting disappointment crossed Anson's expression. Suddenly realizing something, Anson crouched down and gently brushed aside the corpse's fiery red hair. A small, pointed, pink ear appeared before him. An Iser elf. He's an elven spellcaster. Anson stood frozen in shock. Why would an Iser elven spellcaster want to assassinate him? Lady Talia of the Rune family had said that the old god faction of the Iser elves was the 13 Councils. This organization should be preoccupied with overthrowing the royal family and the domestic church. How could they have time to assassinate him? Anson Bach was merely a powerless deputy commander of the Southern Legion. Even if someone wanted to assassinate someone, they should be targeting Ludwig Franz. No, that wasn't the key issue. The key issue is whether he had secretly followed him here, or whether he was acting on Duke Aiden's orders. If it was the former, why hadn't he noticed? If it was the latter, was Duke Aiden so brazenly trying to assassinate him, without fear of retaliation from Clovis? Or had he already colluded with the 13 Councils, wanting to use the power of the Iser elves to unify the Hun lands? It sounds a bit surreal, but since Toon can join forces with Clovis, Duke Aiden's allegiance to the old gods doesn't seem so unreasonable. The question is, what would the person who assassinated him gain? The Stormcasters would be plunged into a brief period of chaos and disorder. Clovis's expansion of power in the Wildlands would halt. Thinking about it that way, it seems that apart from the 13 Councils, the entire Wildlands could gain considerable benefits. Duke Aiden could continue his attack on Calandia Port, the Grand Duchy of Mister would be free from threats from the south, and even Toon would lose an ally who could have impacted her expansion. Lost in thought, Anson stood up from the ground, glanced at the corpse again, and walked towards the desk, intending to rest a bit and gather his thoughts before the guards entered. Just then, the door behind him suddenly opened. Hearing this, Anson instinctively turned around, only to find that the guard who entered from behind the door had already raised a revolver. Bang! The instant the gunshot flashed, Anson, caught off guard, shuddered and stared in astonishment at the figure that had attacked him. Thump! Anson Bach, his eyes wide open, collapsed into a pool of his own blood. Chapter 278. What's going on? A scalding lead bullet struck Anson in the back, blasting a gaping hole in his chest. Dark red blood, mixed with bits of flesh and bone, spilled onto the floor as he collapsed on his knees. Lying in his own pool of blood, his rapidly cooling body twitched slightly with a constant flow of blood. His pupils were fully dilated, his left hand completely relaxed, his right hand pinned beneath him, frozen in the horrified pose of his last glance. Anson Bach, the deputy commander of the Southern Legion, commander of the Storm Division, and an army colonel, was dead again. In the dimly lit room, a tall, thin figure pushed open the door, carefully closing it behind him. Using the dim light of the kerosene lamp on the desk, he examined the two corpses and the bloodstains on the floor. After a moment's hesitation, the tall, thin figure first knelt on the body of the elven spellcaster, quickly rummaging through the corpse before carefully removing a pure gold ring inlaid with a ruby. Haha! Just as he was about to get up, the tall, thin figure staring at the elven spellcaster's corpse suddenly laughed. I never thought, even someone as formidable as Lucine could slip up. His slightly magnetic laughter echoed in the empty room. While mocking his companion, the tall, thin figure didn't forget to keep an eye on another motionless corpse on the floor. Vigilantly, he maintained a distance from the body, trying to make the scene look like the other person and the assassin had both perished. In the deathly silent room, he could only hear his own heartbeat and breathing. After confirming several times that Anson showed no signs of life, he nodded slightly, turned his back to the corpse, and methodically wiped away his traces with a handkerchief. Without lingering any longer, he prepared to run away. Huh? The moment he opened the door, the tall, thin figure suddenly froze, an indescribable sense of unease rising in his chest. He stood frozen in place, then abruptly turned his head to look behind him. And then, nothing. Under the dim light of the kerosene lamp, the empty room contained nothing but a desk, a bed, and Luce's corpse. The tall, thin figure let out a long sigh, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his face, shook his head, and walked away. Wait, something seems off. Just as he snapped out of his daze, a gunshot rang out behind him. Bang! As the muzzle flashed, the tall, thin figure abruptly ducked to the side. The scalding lead bullet tore a gash in his left shoulder, spraying blood onto the door. Anson, who had missed his first shot, expressionlessly adjusted his monocle and continued firing at the tall, thin figure. Bang! 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 The tall, thin figure rolled, slid, and dodged repeatedly in the empty room, his astonishing agility allowing him to evade the oncoming lead bullets, the sounds of doors and walls shattering echoing behind him. Meanwhile, His attention remained fixed on the dagger revolver in Anson's right hand, constantly dodging while keeping himself within range of the door. Soon, as the last lead bullet fired from the roaring muzzle, the revolver in Anson's hand emitted a soft click. It was the sound of the magazine emptying. The tall, thin figure, his pupils constricting, leaped up, leaving Anson behind, and rushed towards the door. The assassination plan had been exposed. Now, escape was paramount. Just as he turned to sprint, a glimpse out of the corner of his eye revealed Anson still standing there expressionless, his free left hand reaching into his pocket, pulling out something that looked like a pipe. The next second, the tall, thin figure, about to burst through the door, heard a muffled sound behind him, like something exploding. Whoosh! Dense smoke enveloped his vision just as he was about to rush out the door. Almost simultaneously, a piercing shriek tore through the air from behind him. Clang! The slender bayonet clashed with the assassin's right fist, producing a metallic clang, but leaving no wound on the skin. He's a blood mage. Feeling the terrifying force from his left hand, Anson, who was biting his steam pipe, almost lost his grip on the hilt of his sword. He had just awakened his bloodline power from a near-death state, and his physical condition was at its absolute peak. One punch from him could probably smash through a door. Are all the blood mages of the Iser elves this terrifying? Before the sparks from the metal-on-metal collision had even dissipated, the tall, thin figure had already torn through the mist, attacking Anson with a ferocious expression. Relying on the powerful distance sense of a spellcaster, Anson dodged at the last second before his head was smashed open, his right hand gripping the empty dagger gun barrel, and slammed it hard into the assassin's right knee. Clang, accompanied by the burst of sparks, the metallic clang rang out again. The only difference was that this time the loud noise was mixed with a crisp sound of bones cracking. As Anson swung the gun handle, he imprinted sharp wind on it. At that moment, the tall, thin figure's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Anson. But this didn't slow the assassin's movements. The wound on his right leg began to heal at a visible speed the instant it hit the ground, while he simultaneously delivered a vicious hook punch to Anson. Clang! The violent force was unstoppable, and the dagger revolver he was gripping flew out of his hand, causing Anson to lose his balance and stagger backward. The tall, thin figure immediately seized this momentary opening, his clenched right fist whistling through the air as he thrust towards Anson's face. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, and Anson, wearing a monocle, vanished from the assassin's sight just before his head was about to be blown off. Huh? The astonished assassin froze, his right fist stopping in midair. Almost simultaneously, the click of the revolver's magazine turning sounded behind him. Without hesitation, the tall, thin figure decisively dodged to the side. But the next second, he heard no gunshot. In the thick smoke, only the sound of his own heartbeat remained. Was he going to escape? The moment this thought flashed through his mind, the tall, thin figure standing in the fog froze. Instead of immediately searching for the fleeing Anson, he turned and sprinted towards the door. Compared to completing the mission, the tall, thin assassin preferred to run. Lucia had failed, the gunshot had given him away, and if he waited any longer, the stormtroopers would rush in, and then he wouldn't be able to escape. The fog could obscure vision, but it couldn't stop a blood mage's beastly instincts. In just 5 seconds, the tall, thin assassin found the tightly closed door, grabbed the doorknob, and then he realized he hadn't grabbed the doorknob. The cylindrical object stuck to where the doorknob had been was a grenade. A smoking grenade. The assassin's expression froze instantly. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the entire room. Golden red flames surged, sending the assassin flying like a battering ram. Thump! The assassin, still a blur, crashed heavily against the wall behind him. The wall, strong enough to withstand a 12-pound cannon's bombardment, shattered, sending rubble flying. Anson had not only left a lit grenade on the door but also imprinted a rising flame spell on it. This spell was an upgraded version of Gathering Flame, capable of conjuring a flame within its controllable range, with precise control over its area, direction, and intensity. Thus, Anson had given the assassin a surprise comparable to a 12-pound cannon. Inside the smoke-filled room, the assassin, covered in burn marks, slumped in a corner amidst the rubble. His right arm was completely charred and severed, but his chest was still rising and falling slightly. He was not dead. Carbonized skin peeled away relentlessly, and the exposed wounds writhed violently, healing at a visible speed. In 10 more minutes, the dying assassin would be able to rise again unscathed. But when he saw a figure with a monocle and a pipe, vaguely visible through the smoke, approaching him, the assassin knew he didn't have 10 minutes left. Bang! Anson, puffing out smoke, reached the struggling assassin and kicked him hard in the chest. Perhaps due to his weakened state from the severe injury, a crisp cracking sound came from the assassin's chest, and dark red blood gushed from his mouth. The assassin, trapped in the rubble, jolted, about to speak, when he saw Anson gripping the bayonet hilt with his right hand, his wide eyes instantly shrinking. Wait a minute, a piercing scream echoed in the room. The long, narrow bayonet pierced through easily, and the wide-open eyeball burst like a bubble, turning into a pool of minced flesh that spilled out along with the blood. Then, the scream abruptly stopped. The blood-stained bayonet had pierced the assassin's throat, pinning his neck to the ground. His trachea ripped open, his cervical vertebrae broken, his body convulsed violently, desperately trying to breathe, his eyes, now just two bloody holes, staring fixedly at Anson. He seemed to want to say something, but only muffled sounds escaped his lips, mixed with saliva and blood. After a while, the rise and fall of his chest gradually stopped, and his mangled, charred body, pinned to the ground, slowly lost strength, finally ceasing to breathe. Anson, expressionless, removed his pipe from his lips, silently staring at the motionless pool of flesh on the ground, his eyes narrowing slightly. This elven spellcaster, he wasn't dead. The power of a blood mage lies not only in their physical enhancement but also in their incredibly strong vitality. According to a certain inquisitor, there are many ways to kill dark mages and conjurers, but only one way to kill a blood mage: completely destroy their head and heart. Even simply digging them out or severing them isn't enough. So this blood mage is still alive. Although he has lost all vital signs, even his heart has stopped beating, Anson can still clearly feel the connection between the spellcasters. The reason he didn't kill him is that Anson needs to keep him alive to find out why an Ithel elf spellcaster wanted to assassinate him. Because of his bloodline power, Anson has no memory of what happened 15 minutes ago. The last thing he remembers is wanting to get back to his room and sleep, up to the moment he pushed open the door and entered the room. After that, he has no recollection. But the marks on the wall and the assassin's earlier mutterings give him some clues. Before activating his bloodline power, he should have fought another assassin named Luciet. Judging from his state upon waking, he had already activated his superpower and used spell magic. If so, he couldn't have failed to notice the other lurking assassins outside the door. Therefore, his plan at the time must have been this: eliminate the exposed assassin, pretend not to notice the other blood mage lying in ambush, be ambushed and killed by the latter, and then seize the opportunity to capture him alive. If that were the case, then apart from the last step causing a little too much commotion, which was a slight regret, the whole thing went perfectly. Besides, he would never use his bloodline power unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, there were probably other factors that prevented him from sounding the alarm or summoning guards, forcing him to take a risk. With his mind racing, Anson first put the anonymous glasses and steam pipe into his pocket, then squatted down next to the tall, thin assassin's corpse and quickly began searching his body. The man carried only a few silver and copper coins, a dagger that looked more like a fruit knife than a weapon, an unloaded pistol, a handkerchief, scattered miscellaneous items. There were no spellbooks, and no enchanted items or anything that looked like they might be. To put it simply, he was so clean it was hard to believe he was a spellcaster. Or was this a characteristic of blood mages? Because they were probably the type of spellcasters least reliant on enchanted items. After searching several times, only 2 rings were found in his pocket. Pure gold rings inlaid with rubies. Staring at the still unresponsive corpse on the ground, and confirming several times that the man wouldn't wake up for the time being, Anson carefully hid the 2 rings in his inner pocket. Taking his spoils of war, Anson stood up and cleaned up the surrounding area a little more, kicking down the crumbling door slab, and firing 2 shots at each of the 2 corpses on the ground, trying to conceal the traces of magic left in the room, especially those he had left himself. Having done all this, Anson breathed a slight sigh of relief and walked to the half-finished desk. He picked up the chair that hadn't been completely destroyed, sat down, took out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer, lit one, and put it in his mouth. He then took out his pocket watch, watching the slowly turning dial, and leisurely waited. 5 minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway, and Carl's panicked face peered through the charred doorway. What's going on? Chapter 279 is just the beginning. What's going on? A shocked Carl Bain stood outside the door, dumbfounded at the scene before him. The dimly lit room was riddled with large and small explosion marks, the ceiling light was shattered, and the floor was charred black as if scorched by fire. The air was thick with gunpowder smoke and the choking stench of blood. 2 corpses lay on the chaotic floor, one lay across the doorway in a pool of congealed blood, the other was curled up in a corner, a mangled mess of flesh, looking like a charred and shredded pile of rotten meat. Anson, expressionless, sat inside, behind a half-collapsed desk, legs crossed, silently smoking a cigarette. The faint glow of the cigarette flickered in the dim light. Looking at the blood-soaked man smoking a cigarette, Carl smirked, stopped the guards who had followed him, and entered the room alone, which looked like it had been bombed by a 12-pound howitzer. "Are you alright?" "Yeah," Anson nodded slightly, a cigarette between his right fingers, his expression unusually calm. 2 assassins from the Iser Elves were hiding in this room, apparently planning to assassinate me while I was asleep, but I discovered them, and then, he looked up at his chief of staff and adjutant, pursed his lips, shrugged, and gestured around, indicating what do I know? Those 2 idiots strapped bombs to their bodies? Carl wanted to roll his eyes and complain, but the atmosphere was clearly inappropriate, especially with a squad of guards standing outside. So he changed the subject. "Why are they trying to kill you?" "I don't know, I don't understand either." Anson shook his head, equally confused, then immediately changed the subject. "By the way, before you came up here, how many gunshots did you hear?" "Gunshots?" Seeing Anson's suddenly serious expression, Carl frowned and thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, "It should be 7 times, no, it should be 8 times, well, if you include that bang." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, indicating, "Is there a problem?" "Yes," Anson nodded, staring intently at Carl. "I just counted, there are at least 10 bullet holes in the wall, and my ammo pouch is missing 2 magazines, exactly 12 bullets." After speaking, Carl glanced at the wall beside him, his expression changing, clearly realizing what Anson meant, but still couldn't help but ask, "You mean?" Anson nodded slightly, his expression extremely grave. Carl gasped, remaining silent for a full minute before slowly speaking, "What do you want me to do? Block the news, especially the news of the spellcaster's appearance? This is Green Valley, only a day's journey from the great cathedral of the vast lands in Calandia Port. It's hard to say if there are any Inquisition members here." Anson, a cigarette dangling from his lips, pulled one from his pack and handed it to Carl. "If the church finds out, things will be serious, so quickly think back. How many people noticed the commotion here?" Carl took the cigarette, trembling slightly, looking a little flustered. The first to react were the guard company and the storm regiment stationed around the warehouse. The troops in the surrounding streets probably heard the commotion because of the curfew, but whether they knew it was gunfire is hard to say. Then there was that bang. That noise was probably heard throughout Green Valley. When I arrived, the storm regiment and the guard company had already established a cordon around the area, each sending a company and a platoon to the side. I stopped the storm regiment's infantry company to block the corridor, and now only a platoon from the guard company is outside. As for the other units, the 3rd and 4th Infantry Regiment seem to have heard the commotion, but they probably don't know what happened, and they also sent several messengers, who are now being held outside by the Storm Regiment. In other words, apart from the Storm Regiment and the Guard Company, the other units probably don't know what happened yet. Anson breathed a sigh of relief, quite satisfied with Carl's arrangements. This is indeed the experience that only a veteran who has spent many years in the military can possess. The first priority in any unexpected situation is always to maintain stability. The news must not be exposed before the situation is confirmed. Even if the situation is extremely dire, the army must be kept completely calm. Otherwise, given tonight's situation, not only would news of a spellcaster in the camp leak out, but more seriously, rumors of the deputy commander being attacked by an elven assassin and seriously injured, or the deputy commander being killed by an assassin, dying with his eyes wide open, would likely spread throughout Green Valley within hours. Whether the stormtroopers would be thrown into chaos by the rumors, whether a large-scale camp uprising would erupt due to the confusion, whether Aiden's legion would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, driving the stormtroopers out of Green Valley or even annihilating them, all were unknown. Because of a Carl Bain, none of this would happen now. Thinking of this, the expressionless Anson couldn't help but raise his head and give his adjutant a grateful smile. Carl, unaware of what Anson was thinking, raised an eyebrow, startled by Anson's eerie smile, and instinctively took a half step back. Ahem, the slightly embarrassed chief of staff coughed twice, pointed to the two corpses on the ground, and said to Anson, how about we call the guard company in first and have them clean up this place, okay? Anson cautiously asked, have you confirmed that they can keep this a secret? I don't know, you'll have to ask Fabian, he's in charge of recruiting the guard company. I'm only responsible for checking the roster. Carl shrugged, but those who can pass the Royal Guard's test can't be spies from the Han lands or assassins from the Iser elves. Right, Anson thought about it, and it seemed that was indeed the case. Just as Carl walked towards the door with a look of lingering fear, Anson, watching his back, suddenly spoke up, by the way, about my assassination attempt, don't spread it for now. Nonsense, do you expect me to put up a big banner for you? Carl rolled his eyes and ignored him, not stopping in his tracks. Just as they reached the door, the chief of staff suddenly paused, frowning slightly as he turned to look at Anson. You mean Aiden? Anson, a cigarette dangling from his lips, nodded slightly. I wanted to see Duke Aiden's reaction, if these two spellcaster assassins were truly his doing, or if he had connections to the old gods of Ithel, then he certainly wouldn't have remained indifferent to the commotion just now. Should he uphold his promise, or seize the last chance to capture Calandia Port? However, this matter was truly bizarre. Logically, the Grand Duchy of Toon, located in the eastern part of the wasteland, had the best relationship with the Ithel elves. Their territories bordered each other, and there was even an enclave belonging to the Ithel elves within its territory. It should have had a greater chance of contacting the 13 councils or the old gods of Ithel. Why would two elven spellcasters appear in Green Valley, a small town at the southernmost tip of the wasteland? There's another possibility. These two elven spellcasters might not be connected to the 13 councils. Judging from their preparations, only the first assassin was originally supposed to be responsible for the actual attack, while the second was likely acting as a lookout and a backup. While it seems odd to have a blood mage acting as a lookout and a stealthy spellcaster handling the attack, to be honest, their strength was quite ordinary, at most between the third and fourth tiers. During his rebellion in White Tower City, he had already revealed his connection to the Rune family to the Matthias family of the 13 councils. However, the first assassin's behavior clearly showed he hadn't anticipated being a spellcaster himself, which explains his easy defeat. If the 13 councils truly intended to kill him, given the Rune family's infamous reputation, they should have at least sent a 5th tier or even a blasphemous mage-level spellcaster. Well, that would have certainly sealed his fate. Therefore, there's a high probability they were just ordinary spellcasters, possibly even members of the native ancient gods faction of the vast lands. But how could the local old gods dare to appear in Green Valley, near the cathedral of the vast lands? Could it be that, like Clovis City, Calandia Port is not only the core of the Order Church's parish but also the stronghold of the local old gods? That's not impossible. After all, Calandia Port is a rather prosperous trading center, and it's normal for the city to be a melting pot of all sorts of people. Even Clovis City, such an orderly religious holy site, harbored a blood magic apostle. I should find an opportunity to write a letter to Miss Talia and ask her, perhaps she'll have some clues. Just as he was lost in thought, Anson added to Calder at the door, when the guards come in to pack up later, remember to tell them not to just throw away or burn the two corpses on the ground. Lock them in a crate and hide them somewhere that won't be easily discovered. What, so precious that you can't bear to throw them away? It's not that I can't bear to throw them away. Anson looked seriously at the chief of staff, who was trying to lighten the mood with a joke. It's just that one of them is still alive. Huh? Carl's hair stood on end instantly, and the corners of his mouth, which had been turned up, froze on his face. Inside the tower of the north wall of Green Valley, Duke Victor Emmanuel of Aden, his face grim, rested his chin on his hands, squinting as he listened to the panting messenger's report. Ammunition depot explosion. Yes, according to their men, while clearing the warehouse, they accidentally set fire to a pile of gunpowder barrels haphazardly piled up by the fleeing Calindian soldiers, which in turn detonated the adjacent ammunition depot. The messenger, frantically wiping away sweat, bowed his head respectfully. Fortunately, apart from a few soldiers and officers responsible for the cleanup, not many people were injured. Who? Duke Aiden asked coldly. The messenger thought for a moment. About a platoon, 40 or so. Who am I asking about? Duke Aiden's face darkened, his tone sharpening, his eyes fierce. Who's injured? Startled, the messenger froze, cold sweat pouring down his face. This Seeing the stammering messenger, unable to even speak clearly, Duke Aiden, suppressing his anger, coldly snorted, "Get out." "Yes, sir." Before the words were even finished, the relieved messenger scrambled out of the room. Only after the messenger respectfully closed the door and the hurried footsteps disappeared down the stairs did Duke Aiden breathe a sigh of relief, and the room returned to silence. Until a cold voice rang out. "It seems like it's failed. That explosion wasn't part of our plan." Duke Aiden's cheek twitched, then he abruptly stood up and growled at the corner from which the voice came. "This isn't what we agreed on. I did promise to cooperate with you, but not this kind of cooperation." "Then what kind of cooperation are you talking about, Your Excellency?" Duke Victor Emmanuel, the Iser elf sitting in the corner retorted, a hint of mockery in his expression. "We provided you with enough intelligence to easily expose the traitors within your vassals, and even gave you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to unify the Han lands. You don't actually think all of this was free, do you?" "Of course not." Duke Aiden stared at him coldly. "But how do you expect me to explain this to the Clovis? What if Anson Bach is still alive, or worse, unconscious? There are still 5,000 Clovis soldiers in this city. It's simple, no explanation needed." The Iser elf spread his hands, calmly looking at the almost cracking Duke Aiden. "This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't know what happened, or, if something really happened, isn't this also a good opportunity for you?" Looking at the other party's calm expression, Duke Aiden took a deep breath, desperately suppressing his anger, his distorted expression almost ferocious. I really don't understand. I don't understand what benefit this will bring you. Killing a Clovis deputy commander won't stop this war. It will only make the enraged Clovis more determined to commit more resources to continue this war, and the Church. Sending 2 spellcasters to assassinate a heavily guarded commander, what are the chances of them not being discovered? The Church of Order will definitely intervene. What benefit does this bring to Iser, to your 13 councils? Benefit? Facing Duke Aiden's anger and confusion, the Iser elf Matthias appeared very calm, her tone gentle. "It's very simple. Getting all forces to throw themselves into this war is the greatest benefit for the 13 councils. The complete annihilation of the Royal Guard at the Battle of Eaglehorn, and Calindia's surrender without a fight, have given the Clovis too much of an advantage in this war. If things continue like this, the war will likely end soon. Even if it doesn't, the Church of Order, to protect its interests in Iser, will inevitably mediate. That won't do. Everyone needs to understand that this war is far from over. It has only just begun. Happy National Day." Chapter 280. The letter has arrived. Early morning, Green Valley, South City Wall, Deputy Commander's Office, temporary. Anson, basking in the bright sunlight, held his breath, intently watching the cherry cake on the plate before him. The cake, fragrant and perfectly cooked, sweet and crumbly, was decorated with whimsical designs using a piping bag filled with creamy white frosting, garnished with a few bright red, plump cherries, exuding a fresh and enticing aroma, and served on a clean white porcelain plate. Just looking at it was so appetizing, instantly giving him a sense of purpose upon waking. Of course, it was also quite expensive. In the vast lands far from Clovis, fruits, eggs, and flour were easy to obtain, but sugar and cream were much harder to come by, especially pure, unadulterated white sugar, a daily necessity that even minor nobles in Clovis could barely afford, was essentially a luxury reserved for the elite in the vast lands. Gazing at the cake that had cost him 2 months' worth of sugar rations, Anson gently picked up his fork and looked up at the other side of the table. Lisa, pouting like a pufferfish, stared at him with her large, bright green eyes, her face clearly saying, "I'm not happy." She'd been like this ever since she woke up that morning. And the reason? Of course, it was because her brother had been assassinated, and the first person he contacted wasn't his well-behaved sister, but rather a certain adjutant who always hated the smell of smoke. Even after the matter was over, Anson hadn't come to her, only obtaining the information from the guards after waking up. All along, the well-behaved Lisa had always considered herself Anson's protector, which was the first and only mission Anson had given her, but this time, Anson had gone back on his word, never even considering Lisa's protection. This hurt Lisa deeply. Well, actually, Anson and Carl spent the entire night cleaning up the scene, erasing all traces and evidence, trying to maintain stability among the various infantry regiments of the Storm Division, and concocting a plausible explanation to fool the helpful onlookers. The two were so busy that they completely forgot about Lisa, who was still fast asleep. Realizing their mistake, Anson decisively dumped the cleanup task on Carl, racking his brains to have logistics prepare this cherry cake, which would never have appeared on the front lines, as an apology to his cute and obedient little sister. Sweet, delicious, pretty, and cute little treats are always the happiness code for children and good girls. Or, at least that's definitely true for Lisa. Meeting the girl's direct gaze, Anson, taking a deep breath, smiled and gestured with his fork on the cake, a circle or a triangle. Lisa first gave a soft hum, then her attention immediately focused on the cake. After hesitating for a full minute, she pouted and said, "A triangle." Then, she deliberately closed her eyes and opened her mouth to Anson with an dot. Understanding perfectly, Anson immediately used his fork to cut off the triangular piece of cream, silencing the girl, and pulled the fork out just before it was bitten. Lisa, her cheeks bulging, turned her head away in a huff, deliberately avoiding Anson's gaze, and swallowed the cake as quickly as possible. "Was it good?" Anson asked with a smile. So, the girl hummed softly again. "Too much sugar, the cream isn't light at all, the cake is too hard. And the cherries aren't as sweet as I expected. Not as good as Mrs. Bogner's, but, so." Watching Lisa's quiet complaints, Anson, maintaining his smile, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The girl who used to be overjoyed with just a can of peaches had finally become picky. And then, she started to grow up. She couldn't fool him like before anymore. Feeling dejected, Anson steeled himself and faced the still angry girl, smiling as he asked, "Then, can you forgive me?" Lisa, staring straight at him, pouted her cream-covered lips and said fiercely, "Yes, but Anson has to promise Lisa that you won't do it again." Definitely, Anson readily agreed. "Then, Lisa will have to share a room with Anson." The girl stared intently at him, her tone tinged with wariness. "Lisa is the company commander of Anson's guard company. It's only right that she shares a room with the person she's protecting, right?" Anson suddenly didn't know what to say, but seeing the fierce glint in the girl's eyes and the canine teeth with cream on her lips, he could only force a smile and say, "It's only right, swear." Lisa stared at him with wide eyes, looking aggrieved. "No going back on your word, no going back on my word, no going back on my word." Anson quickly nodded, put down his fork, and drew the circle of order in front of him with his right hand. "Lisa is the company commander of Anson's guard company. Lisa's requests are all right. I, Anson Bach, will never break the promise I've made. I swear, if I'm lying, then, Anson suddenly paused when he said this. A strong sense of déjà vu washed over him, as if something similar had happened before. But meeting Lisa's unwavering gaze, he couldn't hesitate any longer. "Let me just run into the worst, most unlucky thing that ever happens to me right now. Is that okay?" The girl, having received the promise, remained silent for a moment, then quietly nodded. Finally relieved, Anson pushed the fork and cake towards her. Lisa, who had been barely able to contain herself, finally smiled, stuffing the cream-covered cake into her mouth, radiating happiness from head to toe. Her joyful appearance instantly reminded Anson of his leisurely and happy memories on the Iron Sky, of course, excluding the part with the guards and a certain novelist. The happy girl ate the cake with gusto, humming an unknown tune through her bulging mouth. Sitting opposite her, Anson sipped his hot coffee, casually flipping through old newspapers, catching up on the diary entries he'd missed the previous night. The two men, seated at the dining table, quietly enjoyed the most beautiful morning of the day, momentarily transported back to Clovis, to their apartment at 55 Bullen Street in the White Lake Park district, the living room with its perpetually bright fireplace and an old lady curled up on the sofa smoking a pipe, until Carl Bang pushed open the door. The chief of staff, equally exhausted from a busy night, seemed somewhat listless, still reeling from the major news of the assassination and the old gods. Before even sitting down, he slammed a stack of envelopes and documents in front of Anson. "What's this?" Anson asked, his sharp eyes already noticing Sophia's letter at the top, a sense of foreboding almost overwhelming him. "The latest news from Clovis and the Southern Legion, and a letter from you, Vice Commander," Carl replied listlessly. "It should have arrived last week. But because you were marching so fast to Green Valley, it only arrived this morning." Throwing down the documents, the chief of staff, yawning, turned and left the room. "Oh, right, there's one more thing." Just a second before he stepped out the door, he suddenly stopped and turned to Anson. "Duke Aiden's men are here. What are they here for?" Anson raised an eyebrow. "They say they want to confirm the specific timing of the withdrawal." Carl shrugged. "But it's probably the same as last night. They want to know if you, The deputy commander, "Are still breathing, right, then I won't see them," Anson sneered, picked up the envelope on the table, and waved it at Carl. "Tell him I'm busy right now and don't have time to receive guests. If there's anything, just discuss it with the chief of staff." Carl nodded listlessly and turned to leave again. Watching him go, Anson picked up the documents on the table and carefully placed them down one by one, then put Sophia Franz's letter last. The first report was from the Southern Legion. Ludwig, with his powerful supply lines and seemingly inexhaustible artillery, was sweeping through the Iser Elf royal territory under the guidance of his guides, leaving no stone unturned. The basic content was largely the same as the previous report. All the fortresses and towns that attempted to resist received a lifelong lesson from the Southern Legion's terrifying firepower, surpassing even that of a regular army, and were welcoming Clovis's army into the city with songs and dances amidst a sky full of fireworks. In a sense, given enough ammunition and artillery, and with a direct confrontation, Ludwig and his Southern Legion were invincible and utterly unbeatable. The only problem was that Ludwig still didn't know where the defeated Royal Guard had fled. Over 10,000 elite Iser troops seemed to have vanished into thin air. But this posed no problem for the advancing Southern Legion. According to Ludwig, they only needed to capture one more fortress to besiege the Iser royal court undisturbed. Even if the Southern Legion suddenly reappeared, it would be too late to affect the course of the war. Overflowing with confidence, Ludwig even boasted that he would conquer Iser in 3 months. The second letter was from the Army's Kingdom Loyalty Gazette. Aside from a brief mention of the battle reports on Iser and Ahantu, the army still harbored intense resentment towards the Southern Legion. The main focus remained on the Western Front, highlighting another decisive victory against the Empire and shattering the myth of the Empire's invincibility. It seemed the army would shatter that myth many more times on the Western Front. Then came the third, the fourth. When Anson finally reached the last letter, his hands trembled slightly. His hands nervously picked up the letter, cut open the ink pad, and unfolded the paper. The moment his gaze fell on the parchment, his deep brown pupils contracted sharply. The letter contained only one short line written in charcoal black ink. "What is your relationship with Talia of the Rune family?" Anson shuddered, nearly falling backward from his chair. "What's wrong?" Lisa, eating cake, looked up with innocent eyes at the suddenly shocked Anson. Nothing." Anson quickly composed himself, gently patting her head. His forced smile twitched wildly as he crumpled the letter into a ball and hid it in his palm. How could this be? How did they meet? Wait. Talia mentioned in her reply that she was going to participate in a charity fundraiser in Clovis City. Could it have been then? No, she's a member of the Old Gods. Why would she be in the territory of the Church of Order? I think I'm also a member of the Old Gods, and I even work for the church. This is terrible, this is terrible. Terrified, Anson felt his blood rushing to his head, pounding against the top of his head, as if he would be torn apart at any moment. He could send himself to the Ring of Order to confess without the Inquisition's intervention. This state lasted for about 10 minutes before the surging blood finally calmed down, and he began to consider the possible consequences of his actions. As he pondered, Anson, with a clear and calm mind, gradually realized that the outcome, well, it might not be such a bad thing. First of all, the fact that the Rune family were followers of the Old Gods was not common knowledge even among the upper echelons of Clovis. At least Sophia didn't know, which at least eliminated Sophia's suspicion that he was a follower of the Old Gods. Of course, exposure was inevitable. This matter would eventually reach Archbishop Luther Franz's ears, or he might already know, but since the other party hadn't exposed him, it meant that, so far, his actions were still within the scope of his tacit approval. Secondly, although he didn't know whether Talia's actions were intentional or not, well, she definitely did it intentionally. At least it solved a crucial problem for him, Lisa's true identity. Given the Franz family's wealth and Sophia's inquisitive detective-obsessed nature, they probably already discovered Lisa's identity. Now that Talia was involved, he could pin the blame on the Rune family, which would also explain why the Rune family had specifically sought him out before, a win-win situation. Finally, since the Rune family had openly appeared and announced themselves as his patrons, it would also help to some extent restrain the army's control over the Iser War. The Rune and Franz families, one a 1,000-year-old dynasty, the other incredibly wealthy, had both placed their bets on this war. Even the most disgusting army wouldn't dare to act rashly against the Southern Legion and the Storm Division, right? Thinking of this, Anson even felt a little happy, and picked up his pen to write a reply to a girl who might be feeling anxious. Dear Miss Sophia France, please accept my apologies when you receive this letter. Things happen suddenly, the situation is complicated, and everything cannot be explained in just a few words. In any case, please believe me, I have always been loyal to you, and all my promises have been kept true. Chapter 281 Interrogation. After writing his reply to Sophia, Anson read it through from beginning to end to make sure there were no typos or errors, and that the letter was sincere and heartfelt before carefully setting it aside. Then he picked up his pen again and began writing another letter to Talia. Dear Miss Talia, thank you very much for your reply last time. The information and intelligence you provided were invaluable, and in some ways even saved my life. The specific situation is as follows. After some maneuvering, I finally defeated the two elven spellcasters who attempted to assassinate me. One was a sorcerer skilled in invisibility and seemingly possessing some kind of silence ability. The other was a blood mage with powerful regenerative abilities and physical strength. Furthermore, as you once described, they were indeed slightly different from human spellcasters. I suspect they are connected to the 13 councils, and I found ruby and gold rings on them that resembled tokens. However, I am currently unclear about the source of my conflict of interest with the 13 councils, and I also strongly suspect they are involved with a local old god faction in the wildlands. Dear Miss Talia, could you perhaps enlighten me? After carefully finishing the last paragraph, Anson paused, hesitating for a full minute before resuming his writing with a heavy heart. Furthermore, the distance from the wildlands to Clovis City is far too great. Relying solely on letters can easily lead to delays. Regarding the specific details of the 13 councils, and the differences between the old god factions of the elves and humans, I have many more questions I wish to ask you. I wonder if the Rune family has a more convenient way to transmit information over long distances. As Anson wrote this, a resolute glint appeared in his solemn expression. He wanted to forge a deeper bond with the Rune family. This was a risky step for Anson. Strictly speaking, until the moment he left Lund's Manor, his relationship with the Rune family couldn't be considered true cooperation. Anson had offered the Rune family a grand promise, and Talia, having confirmed he posed no threat, allowed him to leave Lund's Manor with the last blood of August, Lisa, under her surveillance. Even now, Anson was absolutely certain that she, or her father, was fully aware of his whereabouts. Otherwise, given his understanding of spellcaster families, he wouldn't have been able to leave Lund's Manor at all. The incomparably precious rune ring she gave him, which Shivan impressed Grand Duke Toon on the spot, was both a gift and a chain. It was precisely because of this that Anson had always carried it with him, using practical actions to demonstrate his sincerity to the Rune family. Now, his proactive request for their contact information was a further step in his surrender, a willing declaration of becoming a member of the Rune family camp. There were two reasons for this. First, Anson currently needed more information about the 13 councils and the old gods of the Vastlands, but his sources of information were extremely scarce, and even if he had them, he dared not speak rashly. He urgently needed a true veteran player from the old gods world to guide him. This newcomer, the Rune family, was the best choice among almost all options. Second, there was Lisa. She wouldn't stay a child forever, she'd grow up eventually. Even if she didn't, Talia wouldn't allow her to stay with her fiancé forever. And once she lost her usefulness, how would the Rune family treat a small, yet overly knowledgeable, sorcerer? Rather than being helpless then, it was better to join them now while she had a choice. Green Valley Stormcasters Garrison, top floor of the warehouse. Only a very few people knew that on the top floor of this large barn, there was a very narrow attic, barely big enough for 2 or 3 people. The entrance was very narrow and deliberately hidden at the very end of the corridor, inside an inconspicuous storage cabinet. According to the Kalindian soldiers guarding the place, the local governor had secretly hidden away decades worth of embezzled tax revenue here, converting it all into chests of gold and silver coins, and hiding it in this place where no one would ever come. However, when Carl and several guards painstakingly moved the sacks of moldy, rotten wheat and pried open the attic entrance, they found no such gift, or perhaps it once existed, but was stolen long ago during its circulation, leaving not a single silver coin behind. Or perhaps it was just a story born from the curiosity of the local townspeople about where the vanished tax revenue had gone. All that remained was a small, cramped, dark, and dusty attic. But since the move was already underway, the greatly disappointed chief of staff could only recycle this dilapidated place, transforming it into the deputy commander's special collection room. The collection contained only 2 items, one dead and one alive. Whoosh, A golden red flame illuminated the darkness, waking the elven assassin from his unconsciousness. His gaze, instantly frozen, fixed on the suddenly appearing Anson. He appeared calm, the flame rising from the tip of his right index finger casting a large shadow on his gaunt face, his left hand gripping a dagger revolver, pointing to his temple. The startled elf jolted awake, only to find himself nailed to a crate, his arms and knees severed at the joints, his torso riddled with nails and tightly bound by chains, unable to move. After taking 10 seconds to assess the situation, the elven assassin, whose expression had shifted briefly, quickly regained his composure, obediently ceasing his struggles and enduring the blinding light to look at Anson. Very good. Anson was slightly surprised by the other party's cooperation, which saved him a lot of trouble and prevented him from rambling on. I ask, your answer, understand, understood. The elven assassin nodded, his voice weak and hoarse, sounding like the rubbing of two fingers together. If I cooperate, then I won't make things difficult for you. Anson looked into his eyes and gestured with the dagger revolver in his hand. You're a spellcaster, so you must recognize this. If you perform well, I'll give you a shot to the heart and a shot to the head. Now, the first question, your name. The elven assassin's lips moved slightly, as if gathering strength. Sigmund Gavoy. Are you a pure blood? Anson asked casually. Sigmund shook his head. Only half-blood, pure blood, very high status, so he wouldn't be an assassin. Anson roughly understood what he meant. Are you a spellcaster of the 13 councils? This time Sigmund didn't speak, but nodded slightly, his eyes trembling, a hint of surprise and panic in them. It really was the 13 councils? A flicker of surprise crossed Anson's otherwise calm mind. While he remained utterly bewildered, why would they specifically assassinate him? To prevent Clovis or Toon from gaining control of Calandia Port? To maintain a balance in the War of the Great Wilderness? But what did the situation in the War of the Great Wilderness have to do with a group of Iser elves? They had even almost lost their royal court to Ludwig. If it wasn't related to the situation in the Great Wilderness, could it be because he had exposed his connection to the Rune family, and it was an internal conflict between the Clovis and Iser elves, the two old god factions? That wasn't impossible, but that would make him seem too innocent. But if it really was related to a conflict, then why did Ambassador Matthias agree to his cooperation request during the White Tower City Rebellion? Anson, his mind churning, continued calmly, tell me the specific details of the mission. Sigmund nodded. Lucia and I took on this mission together. It was near dusk, and the objective was to confirm your death. We bribed a Calindian to obtain the exact location of your residence, prepared a detailed map and specific steps. Lucia was in charge of the operation, and I was responsible for surveillance and preparation. The plan was to execute the plan at 1:30 a.m., while you were asleep. He spoke slowly, pausing after almost every sentence to take a deep breath before continuing, his breathing becoming increasingly labored towards the end. This also indirectly confirmed that the recovery ability of ordinary blood mages was not limitless. After suffering severe injuries and massive bleeding, there would still be a period of extreme weakness. The fact that they were still alive at this point was already terrifyingly tenacious. Anson pressed further, so you weren't already in Green Valley on June 16th, Sigmund nodded, his breathing still slightly rapid. You were with the Aiden Legion before, weren't you? This time he hesitated for a long time, almost a minute before nodding in affirmation. Duke Aiden, Victor Emmanuel gave you the orders, didn't he? Sigmund's body trembled violently, but he didn't speak, his two still oozing pus-filled eyes fixed on Anson. It seemed he had asked a crucial question. Anson sneered, fine, if you don't want to talk, you don't have to. I won't use you're going to be a dead man soon anyway to coerce you. After all, there are many ways for a spellcaster to make another spellcaster wish they were dead, especially for you resilient blood mages. Sigmund's broken body trembled violently again, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. I'm easy to talk to. Even if you tried to kill me and actually did, I'll still give you a choice. With a cold laugh, Anson pulled out a sterling silver rune ring inlaid with a sapphire from his pocket, followed by a ruby and gold ring he'd taken from the other man. He hung them on the index and middle fingers of his left hand, pointing the gemstone mirrors at him. Both are worse than death. Falling into the hands of the Rune family or falling into the hands of the 13 Council, you choose. Anson's expression grew colder as he repeated his question. It was Duke Aiden's order, wasn't it? Sigmund remained silent, his eyes fixed on Anson, but his expression wavered slightly. Seeing his panicked expression, Anson suddenly understood something and pressed, you don't want to. Or you can't say, startled. Sigmund took a deep breath, his hoarse voice drawing out the words, no, I can, just as he thought. Anson instantly realized, these two assassins had likely been subjected to some kind of coercive dark magic while accepting the mission. Any thought that crossed their minds would immediately backfire or reveal their exact location, letting the caster know they were still alive. This was a type of dark magic, not particularly sophisticated, but extremely practical, with effects similar to a combination of suggestion and telepathy, and very difficult to completely remove. It was generally used when two parties made promises or vows of protection, and usually required the recipient's complete consent to achieve the best results. As for why Anson, a sorcerer, knew so much about this, it was because he had an exceptionally skilled dark magic mentor, Mace Hornard. 99% of the contents of the Great Magic Book that Hornard had gifted to Anson were related to dark magic, making this incredibly valuable item a hot potato in his hands, utterly useless except for educating him on the basics of dark magic. If this was indeed the case, then judging from the fact that even the identity of the mastermind couldn't be revealed, the other party was probably currently within this Green Valley city. Following this line of thought, the following information becomes very clear. The assassination attempt was a last-minute task, meaning it wasn't part of the initial plan. Furthermore, statistically speaking, the likelihood of me being in Green Valley at this time is very low. If I were truly the target, the ambush location should be Calandia Port. Therefore, there are two possibilities. First, the assassin is in league with Duke Aiden. It's difficult to determine if the assassination was Duke Aiden's intention, but even if not, he is definitely aware of the situation. Second, the assassin was initially in Green Valley, coincidentally stumbling upon Aiden's army rampaging into Green Valley, and I happened to arrive 5 days later. Thus, the assassin decided to eliminate me, breaking the peace agreement between the Stormcasters and Aiden's army and creating chaos. As for the whereabouts of the instigator, or rather, the elf, it's not important. What matters is that I'm alive. The assassin's plan has failed, and it seems they don't have the resources to try again for the time being. Then, he's most likely still in Green Valley City, most likely in the Aiden Legion's camp. A rough outline of a plan had already formed in Anson's mind. Thank you very much for your cooperation, Lord Sigmund Gaoy. A satisfied Anson gave the other party a friendly smile. Then, in return for your gratitude, I will keep our promise to send you to see the Master of Blood Magic, the incredibly generous Pluto. Chapter 282 Ritual. Bang! The fleeting gunshot startled two sparrows on the roof of the Green Valley warehouse, who flew away as if their lives depended on it. Having dealt with the two elven spellcaster assassins, Anson quickly left the warehouse attic, sealed the entrance, changed into the Kotangan behind the door, and returned to the vice commander's office expressionlessly, as if nothing had happened. Entering the room, Carl Bain was sitting across from him at his desk, working on documents while waiting for his return. Hearing footsteps behind him, Bain silently stopped writing and looked up at Anson, who had sat down opposite him. Solved, sort of, Anson replied somewhat vaguely. He didn't dare say it outright. They had a backup plan, so I didn't press further, though I've asked almost everything I needed to. Carl nodded almost imperceptibly, picked up his pen, and continued working on the documents. Those two collectibles of yours, I don't want them anymore, Anson said calmly. Find a chance to have the guards dispose of them, as cleanly as possible. Leave no trace. Carl was silent for a few seconds, then his throat tightened. Okay, then I'll have them clean the attic again later. Oh, by the way, do you want me to leave you some souvenirs, huh? Anson's expression froze. His right hand, which had been reaching for the coffee box, paused in midair. He looked at his chief of staff, with whom he had always seemed to have a good understanding, with a puzzled expression. Do I look like a pervert? Carl's eyes widened, and he hesitated for 10 seconds, frowning, before slowly saying, well, I mean, there might be some other clues about the two of them. If so, do you need me to stay behind for you? Oh, Anson suddenly realized, is that so? Yes, Carl nodded seriously, and I think the fact that you asked this proves that you're not just like, you are a genuine, unadulterated pervert, Anson Bach. Is there anything else? Yes, Carl nodded casually, his expression as calm as if nothing had just happened, and continued following Anson's abrupt change of topic. Duke Aiden's men came again, still to discuss their retreat time. I told them that you're extremely busy right now and don't have much time to deal with these trivial matters. Envoy Aiden expressed deep regret and stated that Aiden's legion's supplies were running out, therefore the withdrawal could no longer be delayed and a mutually acceptable timeframe had to be determined immediately, and then, Anson gestured for him to continue. Then we agreed that 2 days later, tomorrow afternoon, Aiden's legion would officially withdraw from Green Valley, camp outside the city for one night, and leave Calandia within a week. Carl continued, during this period, both sides must strictly adhere to the border. The Storm Division must wait until Aiden's legion has completely withdrawn from Green Valley before sending troops to take over the remaining half of the town. This was the request made by Envoy Aiden, and I agreed. Anson thought for a second, so we can only take over the entire Green Valley the day after tomorrow morning? Yes. Carl stopped writing. Envoy Aiden confirmed this with me several times. He seemed particularly worried that as soon as Aiden withdrew, the Storm Division would immediately take control of the entire Green Valley, cutting off their retreat. Is there a problem? Anson took a sip of his hot coffee. Not really. It just seemed too deliberate, Carl said casually. Well, maybe I'm overthinking it, or maybe their reluctance to show up as the vice commander is making them a little worried. Anson frowned. To be honest, Duke Aiden's reaction wasn't beyond Anson's judgment. In some ways, it was even too much in line with his expectations. But it was precisely because it was so in line that Anson was a little nervous. At first, his feigned death was, of course, to lure the assassins out of the picture, and to test whether the Aiden people would go back on their word and take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Storm Legion to seize Green Valley and advance on Calandia Port. Now it seemed that the Aiden people and the 13 councils were indeed in cahoots. This was a bit troublesome. Although Anson had considerable confidence in the Storm Legion's fighting strength, the opposing Aiden Legion, which was said to be, according to the Calandians, seemingly very capable, was already at its last gasp. Even if they really did go back on their word, defeating the Storm Legion in one battle wouldn't be so simple. Even with their current weakened state, sheer numbers still hold a significant advantage in urban warfare during this era, especially in the early stages of battle. The side with ample cannon fodder often gains an overwhelming advantage, gradually chipping away at their superior positions with a steady stream of reserves. If the opposing commander isn't completely incompetent, they'll fully exploit this advantage to capture and control street after street, encircling and dividing the enemy forces, who are forced to hold out at individual strongholds due to insufficient manpower, and then the outcome will be a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, the opposing army contains spellcasters, and in the inevitable chaos of urban warfare, it's hard to say whether the 13 councils might seize the opportunity to intervene. The Storm Division, with less than half the strength of the opposing force, is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Just then, Carl, who was engrossed in processing documents, suddenly handed him a letter. Anson, his brows slightly furrowed, opened the letter, glanced at it briefly, paused for a few seconds, then shuddered. Ah. This. On June 19th, 100th year of the St. Calendar, at 2:30 p.m., the Aiden Legion officially withdrew from Green Valley, bringing a less than perfect end to the Calandia War, which lasted less than a month. Accompanied by rapid drum beats and melodious bugle calls, the spirited Aiden soldiers, in neat, uniform columns, retreated in sections from the cratered and rebel-strewn streets, and before each army withdrew, they fired 3 shots into the air in front of the Storm Division, as a show of force. The grand spectacle made it seem as if they were not retreating, but holding a grand entry ceremony. For the proud Aiden people, they did not consider themselves to have lost to the Storm Division. At most, they were a step behind the Clovis in this battle for Calandia, failing to capture Calandia Port in time, but they were still the victors. As the victors, they naturally had to adopt the posture of victors. The cannons, which had run out of ammunition days earlier, were brought out again, and 8 shots were fired every time a unit passed through the city gates, a display of force to the Storm Division outside the city. Attempting to use the impact of this grand ceremony to force the Clovis to collapse without a fight. The Storm Division soldiers who remained outside the city to watch the show remained calm, even quite pleased. As a late developing land power, Clovis almost entirely adopted and vigorously promoted the empire's culture in various fields, especially etiquette, tradition, history, and mythology. Despite having little tradition of chivalry, the nobility considered it an honor to be knighted, especially to be recognized as a knight by their arch-enemy, the emperor. The Clovis, from top to bottom, also highly revered the empire's various ceremonies, even to the point of blindly imitating them regardless of occasion or era, and the more rigid the imitation, the more respect it commanded. Although Aden is a duchy of the Highlands, its control of the western foothills of the Don Mountains, bordering the southern border of the empire, has heavily influenced its traditions and customs, especially its military salutes, which exude a strong sense of knightly elegance that the Clovis greatly envy. Therefore, the grand withdrawal ceremony used by the Aden Legion to intimidate the Storm Division, with its meticulously planned procedures, was like a classic scene from a TV series to the uneducated Storm Division, exciting nothing but excitement. Some well-bred, educated officers could even point and chatter to their surrounding companions, explaining, this gesture originated in the saintly calendar years ago, conceived by Duke, and that gun salute was first used by Emperor in the battle, drawing countless exclamations and envious glances. To ensure each unit could leave the city in a grand display, the entire ceremony lasted for over 2 hours, but a minor incident occurred. The Southern Legion's deputy commander was unwell and unable to appear, so the planned handing over of the city keys could not proceed. Although it was a minor, insignificant event, it still left the Storm Division's onlookers with a slight sense of disappointment. However, the thoughtful Duke Aden immediately made up for it. After the entire army had left the city, he held another award ceremony at the foot of the northern city wall of Green Valley, no less grand than the previous one. Accompanied by another burst of rapid cannon fire, nearly 10,000 Aden soldiers, rifles raised high, heads held high, lined up in neat rows amidst the falling rain, to be reviewed by Duke Aden and numerous nobles and knights. Countless flags fluttered in the wind and rain, with the Iron Fist banner symbolizing the Emmanuel family surrounded by a sea of Aden family flags, all vying for the center. The resounding bugle calls and drumbeats rose higher and higher, bringing the atmosphere to its peak. Duke Aden, riding a tall steed with a complex expression, awarded tasseled banners to each company that had distinguished itself in previous battles, amidst the soldiers' shouts. This was a tradition not unique to the Han lands but to the empire. Each company possessed its own banner, adorned with the golden tassels after each achievement. The more tassels, the more merits the company had earned. The ceremony continued until near dusk, gradually drawing to a close amidst the torrential rain. The Storm Division soldiers, who had been watching the show, were forced to take shelter in the houses and tents of their encampment. The once bustling Green Valley was now deserted. Outside the northern walls of Green Valley, at Aden's military camp, Knight Victor Emmanuel stood behind the tent flap, his hand on the hilt of his sword, staring expressionlessly at Green Valley in the distance. The tent, illuminated by a kerosene lamp, was filled with damp steam, everything obscured by the darkness and rain. Yet even so, the young Duke could still see the broken walls of Green Valley, the towering towers, the narrow, intricate streets, the enormous warehouse, and the crimson unicorn banner of Clovis fluttering atop the warehouse. "Have you made up your mind?" Matthias asked, his expression somber. He sat by the dim light of the kerosene lamp, his elbows resting on the armrests, his interlaced fingers pressed against the back of his hands, slightly bluish from tension. Duke Aden paused, then slowly turned to look at Matthias with a cold smile. "Do I still have a choice?" "Of course." Matthias's expression was calm. "I have contacted His Excellency Anson Bach, and he is a man of his word. More importantly, he has no evidence to prove that the assassination was related to you, so you still have the option to decide whether or not to immediately confront Clovis." "Evidence?" Duke Aden's laughter grew even more disdainful. "Such things never need evidence. Besides, we were originally enemies. The only reason we haven't fought is simply that it's not worth it. Just as you said, whoever takes Calandia Port will have absolute initiative in the War of the Vastlands, and now the initiative is in the hands of the Clovis. Whether or not to kill Aden depends solely on the personal thoughts of that deputy commander, and you have given him an excellent reason." "Thank you, Great 13 Councils." Faced with Duke Aden's sarcasm, Ambassador Matthias remained silent. "I'm not here to mock you, Lord Matthias." Noticing the other's displeasure, Duke Aden quickly changed the subject. "I only want to know one thing now. Can you send out enough wizards tonight, and will they expose their identities?" Matthias remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. "First, they are not wizards but spellcasters, faithful followers of the three old gods. Second, due to some oath, I cannot tell you their exact identities and numbers. I don't doubt your ability to expose them. It's merely a protective measure. After all, this place is very close to the cathedral in Calandia Port." Duke Aden nodded slightly, indicating understanding. As for whether they will be exposed, Matthias hesitated. Rain and darkness can indeed provide some cover, and besides, they have received a death order to immediately kill anyone who knows if they are exposed, so tonight, only tonight, the 13 councils will provide you with their full assistance, for you, for Aiden, for the Great Iser, take Green Valley, take care India. Duke Aiden then asked no further questions. 30 minutes later, the young Duke emerged from his tent, his sword gripping his waist, and walked into the rain-shrouded night. There, thousands of figures knelt on the muddy ground, weapons and banners concealed in their bosoms, lying prone on the ground, their bright eyes fixed on the figure approaching them. Victor Emmanuel, the focus of everyone's attention, remained silent for a moment, then drew his sword and roared to the crowd, "Tonight, take Green Valley." Chapter 283 We won. Ethan was an unlucky fellow. As a skirmisher with 3 years of service, he was a rare find in the Storm Division, a hastily assembled conscript regiment, especially with the Supreme Commander being a skirmisher himself. A veteran like him should have been highly sought after. But whether it was due to the opposite of what was expected, or because his previous act of smuggling spoils was reported by the logistics department, he ended up stuck in the 4th Infantry Regiment, serving as a scout and messenger. Even on nights like this, with torrential rain, while other recruits could spend the afternoon bidding farewell to Aiden's Legion and then retreat to their tents, drinking scalding hot cured meat soup and eating dry bread, sleeping soundly without getting a drop of rain on them, he had to stand guard in the rain until dawn. Standing in a damp, moldy corner of the barricade, soaked to the bone, Ethan leaned against the barricade, leaning on his rifle, listlessly looking at the cratered, rubble-strewn, and deserted street. For a Clovis army, discipline is often closely linked to treatment and the war situation. A Clovis regular legion with stable supplies, countless battles under its belt, and a reputation for honors often possesses a combat frequency and casualty tolerance that even the Empire finds astonishing. As for conscripted troops, well, since they are conscripted troops, you can't really expect too much from them, except that they won't collapse at the first sign of trouble on the battlefield. Thanks to relatively stable supplies and high spoils, Anson's Storm Division has much better discipline than typical conscripted troops, but often you have to turn a blind eye and can't expect too much. On a mission like tonight, standing guard in a downpour, usually even if you hide somewhere sheltered from the rain for the night, no one will say anything. But today, for some reason, the commander, who himself always slacks off, repeatedly warned him about the consequences of disobeying the mission. Extremely frustrated, Ethan's throat tightened. Head down, he lightly patted his shirt pocket with his right hand, discovering only one cigarette left in the deflated cardboard box. Oh? This unexpected discovery gave the unlucky Ethan a small thrill. Although Clovis's military regulations prohibited smoking at night, or so it was in any army, especially sentries, as they easily became targets and exposed their positions. But, trembling, Ethan, having casually crushed the cigarette box and tossed it on the ground, frantically searched his body for matches. Perhaps due to dampness, he couldn't strike a spark with even a dozen matches. PFFT, just as the unlucky Ethan felt frustrated again, an enticing little flame suddenly appeared before him, and excitedly, he immediately leaned in. "Thanks, Before he could finish speaking, Ethan's eyes widened slightly in the dim light as he exhaled smoke. The enticing little flame wasn't a lit match, but rather something floating. Floating above the tip of a guy's outstretched index finger. The unfortunate Ethan, cigarette dangling from his lips, shuddered and slowly raised his gaze. His shut eyes pierced through the swirling smoke. The previously empty streets, riddled with bullet holes and rubble, suddenly became lively. Hundreds of eyes stared silently at him through the torrential rain. The kind person who had just lit his cigarette, standing at the front, smiled silently. The small flame illuminating his face and revealing the pointed ear at his sideburn. "Damn it," these were the unfortunate Ethan's last words, before he was torn to shreds by dozens of lead bullets. Similar scenes played out almost simultaneously at the outposts of all the Stormcasters' outer outposts. Within the rain-soaked Green City, hundreds of figures suddenly appeared from the narrow, winding streets, quickly assembling under the cover of darkness and rain, and rushing towards the Stormcasters' positions with astonishing speed. These elite troops, scattered throughout the northern city and able to move freely even in the darkness, were the real reason behind Duke Aiden's grand leaving the city ceremony. When the Storm Legion focused all its attention on the swaggering soldiers, the magnificent ceremony, and the booming cannons, It was easy to only notice the organization and scale, completely failing to perceive whether each unit had shrunk in size. Thus, when everyone thought the Aiden Legion had withdrawn from Green Valley, 3,000 elite soldiers and the spellcasters of the 13 councils were already waiting in the city. In the first surprise attack, almost all the sentry posts at the Storm Legion's forward positions were wiped out instantly. For the Aiden Legion, who had previously occupied the northern city wall tower, the highest point in the city, every move of the Storm Legion, including but not limited to sentry posts, gaps and defenses, and the strength and weakness of troop and firepower, was under Duke Aiden's surveillance. Therefore, even if a few veterans managed to become alert, they had no time to escape and were already surrounded or blocked at alley corners by the ambushing troops who had quietly circled around them, disappearing without a trace. Only a pool of blood, washed away by the rain, and cigarette butts soaking in blood remained. After silently eliminating the outer sentry posts, the 3,000 Aiden soldiers, with 0 casualties, mixed with the spellcasters of the 13 councils, launched an attack directly on the outer positions of the Storm Division under the cover of the torrential rain. Thus, accompanied by sporadic gunfire, frantic footsteps, piercing bugle calls, the clash of bayonets, and curses and wails in various accents, Ethan, growing colder, fell into his own pool of blood, his body torn apart by lead bullets, blood continuously oozing out, the torrential rain mixed with blood plasma seeped into his already dilated pupils. A cold-eyed elven spellcaster stood beside him, his crazed gaze fixed on the cigarette butt that had slipped from the corner of his mouth. Expressionless, he slowly crouched down, tucking the still-burnt cigarette into his lips. A small flame from his right index finger shot into the air with the smoke he exhaled, exploding into dazzling firework amidst the pouring rain. The fleeting orange-red spark was like a signal, like the final spark igniting a bomb, the last wave tearing through a dam. The instant it extinguished, the entire Green Valley began to tremble slightly. Thousands of the Aiden Legion, like a flood bursting from a broken dam, surged almost frantically into the city through the main gate and 2 breaches of the north wall, an unstoppable torrent rushing towards the Stormcasters' forward positions. Clearly, the Aiden Legion, eager to retreat, wouldn't remember to repair the walls of Calandia before leaving. God bless Aiden! The resounding shouts echoed through the sky, surging forth amidst the torrential rain as thousands of Aiden's legions charged into battle. The Battle of Green Valley had reached its first decisive victory. The governor's residence has fallen. Only minor resistance was encountered, the Clovis on both flanks are retreating. Count Reuven is leading troops to mop up the remaining enemy forces within the stronghold, the left flank is facing fierce resistance from the Clovis, the vanguard has suffered heavy casualties, and the second-line reserves are engaged in close combat with the enemy within the lines. The flank reinforcements attempted a bayonet charge but were repelled by grenades from the barricade defenders. They are currently engaged in firefight and request further support. Baron Dick has broken through the Clovis blockade and is leading 2 infantry companies straight towards the warehouse stronghold. The Baron requests more reserves to support the western streets, stating that he can blockade the streets surrounding the warehouse stronghold with just 1 more infantry regiment. Artillery positions are fully deployed, firing data is complete, and they are ready to execute the mission, a 1-minute indiscriminate bombardment of the warehouse stronghold. Scouts have secured the North City Wall Tower and all high points around the town. No enemy artillery positions or reinforcements have been detected. They are maintaining continuous surveillance of the warehouse stronghold and the South City Wall. The Storm Division's western flank has been breached by our forces and they are retreating from the barricades and defensive positions. Our casualties are minor, and Baron Warden is leading his infantry regiment in a relentless advance, focusing their attacks on any enemy forces attempting to resist. Amidst the deafening shouts and gunfire, news poured from the front lines to the Aiden camp outside the North City Wall. In the torrential rain, despite the young Duke Aiden's desperate attempts to remain calm and composed, cold sweat trickled down his temples, the back of his neck, and his clenched hands. This was a gamble. Although Anson Bach's fate was unknown, although he knew the entire Storm Division's deployment intimately, although the Storm Division's forces were less than half of his own, they were Clovis. They were capable of holding their own even in direct confrontations with the Empire, annihilating the Isengard in a single battle and destroying the Clovis, one of the 7 cities alliance, in just 2 days. Prey of this caliber, no matter how weak it may appear now, demands utmost vigilance. Moreover, the Aiden Legion, seemingly outnumbered, is already exhausted. Each company has an average of less than 20 rounds of ammunition per soldier, and many have run out of spare bayonets, forced to fight with dull blades or damaged weapons. If they cannot gain a numerical advantage, a series of defeats are inevitable. A complete rout is unlikely given the numerical disparity, but defeat would certainly come at a price for their blatant breach of the agreement. However, things seem to be going quite smoothly for now. Thanks to pre-battle reconnaissance of the stormtroopers and the presence of 3,000 infantry and elven spellcasters in the city, they successfully caught Anson Bach off guard and firmly controlled one of their most important strongholds. The Governor Mansion, occupying it meant controlling the center line of the battlefield, allowing them to deploy troops without restraint and continuously compress the stormtroopers' living space, until they were trapped in one stronghold after another, and then they were trapped and beaten. Even so, Duke Aiden's expression remained serious, showing no trace of the joy of victory. Because it had gone too smoothly. The stormtroopers' forward positions, built over 2 days, had collapsed 2/3 in less than 2 hours, and they had also lost a series of important barricades and defensive nodes, allowing Aiden's army to launch a full-scale attack with impunity. Those positions that had initially appeared exceptionally fortified, even for which Duke Aiden had mentally prepared for 2 or 3 times the casualties, crumbled like a dam bursting under the full-scale offensive of Aiden's army. Intelligence from the front lines suggests that aside from the Storm Division garrison on the Western Front offering some semblance of resistance, the remaining defenders likely offered no organized resistance whatsoever, even retreating in panic without firing a single shot. Is this reasonable? Absolutely not. According to Matthias's intelligence, while this Clovis army is a conscripted force, its funding and organizers are the Rune and Franz families, the former being the oldest lineage of Clovis, and the latter headed by the Clovis archbishop. Therefore, even if they are slightly inferior to ordinary Clovis troops, their combat strength should be on par with the imperial army. Otherwise, it's inexplicable why they were able to annihilate the royal guard at the Battle of Eaglehorn. But the Clovis army opposite them is entirely different. If it weren't for that unicorn banner, Duke Aiden would almost have thought he was facing a Calindian army. The overwhelmingly favorable situation made him wary, and he repeatedly refused all his generals' requests for reinforcements, holding on to his 5,000-strong reserve force and refusing to commit any more troops to the front lines. Even though he knew very well how tempting the results would be if he had just committed another 1,000 men, given the current situation. What are you worried about? Watching the young Duke once again send the messenger requesting reinforcements back, Matthias, who had remained silent until now, was starting to feel uneasy. He had also invested heavily in this battle, and exposure would mean certain death. The fruits of victory are so close, why not seize them? Because it might be a poison apple, Duke Aiden said coldly, his long, rain-soaked hair concealing a complex expression. Clavi's army isn't that fragile, this is definitely a trap. Perhaps it's because Anson Bach is dead, Matthias asked. He did have some connection to the Rune family, but as far as I know, he was just a mediocre talent. There have been records of talented individuals among you humans who were also spellcasters, but what if he's not dead? Duke Aiden countered. What if this is all part of his plan, faking his death to lure us into an attack and break the agreement, then using a trap to lure us into the vicinity of the warehouse stronghold and defeat us? Before the words were even finished, a soaking wet messenger burst into the tent, shouting impatiently to the 2 men, "Report. Baron Dick and Baron Warden have completely broken through the defenses and are currently besieging the warehouse stronghold. Requesting reinforcements." "What, so fast?" the 2 men, dumbfounded, exclaimed in unison, exchanging bewildered glances. "It seems the great primordial ring has personally delivered victory into your hands." Matthias looked at Duke Aiden, a smirk involuntarily playing on his lips. "So, what are you waiting for?" Feeling the 2 pairs of burning gazes beside him, Duke Aiden desperately suppressed his inner impulse, his expression shifting. 10 minutes later, the resounding bugle call accompanied the roars of thousands of soldiers. Having made up his mind, Duke Aiden, except for his guards, threw all his reserves into the battlefield. Coldly watching the departing legions, Duke Aiden, in the rain, gripped his sword held tightly, his face contorted with rage. We won. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Attack. Enemy fire. Amidst the dense gunfire, Carl Bain's hoarse roar echoed from within the warehouse stronghold. The not-so-spacious stronghold was now in complete chaos, with soldiers of different numbers rushing about everywhere, commands, footsteps, and occasional curses mingled with the incessant gunfire and shouts of battle outside, all fueling the bloodshot eyes of every soldier. 15 minutes earlier, fewer than 2,000 Aden soldiers had breached the central defenses, launching a direct assault on the warehouse stronghold, the Storm Division's headquarters. Initially, this wasn't a problem. The well-organized and disciplined 3rd and 4th Infantry Regiments were able to withstand wave after wave of enemy bayonet charges, steadily retreating. But for the Aden Legion, with its overwhelming numerical superiority, a breach was no longer just a breach. The enemy on both flanks, realizing they had gained ground, immediately shifted their attack towards the center. When 2 or even 4 times the number of enemies pressed forward relentlessly, the 2 infantry regiments finally couldn't hold on any longer, abandoning their positions and quickly retreating to the vicinity of the warehouse stronghold for cover. The Aden Legion, having broken through the defenses, surged in like a flood bursting its banks. The North Plaza has fallen. The 3rd Infantry Regiment is organizing a retreat and requests skirmish support. 2 barricades on the west side of the street have been captured. The 4th Infantry Regiment requests a retreat, otherwise it will be surrounded from both sides and its communication with the stronghold will be cut off at any time. A small group of enemy troops, approximately 2 infantry companies, has been spotted attempting to encircle the rear from the south city wall. Send troops immediately to eliminate them, otherwise, once the south gate falls, our army will completely lose its retreat route. Accompanied by the thunderous volley of fire mixed with a torrential rain, Karl Bain, lying prone behind the barricades, was nearly stunned by a series of bad news before he could even grasp the situation. "Damn it, this isn't what we agreed on," Karl Bain, utterly frustrated, roared inwardly as he directed the counterattack. According to the perfect plan devised by a certain deputy commander, Duke Aden was supposed to be a very cautious fellow, unlikely to take risks unless he was extremely confident. Therefore, even with a slight advantage, his primary objective tonight should have been to break through the Storm Division's frontal defenses. At most, he would rely on numerical superiority to block communication between the Storm Division's various strongholds, creating an encirclement, and then slowly taking them down one by one. This was a tactic that maximized numerical superiority and proceeded steadily. It also matched the performance of Aden's Legion against Calandia in the previous Battle of Green Valley. But the current situation was clearly different. Bang! 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 In the pitch-black rainy night, the towering warehouse stronghold stood like a solitary island in a raging storm. Countless towering waves churned up dark red blood and golden red gunfire, relentlessly attempting to tear it apart and engulf it. Thunderous gunfire erupted incessantly as Aden's Legion, having forcefully broken through the defenses, launched a near-reckless attack on the warehouse. A force of less than 300 men, braving a hail of bullets and flanked by enemy fire, charged towards the warehouse's north gate with bayonets. 2 minutes later, the assault team was annihilated. The torrential rain drowned out their screams and cries, broken bones, torn limbs, and blood littered the streets, yet the defenders inside the warehouse still felt a lingering sense of dread. Clearly, the reality had deviated slightly from Anson's expectations. With Duke Aden unleashing his final reserves, the vanguard, having already breached the defenses, had no intention of waiting for reinforcements. They directly infiltrated the Storm Division's lines, attempting to overwhelm them with bayonets. The reinforcements arriving from the rear couldn't find the vanguard and didn't even know the main direction of the attack, only able to roughly determine the location of the main battlefield from the surrounding traces and gunfire. Furthermore, Green Valley was a small town, far too small to accommodate over 20,000 men fighting amongst themselves. With their front lines blocked, the rear troops could easily find alternative routes, widening the front and allowing the entire army to surge forward like a flood. As the enemy numbers increased, the Storm Division's outposts, increasingly strained by the relentless onslaught, began to be fragmented by the relentless attacks. Reinforcements couldn't even reach the battlefield in time, often engaging the enemy in line formations halfway there. In the chaotic battlefield, the two armies were completely entangled, each fighting independently at the company level, a true intermingling of forces. Looking at the pitch-black night and rain-soaked landscape, where only muzzle flashes could be used to pinpoint enemy positions, Karl Bain, unable to contain his frustration, finally realized the problem: battlefield visibility. Over 90% of the fighting in the previous Green Valley siege had occurred during the day. At that time, Aiden's legion controlled the North Wall Tower, the only high point in the city, allowing them complete control of the battlefield and its direction, and enabling them to quickly issue orders to their frontline troops. Back then, the initiative on the battlefield was entirely in the hands of Aiden's army. The Calindians were being led by the nose, and they could be attacked however they pleased, swiftly and fiercely or slowly and deliberately. But now? With this level of visibility, even standing face to face, it's uncertain whether you can see someone 5 meters away. Let alone from the towers. What kind of visibility is that? They can only get news from the front lines from messengers, barely able to determine the actual battlefield location by sound and gunfire. Duke Aiden must be bursting with confidence right now, thinking he's guaranteed to win. If that were the case, his reckless deployment of the entire army would be understandable. Absolutely not. Order the 4th Infantry Regiment to retreat as quickly as possible, delaying the enemy's advance for as long as possible. Re-establish a defensive line at the west gate of the warehouse. North Square lost? Tell the 3rd Infantry Regiment there's no support, let them find their own way to retreat. The warehouse can at most provide fire support when they're within 300 meters. Where are the 2nd Infantry Regiment? Send out their skirmisher company to catch those rats scurrying over, let them do whatever they want. Just don't let the rats occupy the south gate. Send out the reconnaissance company to monitor all movements in the south gate direction. Report immediately if anything happens. Amidst the roar of gunfire, the Major Chief of Staff continuously issued orders, calmly directing the battle from 3 directions. His composed expression and decisive reactions reassured the Storm Division officers and soldiers present, even though he himself was panicking. As a former civilian officer, now a major, Carl had taken the blame for countless officers throughout his career, fought in numerous battles, both victories and defeats, and was considered experienced and knowledgeable. However, the problem was that Carl had no actual experience commanding a regiment, let alone thousands of men. Organizing troops, devising tactics, and taking the blame afterward was one thing, personally sitting in that position and making decisions on the spot was quite another. This put unprecedented pressure on the usually cautious Carl, and cold sweat had been pouring down his body since the start of the battle. Even indoors, he was almost completely soaked. Fortunately, although the Storm Division's retreat was faster than initially planned, and the Aiden Legion was pressing forward recklessly, like mad dogs unleashed, the white and scattered attack surface, coupled with the reduced visibility due to the rain and darkness, actually alleviated some of the pressure on the Storm Division. Both sides were completely blind to what was happening 50 meters from their own positions. Unless scouts or troops were sent to illuminate their vision, they had no idea what was going on, and even if they did, they would have to wait a while to find out. Therefore, the Storm Division, which had immediately consolidated its defensive line, was slightly more efficient in command than the opposing Aiden Legion, though only slightly, but it greatly relieved the pressure on Carl Bain. After all, even the worst intelligence on the battlefield was 1,000 times better than no intelligence. It meant the unit's organization was on the verge of collapse, the command system was paralyzed, and the various combat units could no longer receive any effective intelligence or orders, leaving them to fight independently. Whether it would result in a complete rout, troop mutiny, or an epic victory was none of his concern as Chief of Staff. As for why he, a mere Chief of Staff, was doing the work of a deputy division commander, Carl couldn't help but roll his eyes at this thought. Just then, a somewhat muffled rumble suddenly sounded overhead. Huh? Everyone in the warehouse was startled, looking up at the ceiling where debris and dust were constantly falling, their expressions curious. That commotion just now, it didn't sound like a volley of gunfire, did it? It was louder, more muffled, and it couldn't possibly have come from above my head. Oh no, it's artillery. After a 3-second pause, Carl Bain finally reacted, screaming hysterically at those around him in terror. Enemy fire! Take cover! Before he could finish speaking, a piercing shriek pierced the air amidst the torrential rain. A black 12-pound cannon shell tore through the rain, landing with pinpoint accuracy on the warehouse outpost's defensive positions. The explosion's light illuminated half of Green Valley for a fleeting moment. Dust and rubble mixed with severed limbs tumbled up, quickly being swallowed by the downpour. As this indiscriminate bombardment abruptly ceased, the roars of Aiden's Legion echoed again through the dark rain, as they recklessly rushed towards the point of impact. Meanwhile, on the eastern front of Green Valley, amidst the choking smoke that even the torrential rain couldn't dispel, the Aiden Legion charged relentlessly against the Storm Division's volleys of fire, assaulting the seemingly dilapidated barricade that appeared ready to crumble at any moment. But this very barricade, ready to crumble, had withstood at least 10 waves of Aiden Legion attacks over the past 30 minutes, leaving the opposite street littered with corpses, the blood seeping into the cracks of the cobblestone so thick that even the rain couldn't completely wash it away. To be honest, despite it being nighttime street fighting, the Aiden Legion's performance was by no means bad. Their advances, infiltrations, slow-moving firing, and even bayonet charges were all executed with impressive skill. Their individual combat capabilities were certainly comparable to the Storm Division, with some veterans even rivaling the elite of the Clovis Regular Army. Their only limitations were their rigid, inflexible tactics and the rifles they carried. The Seven Cities Alliance of Hantu, a region renowned for its long-standing peace and prosperity, had, needless to say, poor military tactics, but their weaponry was utterly inadequate. The vast majority were equipped with outdated equipment purchased from the Empire or Clovis, with ordinary soldiers armed with a mix of hunting rifles, old-fashioned shotguns with very short range, essentially trumpet guns, and a haphazard array of homemade firearms. While Anson agreed that weaponry wasn't the deciding factor on the battlefield, of course, Major General Ludwig's situation was an exception. A skirmisher armed with the latest bounty model who couldn't even outfire a Hantu-line infantryman armed with second-hand muzzle-loading rifles was truly out of the running. Poor visibility coupled with an extremely high rate of fire prevented the numerically superior Aiden Legion from breaching the eastern street's defenses. Having wasted considerable time without success, and with their own forces having breached the central defenses, the besieging Aiden Legion decisively abandoned their immediate challenge and turned their attention to the more important warehouse stronghold. As for what to do about the enemy stronghold left behind, well, we can just leave it to the reinforcements. Our casualties are already considerable, so a quick retreat and waiting for orders is perfectly justifiable. The Aiden officer in command thought to himself. Bang! Just as he turned around, the crisp sound of a lead bullet being fired from the barrel of a gun rang out in the rain. The scorching bullet, dragged by rainwater, pierced his head along with his helmet, exiting through his ruptured right eye and embedding itself firmly in the wall. The one-eyed Aiden officer collapsed into the rain with a plop, desperately trying to press on the wound on his face, but he couldn't stop the gushing blood. Soon, his convulsions ceased. In his dying moments, he desperately reached out towards the direction of the retreating army, pleading for help, but no one turned back. The triumphant Aiden Legion quickly disappeared into the rain, leaving him and all his fallen comrades behind. Lisa, having finished firing and putting away her gun, peeked out from behind the barricade, her emerald green eyes wide and round as she looked towards the street. It really seems like nobody's here. Before she could finish speaking, an excited expression immediately lit up her face. She jumped up and turned to look at Anson, who was loading his other rifle. Anson guessed right. Those guys all abandoned us and ran off to find Carl. Anson chuckled, pinched the girl's rosy cheek, took a deep breath, and stood up to face the soldiers behind him. All troops, take your positions. Target, Aiden Legion Command Post, Storm Regiment, attack. Chapter 285. All tactics are for. At 2:10 a.m., in Green Valley, near the town center. In the middle of a desolate street littered with rubble and gravel, an elven spellcaster, cigarette dangling from his lips, wandered aimlessly in the torrential rain. The acrid taste of the cheap cigarette stimulated his senses, making the Iser elf, who was trying this for the first time, feel incredibly clear-headed after a bout of coughing. Looking up at the distant battlefield, shrouded in artillery fire and mingled with the sounds of gunfire and shouts, and listening to the footsteps rushing past in the surrounding streets, the elven spellcaster slowed his pace again, his steps becoming increasingly leisurely. Tonight's battle, his duel, would end the moment that orange-red flame rose. Although Green Valley only had a small chapel, and according to intelligence gathered over the past few days, it was highly unlikely that anyone from the Inquisition would be present. In any case, risking exposure to fight was never worthwhile for a spellcaster. And a spellcaster who hadn't reached the level of a blasphemous mage might be very strong against ordinary people, but in the chaos of military battles, they were merely a slightly higher level head. This sentiment resonated far more deeply with the Iser elves, who once reigned supreme but were forced by the pressures of the established world order to abandon their traditional beliefs and surrender to the church over the past century, a sentiment far more profound than that felt by many human old gods' followers. From 10mm lead bullets to 64-pound solid shot, there was always one that could equalize all beings. Even the most powerful spellcasting or the blood mages who had achieved miracles of life could not withstand the relentless volleys of a line Federation company or a minute of artillery barrage. It was precisely for this reason that the 13 councils, which had once truly ruled the Iser Elven kingdom, had become a small old gods faction in the 47th year of the saintly calendar, relegated to operating only in the shadows of the streets. The spellcaster, exhaling smoke, suddenly stopped, turning his head slightly in surprise towards the street beside him. Through the torrential rain, he could vaguely hear the sounds of footsteps in groups and rhythmic breathing. These alone were nothing unusual, but what if these sounds were coming from a direction opposite to the battlefield? Soon, another set of footsteps sounded, this time softer and heading straight for him. The elven spellcaster, a cheap cigarette dangling from his lips, looked up and saw a petite figure running straight ahead, a rifle bayonet cleaving through the rain in her hand. Bang! A golden red muzzle flashed as the trigger was pulled, the lead bullet whistling through the air with a soul-shaking shriek, hurtling towards the elven spellcaster along with the girl. The instant the gunshot rang out, the startled elven spellcaster dodged to the side with all his might. The scorching bullet only shattered his left shoulder, and a tiny flame flickered again on the tip of his raised right finger. The next second, the flame transformed into a javelin, hurtling towards the oncoming girl. Spell magic, rising fire. Boom! Golden red flames burst in the rain, but there was no image of the girl exploding into pieces in the flames. In the blinding light, there was nothing but rain and an empty street. The elven spellcaster, cigarette dangling from his lips, widened his eyes, his raised right hand gradually exploding into smoke. He prepared to unleash a necromantic mist to create distance between himself and the eerie girl. Just then, PFFT, the elven spellcaster suddenly shuddered, involuntarily coughing violently, his right hand, about to turn into smoke, returning to its original state. Cough. Cough cough cough. Thick blood uncontrollably gushed from his mouth, staining the cigarette at the corner of his lips red. The elven spellcaster suddenly understood something, his eyes narrowing sharply, trembling as he slowly looked down. A blood-stained bayonet pierced through his chest, right up to his heart, the sharp tip seemingly still stained with bits of dripping flesh. Shucked, the elven spellcaster coughed as he turned to look behind him. You're also a spellcaster, PFFT. The sound of a blade tearing flesh rang out again, and the elven spellcaster, utterly powerless, collapsed to his knees in the rain, his neck parallel to Lisa's horizontal bayonet slash. Snap! In the instant the blade flashed, the headless corpse, unable to even scream, fell to the ground. Lisa, her eyes bloodshot, drew her revolver from her waist and aimed it at the spherical object that had risen into the air. Bang! The lead bullet struck the elven spellcaster's zhengning, ferocious hideous, face between the eyebrows, and the head exploded, spraying blood mist in the rain. The unburnt cigarette, soaked red with blood, fell into the pool of blood. Standing beside the corpse, Lisa crouched down, picked up the cigarette butt from the ground, and examined it curiously. She had seen Carl and Mrs. Bogner chew on this thing more than once, exhaling smoke as they chewed, showing a particularly enjoyable expression. Could it taste good? The thought popped into Lisa's little brain. But it was just a thought. The next second, with a look of disgust, Lisa threw the blood-stained cigarette butt on the ground, slung her bony rifle over her shoulder, and followed the movement of the main force, continuing to run into the rain-shrouded streets. The dense volleys of gunfire and shouts of battle gradually faded away as the fully armed Storm Legion moved through the deserted streets, advancing towards the North City Wall. Over 700 soldiers maintained a tight column formation, heads down, jogging silently. Due to the low visibility and torrential rain, everyone was completely focused, clinging tightly to the footsteps of the person in front to prevent themselves from falling behind the main force. The 700 soldiers were like 700 ants, rushing wildly into the night in the downpour. From the very beginning, Anson had never intended to engage in a so-called head-on positional warfare with the Aidens in Green Valley. The reason was simple: the narrow terrain and long battlefield depth gave the Aiden Legion, which outnumbered him by more than double, a significant advantage. Even if he could blockade all the streets and squares, if the enemy could commit troops without regard for cost, the line would be breached sooner or later. After all, he only had 5,000 men. After deducting reserves, the actual number of troops he could deploy to each stronghold and defensive line would be far less than that of the Aiden Legion, making it impossible to maintain a tight defense at every point. Night raids were bound to bring chaos, and street fighting within towns would greatly diminish the difference in combat skills between the two sides. making such battles extremely disadvantageous for the Storm Division. Therefore, Anson's plan was simple and straightforward: a base swap. He would open up the defensive lines, allowing the army to retreat and consolidate its forces, letting the rabid Aiden Legion besiege the warehouse stronghold. Then, he would lead the Storm Regiment and the Guard Company to take advantage of this opportunity, bypassing the main battlefield and avoiding direct confrontation with the Aidens, to directly raid the command post outside the North City Wall and capture Victor Emmanuel alive. Green Valley was small, too small to accommodate nearly 20,000 troops fighting amongst themselves within the city. Green Valley was also large, so large that even with 20,000 men fighting within the city, there were still many roads that could bypass the enemy's front and directly attack the enemy's rear. If they could capture Duke Aiden, and with Carl Bain, whom they had left at the warehouse, and the remaining Storm Legion troops holding out for the night, the Aiden people would have no choice but to surrender. Perfect. Such a brilliant plan, simplifying the complex. Even Anson couldn't help but admire himself. Of course, while it seemed easy, executing the plan in practice would involve solving many problems and requiring a bit of luck. However, tonight he seemed exceptionally fortunate. A torrential rain had completely obscured the battlefield for both sides, making it impossible to accurately assess the situation, or even see what was happening within a 50-meter radius. This not only provided the Storm Legion with excellent concealment and cover, but also seemed to have misled the opposing Aiden Legion into believing the warehouse stronghold was about to fall, leading to a massive charge of nearly 10,000 troops. The direct consequence was that the entire northern district was practically a ghost town. There were hardly any troops guarding the streets, strongholds, and intersections, allowing the nearly 700-strong Storm Legion to move freely. However, this alone is not enough. Green Valley is essentially an away game for the stormtroopers, and the narrow, winding streets with extremely low visibility will also affect them. Furthermore, the North District isn't entirely devoid of Aiden's Legion troops, and with the Elven spellcasters still roaming the streets, these individuals could expose Anson's base trading tactic at any moment, leading to the operation's failure. But for Anson, who possesses superpowers, this is not the biggest problem. He was able to lead over 2,000 men through a blizzard and across one ice peak using his powers, though they ultimately went the wrong way. So tonight, leading 700 men to raid Aiden's Legion command post is not a problem. The prerequisite is that the opposing side doesn't have Elven spellcasters skilled in similar perception abilities. However, at this stage of the battle, even if the opposing side has reconnaissance spellcasters, it's useless unless he has another way to instantly pull back the tens of thousands of Aiden's Legion trapped in the warehouse stronghold within 15 minutes. Otherwise, Duke Aiden can forget about turning the tide. As Anson ran, his mind racing with wild thoughts, a cheerful Lisa turned back from the street on his right, giving him a stern salute. Lieutenant Commander Lisa Bach, back in. Welcome back, Lisa Bach. Anson returned the salute formally, his mind already taking in the superpowers of the four surrounding streets, before quickly locking onto another figure. There's an enemy stationed behind the barricade 60 meters ahead, hiding in a corner with his back to the barricade, taking shelter from the rain. Are you confident? Leave it to Lisa. The girl, shouting in response, picked up her bunny again, her petite figure disappearing into the rainy night in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, outside the North City Wall, Duke Victor Emmanuel of Aiden anxiously awaited the results of the battle. At this stage of the battle, victory or defeat was no longer of much concern to him. All plans had been executed, all the chips had been placed on the table, and the outcome depended on who had the stronger hand. Messengers continued to arrive from the front lines, delivering first-hand battle reports to the young Duke. Almost all of them were good news. Another street had been captured, the Clovis had been forced to tighten their defenses again, or how many casualties the new offensive had inflicted on the enemy. The problem was, none of these reports were what he wanted to hear. None reported, our army has breached the enemy lines and stormed the warehouse stronghold. None reported, Anson Bach has been located, and we are engaged in combat with the main force of the Storm Division. None reported, we have captured the south wall and taken control of the city gate, cutting off the Storm Division's retreat. Duke Aiden stood calmly before the map, leaning on his sword. His resolute expression left the messengers unable to discern his true feelings upon hearing the battle report. His nonchalant demeanor suggested he was a conqueror with victory already assured. Only his trembling hands, gripping the sword hilt tightly, hinted at his anxiety. the difficult decisions made before the battle, and the joy of successive victories after ordering the attack had vanished in this moment, leaving only endless tension and a suppressed fear deep within his heart. Inside the damp tent, the dim kerosene lamp flickered, as if foreshadowing something. The eastern defense line, Duke Aiden, who had been silent and suppressed for so long, suddenly interrupted the messengers reporting the victory. "Is there any report on the eastern defense line? Has it not been breached yet?" The messengers in the tent were startled, exchanging bewildered glances, none of them speaking. Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, Duke Aiden's cold expression instantly turned ferocious. "Since you don't know, then hurry up and go." The enraged Duke grabbed the messenger by the collar and threw him to the ground like a broken doll. "Do you only know what to do when I give the order?" "Yes, yes." The messenger scrambled to his feet in a panic and left the tent as fast as he could, running wildly into the rainy night. "What's wrong?" Matthias couldn't help but ask. "Something happened on the eastern defense line." "I don't know," Duke Aiden growled irritably, but quickly calmed himself down, his gaze turning grave as he looked at the messenger. "But I have a very bad feeling that something might have happened there, or something might have already happened." Why? Although born into a noble pure-blood family, Matthias's main job was as a court official and diplomat. And his understanding of war was still limited to the concept of an expanded version of a melee of a dozen or so people. "Because it hasn't been breached yet, otherwise my officers would have sent back reports of victory long ago," Duke Aiden explained coldly. Why is it the only one that hasn't been breached? The central and western defenses have retreated, yet this is the only direction where they're stubbornly resisting a pincer attack, refusing to retreat. There are only two possibilities. First, they missed the optimal time to retreat and had to stay put, but that's too strange, because the eastern defenses should have been the last to engage us. They couldn't have lacked sufficient time to retreat. Another possibility is that the troops holding this position are a trap left by Anson Bach. Bang! The moment the words fell, a dense volley of gunfire suddenly erupted outside Duke Aiden's tent. Anson Bach and the Storm Legion, traversing the battlefield, had already reached the northern city wall. Chapter 286. Two bets. Fire! 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 On the north city wall, the Knight of Aiden roared hoarsely, his right hand waving his saber wildly, directing the soldiers behind the battlements and barricades to unleash relentless volleys, attempting to halt the Storm Legion's frontal assault. On the not-so-spacious city gate, golden-red gunfire roared like thunder, rows upon rows of lead bullets billowed from the smoke, relentlessly sweeping the cratered, rubble-strewn streets. Faced with the sturdy barricades, the Storm Legion, having left behind over a dozen corpses, immediately halted their frontal assault and began searching for cover in the surrounding streets. The Knight of Aiden's joy at successfully repelling the Clovis attack was short-lived. Just minutes later, the Storm Legion began their counterattack. The dense muzzle flashes and thick smoke were clearly visible even in the rain-soaked streets, accompanied by the crisp clicks of bolts and triggers. Screams rose and fell on both sides, the helpless cries of soldiers whose skulls, torsos, and arms were pierced by 10mm lead bullets were quickly drowned out by the rain and gunfire. But the pale-faced Knight Aiden soon realized that the screams on his side were significantly more numerous. Not only had the Aiden Legion come out in full force, but the Storm Regiment also possessed an overwhelming numerical advantage against a defensive line of only half a regiment. Furthermore, the entire infantry regiment was equipped with Leopold rifles, and a few elite skirmishers and guard companies were even equipped with imported Bernier rifles. The lowest rate of fire was 4 rounds per minute, twice that of ordinary muzzle-loading rifles. In the firefight phase, a soldier's individual firepower was twice that of the enemy, which meant absolute firepower suppression. Then, to the horror of Aiden Knights, he saw that, faced with the almost insane firepower of the opposing Storm Legion, the soldiers around him were being killed at a visible rate, their heart-wrenching screams echoing one after another. "Damn it, the artillery isn't in position yet," a terrified Knight Aiden howled. "Those damned Clovis are practically charging at us. Artillery support, where's the artillery support? Stop howling, save your energy," the dust-covered standard-bearer interrupted, planting the Iron Fist banner in the dirt at his feet and picking up a rifle from a corpse to aim and fire. "There's hardly any artillery support left. That salvo during the attack on the warehouse stronghold was the last of our reserves. The ammunition boxes are completely empty, not even a lead pellet left, but we still have enough propellant," Knight Aiden retorted hysterically. "Just bring the cannons over, fill them with sand and lead bullets, and they'll be just as good as shotguns, yes, provided you can convince the Duke. The standard-bearer shook his head skeptically. Those are all high-quality cannons imported from the Empire at a high price. How could the Duke possibly be willing to fill them with sand? Besides, diving to avoid a lead bullet that grazed his scalp, the standard-bearer, blood trickling from his temple, suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Besides, where do you think these Clovis came from, huh? You mean?" The Knight Aiden's eyes widened, and he gasped, "But, no way? We have over 10,000 men, and we even had the first move, no matter how strong the Clovis are. They can't possibly be wiped out in such a short time." The Iser elves of Eaglehorn thought the same thing, but they only lasted less than a day before the Clovis slaughtered them all. The standard-bearer's face was grim, his eyes filled with fear. "In short, no matter what happens at the front, we can't hold out much longer here. At this rate, we can only hold out for another 10 minutes at most, and we definitely won't be able to wait for reinforcements, so we should think more about how to escape later." Bang! The moment his words abruptly ended, a cold lead bullet pierced his forehead. The standard-bearer, his face covered in blood, trembled slightly, his hands, losing strength, dropping his rifle. He then collapsed into the rain-soaked mud. Crimson blood spread beneath his head, flowing freely in the rain. The pale-faced Knight Aiden jolted, but he knew this wasn't the time to hesitate. He had to figure out how to retreat before the Storm Legion breached their defenses, without being held accountable by the Duke afterward. But the next second, he realized he didn't seem to need to think about that anymore. In the instant he instinctively looked across, his keen eyesight suddenly caught sight of a black, columnar object sizzling and smoking, tracing graceful arcs across the night sky. In an instant, Knight Aiden, jolted, decisively threw himself to the ground, lying prone in the mud while clutching the standard-bearer's corpse to shield himself. His usually deep voice erupted into a scream that even a woman couldn't match. "Take cover! Grenades!" Boom! The moment the words fell, a deafening roar echoed across the night sky. The golden-red flashes of the explosion illuminated the pitch-black night, and a heat wave, mixed with shrapnel and gravel, swept across the northern city wall positions, ravaging everything within the blast radius. Despite the barricades providing cover, and the fact that most soldiers had taken cover immediately, some unlucky ones were still torn apart by shrapnel in the explosion, or stunned by the blast wave, falling unconscious in a daze caused by intense tinnitus and disorientation. But the Knight Aiden, who had miraculously survived the first blast, showed little joy. Thick smoke billowed from the position after the explosions, obscuring the entire northern city wall position. They'd mixed smoke grenades into their grenades. The piercing bugle calls and battle cries echoed through the sky, like a raging tide in the darkness, rushing towards them. Damn it! The unwilling Knight Aiden gritted his teeth, gripping his saber and sidearm as he rose from the ground, intending to die alongside the charging enemy. Even if he were to die, he wouldn't let these Clovis scum get away with it. The next second, the Knight Aiden looked up and saw a lean figure tear through the smoke, wielding a ridiculously large revolver, leaping over the barricade and charging towards him. In the instant he hesitated, the ridiculously large revolver roared at him. Bang! 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 The moment Anson landed, his face contorted with rage, he kicked the Aiden Knight, whose head had been blown off by a dagger, to the ground, and then fired 3 more shots at the 2 Aiden soldiers who lunged at him. Behind him, hundreds of Storm Legion soldiers had already torn through the enemy lines, using the cover of explosions and smoke, and charged into the position with bayoneted rifles, engaging the stunned Aiden soldiers in fierce combat. Accompanied by the piercing gunfire, stray bullets flying everywhere, and the sound of bayonets piercing through torsos, a brutal melee officially began. Bullets pierced skulls, bayonets tore through flesh. In the chaotic melee, the Aiden soldiers, who had previously enjoyed smooth sailing, experienced for the first time the feeling of being overwhelmed by superior numbers in melee combat. Even though most of them were elite veterans, in this kind of melee, no matter how good their skills or how rich their experience, they were no match for having 2 extra rifles with bayonets, ready to fire at any moment. Second and third companies, stay behind and keep clearing out the small fry. The rest of you, don't stop and engage the enemy, break through the line as quickly as possible. Anson roared with all his might as he sprinted forward, shooting a soldier in front of him through the chest with a backhand shot, trying to make sure his voice wasn't drowned out by the gunfire and fighting, so it could reach every soldier's ears. The target is right in front of us, we can't let Duke Aiden escape. Charge! 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 Duke, we have to retreat. Inside the military tent, Matthias said urgently, his solemn face mixed with a hint of panic. Retreat? Duke Aiden, seated in his chair, sneered, seemingly unmoved by the elven envoy's suggestion. My army of over 10,000 is still fighting the Clovis, and could breach the warehouse stronghold at any moment, wiping out the Stormbringers on the other side. You want me to retreat at a time like this? No offense intended, but I truly don't understand what you're thinking. What are you thinking? Anson Bach is already on his way. Matthias stared at him incredulously. You only have a little over 300 men left at the north wall. If you continue waiting like this, you'll lose more than just Green Valley and your 10,000 plus troops. So what? Duke Aiden continued to sneer, a hint of disdain in his eyes. That's right, I only have a guard of 300 men at the north wall, but how many men can Anson Bach bring? 400, 500? How many men can he possibly have with him to cross the entire Green Valley to ambush me? Even with so few, it's enough for him to break through the defenses and kill you. Panic-stricken Matthias growled, staring at the young Duke with utter bewilderment. Just minutes before, the Duke had been more anxious than Matthias, but now he was calm, his composed expression tinged with a hint of sarcasm. It was as if Matthias's sincere suggestion sounded like a ridiculous joke to the Duke. So you really don't understand what war is, Your Excellency? Matthias, looking at the agitated and bewildered elven envoy, Duke Aiden slowly composed himself, patiently explaining, simply put, Anson Bach and I are currently engaged in a gamble. A gamble? Matthias was stunned, even more confused. Simply put, he and I are betting on two things. First, when the warehouse stronghold will fall, and second, whether he can capture me alive in the shortest time. Duke Aiden said in a deep voice, only by winning both bets at the same time can we win this battle, otherwise, it will just be a draw with heavy costs. Do you understand my explanation? Matthias finally understood. You mean Anson Bach won't kill you? What use would it be for him to kill me? Victor Emmanuel coldly retorted. Only a living Duke of Aiden can stop the Aiden Legion of over 10,000 men in the city from attacking and surrender obediently. Otherwise, why would he go through all that trouble to cross half of Green Valley just for one more head in his spoils? Besides, this is Green Valley, not Eaglehorn City. Even if he pays a huge price to kill me and over 10,000 Aiden soldiers, the biggest beneficiaries will only be the Calindians. Obviously, that's not what Anson Bach wants. A duchy of Aiden that obediently bows its head, admits its mistakes, and submits to orders is more in line with the interests of Anson Bach and the Kingdom of Clovis. At this point, the Duke of Aiden couldn't help but sigh, a hint of regret in his eyes. Anson Bach's survival was largely within his expectations. After all, a commander with a large army and a cautious nature wasn't so easily killed. But what he never expected was that the other side would end the battle for Green Valley in such an extreme way, and that they could lead a full-strength infantry regiment across the entire North City, silently creeping up to his doorstep before revealing their position. Anson Bach, how did a Clovis man manage to move freely in this unfamiliar city? Was there a traitor within his own legion? Local Calindian deserters? Or perhaps he also had a spellcaster hidden among his ranks? Of course, none of that mattered now. Having staked everything, his only hope now was that Aiden's legion could break through the warehouse stronghold's defenses as soon as possible, so that he could at least slightly regain some ground. But regardless of the outcome, he had already lost the battle for Green Valley. The only remaining question was how much he would lose. Of course, if we have to say, it's not entirely impossible to turn the tide, Duke Aiden suddenly said. Right now, Anson Bach should still be fighting the defenders on the city walls. If an elven spellcaster could act now, taking advantage of a lull in the fighting to kill this deputy commander of the Southern Legion, the Duke's gaze, burning with intensity, fixed meaningfully on Matthias. Turning defeat into victory is not entirely out of the question. The elven envoy trembled. You mean, me? Of course, Duke Aiden said quietly. Besides you, is there another spellcaster in this tent? Matthias's cheek twitched slightly upon hearing this. A deathly silence fell over the flickering lamplight in the tent. It was just a joke. Duke Aiden, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly smiled. Please, you and your elven spellcaster should leave as soon as possible. Although Green Valley only has a small chapel, and there's a high probability that the Inquisition won't be there, Anson Bach might notice and use it to blackmail us. Please don't misunderstand, it's just a precaution. Matthias could only nod slightly. Although the Duke's tone wasn't exactly polite, he was speaking the truth. Given the Stormcaster's current situation, if he were captured, He could become a significant asset in their hands, used to blackmail the Duchy of Aden or even the 13 councils. That would truly be a loss. And what about you, Duke? Me. The smiling Duke Aden calmly rose, straightened his collar, and looked towards the tent where the gunfire was gradually subsiding. I have to go greet the victor of Green Valley who is about to capture me, provided his army hasn't been wiped out by the Aden Legion. Chapter 287 The Last Gamble. Duke Aden sat calmly in his chair, allowing the guards to search him and take all his weapons and metal objects that could be used as weapons. His hands were bound to the back of the chair with rope. The tent, ransacked in the rainy night, was left with only a flickering kerosene lamp and 20 soaking wet guards standing around it, fully armed, their right index fingers pressed against the triggers. The torrential rain poured down in the pitch-black midnight, but the muffled sound of the rain made the tent unusually quiet, so quiet that Duke Aden felt he could hear the tense breathing and heartbeats of the Clovis soldiers around him, and the footsteps of someone entering the tent. Your Excellency Anson Bach, we meet again. Looking at Anson, somewhat disheveled from the rain, Duke Aden smiled gently, as if welcoming a friend he had only recently met. What a surprise. I was planning to send someone to the warehouse to deliver an invitation, but you've come to me of your own accord. Yes, it is quite unexpected. Anson snorted lightly, his expressionless face blank. I thought our next meeting wouldn't be until next month at the earliest, but we've met again so soon after parting. I can't help it. I'm just that enthusiastic sometimes. The young Duke's lips curled up, his meaningful gaze quickly sweeping over Anson. I heard you've been ill recently. Is it all right to get caught in such a downpour? Thank you for your concern. Anson remained expressionless. I'm still young, and my lifestyle is very healthy. A minor illness or two won't bother me. In fact, sometimes a cold and cough can lead to some unexpected surprises. Oh, Duke Aden seemed quite interested. For example, Anson narrowed his eyes slightly. Isn't this what we're doing now? The young Duke was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. Anson, his gaze slightly cold, remained unmoved, watching the man tied to the chair laugh heartily. The Duke's cheerful yet eerie laughter echoed in the deathly tent. A dozen seconds later, the laughter finally subsided, and the Duke, his shoulders slightly shrugged, smiled at Anson. I say, Your Excellency, the Vice Commander, you don't think that capturing me makes this Battle of Green Valley a win, do you? Oh, isn't it? Anson raised an eyebrow. Alright, I'll pretend you're joking. Duke Aden shrugged again, his smile gradually turning into a forced grin. But if that's really what you're thinking, then I can only apologize. The order for a full-scale attack has been given, all the messengers have been dispatched, and with the darkness and torrential rain, nothing can stop their killing spree. Even if you shot me right now and threw my head in front of them, it would only make the battle more chaotic. The young Duke's eyes burned. After all, there are over 10,000 people, and with your soldiers, that's nearly 20,000. What could possibly stop nearly 20,000 people from engaging in a reckless, chaotic melee in the dark? Anson frowned slightly, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. So let us pray. Your Excellency Anson Bach. Duke Aden's smile gradually turned cold. Your tactic of deliberately opening the defensive line to outflank and attack the rear was indeed an unexpected and decisive move, truly surprising. Therefore, let us hope that your soldiers can understand your good intentions and, even without you as their commander, maintain high morale and hold the warehouse stronghold until sunrise. South wall of Green Valley, warehouse stronghold. After a series of fierce battles, the previously stalemate gradually became clearer. Despite having reduced the frontal width as much as possible by consolidating their forces, and with existing barricades and fortifications at the streets and intersections, left behind by the routed soldiers of Calindia, the Storm Division, facing a mad dog-like attack from an enemy force more than twice their size, found their control of the defensive line increasingly strained. On the one hand, although the Storm Division was largely equipped with breech-loading rifles, and their firing rate was far higher than that of the opposing Aden Legion, that was before. The latent muzzle-loading rifle was still the absolute main weapon of the expanded Storm Division, and their actual firepower did not have a qualitative difference with the enemy. On the other hand, the low visibility caused by the heavy rain and darkness also weakened the shooting accuracy of the skirmishers. The main force of the Storm Division, unlike the Storm Regiment, was not fully equipped with Leopold rifles, and their main role in the firefight was still to provide fire cover and deterrence, and could not completely stop the Aden Legion's fierce bayonet charges. When the first Aden soldier with a bayonet rifle rushed into the position, the brutal melee began uncontrollably. The shouts of battle were like wildfire, quickly igniting, scorching, and rising in flames that burned everything in their path. Inside the warehouse stronghold, a distraught Karl Bane frantically tried various methods to stabilize morale while continuing to redeploy his dwindling reserves to support and cover the frontline troops. Under the onslaught of the Aiden Legion, they slowly contracted their positions, retreating step by step. However, this contraction also meant relinquishing their flanking maneuvering space, allowing the enemy to mobilize more forces and launch a more aggressive new offensive. Fortunately, Karl Bane didn't have to face this problem. Low visibility, coupled with the enemy's previous near-frenzied attacks, had pushed the Aiden Legion's organization to the brink of collapse. Each company, aside from being able to distinguish friend from foe, was fighting independently. Furthermore, the battlefield itself was very narrow yet deep, resulting in many troops being trapped in the rear, only able to launch a new attack after the front lines were decimated or routed. But this slight advantage became insignificant under the enemy's rapid encroachment. The opposing Aiden Legion treated them like dirt, while Karl Bane had to be responsible for Anson and his Storm Division, doing everything he could to reduce casualties. After all, the Storm Division was just a detachment of the Southern Legion, and replenishing its ranks was extremely difficult. If they suffered heavy losses in a small battle like Green Valley, the areas they had painstakingly conquered and controlled would become restless. In his most pessimistic prediction, if they didn't consider a head-on bloody battle with the Aiden Legion, the Storm Division would probably have to consider a retreat plan within 4 hours at the latest. Indeed, Anson said, frowning, his tone slightly heavy, if you really intend to occupy Green Valley at any cost, given the current state of our army, we have neither the resources nor the intention to continue fighting you for it. The silent Duke Aiden didn't speak, only the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. Anson Bach's reaction was largely in line with his previous guess. The Clovis's attention in the southeastern battlefield was currently focused on the kingdom of Iser Elves, leaving little spare capacity to devote to the desert south of the Dawn Mountains. If nothing unexpected happened, the Anson Bach before him and his 5,000-strong storm soldier force were likely the entirety of Clovis's forces willing to commit to the desert. Therefore, he wouldn't risk fighting a Green Valley battle for the Calindians, a battle with absolutely no benefit. Yes, he had lost this battle, but the final result would simply be both sides backing down and maintaining peace. Unless he was willing to fight for the Calindians, the situation wouldn't change significantly. This was the courage that allowed Victor Emmanuel to sit here and surrender. As long as Anson Bach intended to cooperate with the Duchy of Aiden and didn't want a mortal enemy in the desert, he wouldn't dare do anything to him. If there are no unexpected circumstances, Anson suddenly spoke. Unexpected circumstances? Duke Aiden paused, looking somewhat bewildered at his expressionless deputy commander. What unexpected event? An unexpected event that finally made me decide to risk fighting you in Green Valley. Anson's expression suddenly relaxed. Just as you said, once the order was given, even you and I couldn't stop nearly 20,000 people from killing each other. If the two of us can't stop them, then what can? Seemingly guessing something from those words, the previously nonchalant Duke suddenly widened his eyes, staring intently at Anson. He suddenly realized that there was a flaw in his initial plan, a fatal flaw. Very well, it seems you already know the answer. Anson nodded slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. It saves me from repeating myself. Impossible, a stunned Duke Aiden suddenly retorted loudly. With such a torrential downpour, there's no way Toon's army could possibly get here in time. Unless Claude Francois is insane, he wouldn't be able to send troops out in this kind of weather. Even if they rush, they won't reach Green Valley until evening at the earliest. The battle should be over by then. There simply won't be enough time. That's right, there's no time, Anson admitted frankly, but I'm still willing to join you in tonight's gamble and raise the stakes again. Bang! 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 Deafening volleys of gunfire, like thunder, exploded again and again in the torrential rain. The sounds of fierce fighting in the darkness, like surging waves, attacked the warehouse stronghold from 3 directions simultaneously. As time passed, defensive lines crumbled one after another against the Aiden Legion's onslaught. The Storm Division soldiers, accustomed to smooth battles for the past few months, encountered such a fierce and fearless Hantu army for the first time. Even though they weren't entirely unprepared, they were overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. When the last forward barricade fell, the more than 4,000 Storm Division soldiers retreated in disarray, until only the warehouse stronghold and the southern city wall remained firmly in their grasp. If even this last escape route was cut off, The Storm Division would truly have no choice but to fight to the death. It's over, it's over. Looking at the surging Aiden Legion, Carl muttered to himself, his heart breaking. His forced composure turned deathly pale, his hands trembling slightly as he braced himself against the cover. Behind him, the others were equally tense. The officers shouted curses, trying to mask their fear with their voices. The soldiers, however, were expressionless, mechanically executing every order that sounded either nonsensical or absurd. "Chief of Staff, what should we do next?" Amidst the deafening shouts of battle, a skirmisher company commander with a bandaged head and still bleeding suddenly spoke, pressing Carl's shoulder urgently. "If this keeps up, the warehouse stronghold really won't hold. Are there really reinforcements tonight? You and the deputy commander aren't lying to us, are you? We can hold it, we definitely can." Carl, suddenly jolted awake, quickly interrupted, "Everyone relax, hold your posts, keep going, reinforcements will come, they definitely will, everyone relax, it's all part of the deputy commander's plan, there's nothing to be afraid of." To stabilize morale, he could only say this against his will. However, the current situation was not as he described. As the outer defenses fell one by one, the once relatively safe warehouse stronghold was now completely exposed to the Aiden Legion's firepower. If the Aiden Legion hadn't run out of ammunition, the bunker Carl was in would have already been bombarded by wave after wave of artillery fire. Meanwhile, the Aiden Legion, finally seeing a glimmer of hope in capturing the warehouse stronghold, surged with morale. Despite heavy casualties, their officers reorganized, and, overjoyed, charged towards the crumbling defenses. In the pitch-black night, hordes of Aiden soldiers, shouting excitedly, broke through the blood-soaked lines, stepping over the corpses of their comrades and enemies, and followed the retreating Storm Division army. Just then, "Toon people, advance!" A resounding shout pierced the rain, echoing from beneath the south wall, which faced away from the warehouse stronghold. The chaotic fighting ceased abruptly. The soldiers of both the Storm Division and the Aiden Legion froze almost simultaneously, staring in fear or surprise towards the direction of the shout. Amidst the torrential rain, the roar of iron cavalry resounded. "Cavalry! Cavalry!" With a sharp-eyed skirmisher's cry, hundreds of figures, forming a spiky formation, surged through the city gates with near-flash speed, charging into the chaotic battlefield below the warehouse stronghold. "For the Han lands, for Clovis, for François," a leading Toon knight shouted, braving the wind and rain, forcefully unfurling his banner, a Toon red thorn flower edged with gold. "Toon people, forward, kill all Aiden dogs." Chapter 288. The sky cleared, the rain stopped. When the panicked Aiden soldiers saw the fluttering thorn banners, it was too late. Hundreds of Toon cuirassiers, forming a wedge formation, charged into Green Valley like daggers piercing the night, stabbing fiercely into the chaotic Aiden army. No circling fire, no covering fire, just a direct, headlong cavalry charge. Generally speaking, urban street fighting is the least effective type of combat for cavalry. Narrow, winding streets greatly limit the effectiveness of a charge, and the houses on either side provide natural cover. Moreover, if the defenders simply set up some cover or chevaux de frise in the middle of the street and deployed their infantry in a line, the imposing cavalry would become huge, live targets. Furthermore, due to the suddenness of the attack, coupled with the torrential rain that night, little Leon, who had rushed over on his own initiative after receiving news of the siege of Aiden's army in Green Valley, simply couldn't bring a large army in such a short time. Aside from a few hundred cuirassiers forming his private guard, mostly members of the Grand Duke's personal guard, he could barely muster the 2,000-odd infantry he could immediately assemble. Therefore, unless Aiden's Legion made a foolish mistake by blocking the main road leading to the city gates before the cavalry entered, or simply sacrificing one or two infantry companies to stop the cavalry with bayonets, the reinforcements of less than 3,000 men wouldn't cause any real trouble. But tonight's battle was completely different from the conventional scenario. The entire southern district had already been severely damaged in previous battles, large swaths of houses had been razed to the ground, the fortifications and barricades built by the Kalindians and stormtroopers had been almost entirely destroyed by Aiden's Legion, who had simply found them in the way. As for Aiden's Legion, which possessed an overwhelming numerical advantage and high morale, its organization had been completely destroyed by wave after wave of chaotic charges and attacks. Facing the sudden onslaught of the Toon cavalry, it was utterly unable to mount any orderly resistance. In just 5 minutes, Léon François, leading the Toon cavalry, utterly crushed the disorganized Aden legion, charging back and forth through the chaotic infantry lines, mercilessly trampling the scrambling enemy. Meanwhile, Karl, seeing that Leon had actually arrived on time, though still 3 hours late, finally breathed a sigh of relief, his heart pounding in his chest, and ordered his infantry regiments to join the Toon infantry who followed, launching a counterattack against the disorganized Aden legion. The tide of battle, which had been steadily tilting in Aden's favor, was suddenly turned back by the unexpected appearance of Leon Francois. Faced with a well-organized and highly disciplined storm division, the disorganized Aden legion was unable to mount any effective countermeasures. The rear troops could only watch helplessly as the front lines crumbled, their carefully constructed defenses collapsing along with the fleeing soldiers. Meanwhile, the Toon cavalry, still advancing relentlessly, slowed their charge, driving the fleeing troops forward. The Battle of Eaglehorn proved that fleeing soldiers were far more deadly and destructive to an army than bullets and bayonets. 10 fleeing soldiers could take on 50 hesitant soldiers. 50 could take on 100, 100 could take on 300. Even if the remaining troops wanted to resist, they first had to muster the courage to point bayonets at their own men, and if the commander didn't want to incite a mutiny or be shot by his own men, he usually wouldn't have that courage, and could only drift along with the tide of the fleeing army until they were caught, surrounded, and annihilated. In the storm, the morale of the scattered Aden soldiers crumbled instantly. They scrambled for shelter in narrow streets and collapsed buildings, or desperately fled towards the north city wall. Even the knights and nobles who struggled to keep their troops from being swept away were only a matter of time before their own collapsing. The battle transformed from skirmishes into a one-sided pursuit, then into encirclement, and finally into a massacre. Tens of thousands of Aden legions were routed by a few hundred exhausted cavalrymen and over 4,000 Storm Division Toon allied troops, fleeing in disarray. At 3:55 a.m., the Aden legions were completely driven out of the southern district. Leon Francois and Karl Bang reorganized their forces in the town center and launched an offensive against the northern district. Compared to the southern district, the northern district, having experienced little warfare, was relatively well preserved, but this also meant it lacked sufficient defenses. Thus, the Storm Division and Toon Legion infantry deployed in line formations, systematically clearing out the main streets. At 5:30 a.m., as the last few thousand of Aden's legion, still putting up a fierce resistance, retreated to their positions on the north city wall, the captured Duke Aden formally stepped forward, publicly announcing defeat and surrendering to the Storm Division. From the moment Toon's thorny banner flew over Green Valley, the fate of Aden's legion was sealed. Then the sky cleared, the rain stopped. The small, unremarkable Green Valley, after more than half a month of bloody fighting, finally welcomed peace on the morning of June 20th. Or rather, temporary peace. And the first thing the Storm Division did after winning the Battle of Green Valley was to settle scores with Aden. Due to a few traitors from the Duchy of Aden who harbored hatred for Clovis and worshipped the kingdom of Iser the Elf, they brazenly tore up the friendly alliance signed by the deputy commander of the Southern Legion and Duke Aden. At the same time, they misled the Duke into misjudging the situation, shamelessly launching a dishonorable sneak attack on the kind, friendly, and peace-loving Stormcasters, causing a breakdown in trust between the two sides and severe loss of life and property. Fortunately, the wise and insightful deputy commander discovered their despicable plot and met with Duke Aden immediately. After several hours of pleasant conversation, the two sides, having fully exchanged opinions, finally resolved their misunderstandings. Duke Aden deeply regretted all of this and earnestly requested Anson Bach to make amends for all the losses suffered by the Stormcasters, in order to restore the friendship between Aden and Clovis. Such a noble and chivalrous act greatly changed my impression of the Emmanuel family, a person who grew up hearing bad things about the people of Aden. As it turns out, as long as misunderstandings can be cleared up and there is a platform for full communication, the unification of the Hantu is not an unrealistic fantasy, but something that is happening and will happen in the not-too-distant future. What truly hinders unification is not the division among the Hantu people, but the interference and infiltration of the Iser elves over the past century. Only by joining hands with the kingdom of Clovis and completely crushing the Iser elves' shameless conspiracy can the Hantu win a bright future. I, Leon Francois, an ordinary Hantu person, and a close comrade in arms of Anson Bach, firmly believe this. Anson sent this precious first-hand information, along with his diary, to Sophia, somewhat reassuring the slightly flustered eldest daughter of France. Although he had indeed sided with the Rune family, he remained loyal to her. As for the reckoning with Aden, Now that the battle has been decided, the previous agreement is obviously invalid. It won't be as ruthless as the previous regal family, but a significant financial loss is certain. The first priority, of course, is to fulfill the previous promise. The Aedan Legion must immediately cease fire on Clovis and Calandia and withdraw from Calandia within a week, with no room for negotiation. However, the Duchy of Aedan must hand over at least 30 hostages to the Storm Division, including at least one direct relative of the Duke of Aedan himself, as a gesture of goodwill to restore mutual trust. Naturally, all expenses for these 30 hostages must be borne by the Duchy of Aedan. Simultaneously, the Duchy of Aedan must compensate the Storm Division for the losses suffered in this disaster by paying 50,000 gold coins in reparations. As before, it doesn't necessarily have to be cash. Works of art such as paintings and sculptures, or luxury goods like jewelry, or even a transfer of payment by the Church of Order on behalf of the Duchy of Aedan. Anson will accept anything. Finally, the original verbal agreement must now be fully implemented. Victor Emmanuel promised that if the Storm Division needs anything, the Duchy of Aedan will provide no fewer than 8,000 allied troops, auxiliary forces, for joint operations. These 8,000 men will be handed over to Anson Bach as mercenaries, with Anson having absolute command. Theoretically, he can lead this army to do anything except attack Aedan. Of course, this is only theoretical. Frankly, this condition is far better than what was given to Calandia, or even the Grand Duchy of Thun. This is partly because Anson neither wants nor has the ability to completely destroy the Duchy of Aedan. Another reason is that Aedan is indeed not wealthy. It is far inferior to even Thun, let alone Calandia. While the empire is vast, it doesn't have much trade with the Hantu, and most of that trade is taken by Calandia, leaving Aedan, a landlocked country, with little to extract. Finally, although this exposed the secret alliance between Aedan and the Iser Elves, in a sense, this might not be a bad thing. After all, as the western gateway to the Hantu and bordering the empire, the Emmanuel family and the Iser Elves, representing the 13 councils of the old gods, are allied, which is 1,000,000 times better than allying with the empire. So, we're really just letting Duke Aedan go like that. Carl Bain, holding a cup of hot coffee, looked at his deputy commander with a slightly dejected expression, grumbling, "He almost killed you." "Well, he almost killed me too. There's no other way." After weighing the pros and cons, "This is the best solution," Anson said helplessly. "The guy who ordered the elven spellcasters to assassinate me escaped before we stormed the camp. Even if we questioned him further, he wouldn't give us much information. He wouldn't do something that would be pointless and offend allies. Asking for more would be pointless. The stormcasters, numbering less than 5,000, are struggling to even occupy Calandia, let alone control Aedan, the western gateway to the vast lands. Unless we let the empire in, killing Aedan is simply a thankless task for us. Besides," Anson suddenly paused, "don't you think things will get messed up if we stay in Green Valley any longer?" Then, Carl raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding his meaning. "You mean Calandia Port?" Anson nodded slightly. "Fabian has been there for several days already. If we continue to dawdle with the Aedan people, I'm worried that those Calandian nobles might have other ideas, since they could surrender to the Storm Masters because of Clovis's strength. Conversely, if they discover that the Storm Masters are not invincible, or even if they are locked in a stalemate with the Duchy of Aedan, changing masters is not entirely impossible. For example. So that's why you're rushing back immediately." Carl took a sip of his coffee. "To take advantage of Green Valley's great victory and intimidate those guys who are particularly good at kneeling on the ground, something like that. Oh, and also to let them know that although the Duchy of Aedan has been defeated, its influence remains. If Calandia wants to maintain its independence, it must continue to rely on us." Anson didn't mince words. "To some extent, this is also one of the reasons why Aedan must continue to exist. For such a rich but not very powerful small country, the best way to keep them loyal is, of course, to find a sufficiently powerful threat nearby. This threat should ideally have some strength, but not so strong that it's difficult to control, so that they will have no choice but to rely on the protection of outsiders. Of course, this kind of loyalty is absolutely unreliable, and it will definitely cause trouble in the long run, but Anson doesn't need them to be loyal for long. As long as they behave themselves and don't cause trouble while he's harvesting their wealth, that's perfect. Most importantly, don't you find it particularly unsettling that we fought tooth and nail with the Aedans in Green Valley, almost losing our lives, while these Calandian nobles can just swagger around in the rear, completely unharmed?" Anson suddenly stared intently at Carl, saying meaningfully, "I don't know what you think, but I'm uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. This is Kalindian territory, why should we risk our lives for them?" You mean? Carl was a little confused by Anson's meaning. "I mean, I suddenly regret it. I agreed to only pay 1/5 of the annual tax to Kalindians, which is only 800,000 gold coins. Not enough, far from enough. It needs to be 1.8 million. Chapter 289 Ungrateful. 1,800,000 gold coins is an astronomical figure for any city or country. Even in a wealthy place like Kalandia Port, it's unrealistic to expect her to immediately produce such a large sum of cash. Of course, perhaps if the local nobles were willing to share the nation's burdens and generously contribute, she could probably manage to do so, but whether she could or not is actually unimportant, because it doesn't prevent Anson from using this figure to put pressure on the nobles of Kalandia. The main reason, of course, is that he had been tricked by these cunning Kalandia. "I told you from the start that there was definitely something wrong," Karl Bain said. Their decisive surrender had no other reason than that Duke Aiden's army was about to arrive at their doorstep. Of course, even without the unexpected arrival of the Aidens, Anson was confident that he could make Kalandia surrender. The difference in strength between the two sides was obvious. The Battle of Green Valley was enough to prove that the people of Kalandia might be brave, but their army was a bunch of rotten fish, barely better than the incompetent Principality of Paya. If Kalandia hadn't surrendered, Clovis would likely have split this richest country in the Hantu with Aiden, or fought a life-or-death battle outside Kalandia Port. The outcome would probably have been similar to what we have now. The only real difference would probably have been ownership of Kalandia Port. Anson originally had little desire to conquer more territories, and the Storm Division's forces weren't sufficient to completely control a large port city. Therefore, reaching an agreement with the Duchy of Aden, partitioning territories or simply ensuring the Hantu Cathedral remained open to the Storm Division, would have been enough. After all, the two sides hadn't reached a life-or-death situation, and there was still significant room for cooperation before unifying the Hantu. But Kalandia's surrender completely changed the situation. Anson, fearing the consequences, would never give up such a lucrative prize, even if he could. The Storm Division soldiers, eager for riches, wouldn't allow it. So even knowing it was a bad deal, Anson had to besiege Green Valley, and ultimately even risked the lives of over 4,000 Storm Legion soldiers to barely defeat the rabid Aiden Legion. From Anson's perspective, the current situation was tantamount to the Kalindian nobles using what they could have easily obtained to blackmail or hire him, risking their lives to be surrounded and annihilated by the enemy. And this battle, from the very beginning, could have been avoided. How could he tolerate this? Of course, he couldn't say this openly, otherwise people would misunderstand him as a narrow-minded, vengeful, and retaliatory villain. So he had to find another way to put it. The best reason, of course, was to strengthen the Storm Legion's combat power, purchase more weapons and equipment from the rear, recruit new soldiers to form new regiments, and protect the peace-loving Kalindians from the threats of Aden to the west and the Grand Duchy of Mr. to the north. Since it was to protect the Kalindians, then this extra money should naturally come from the Kalindians. It was perfectly reasonable. Anson wasn't confident of completely conquering the Duchy of Aden, but he was quite confident, if not very confident, of exploiting the threat posed by Aden to exploit Kalandia. Thus, on June 22nd of the 100th year of the Saints' calendar, the Storm Legion, having rested for a day and riding high on their victory at Green Valley, arrived at Kalandia Port. Having learned of the news a day in advance from Fabian, the Kalandia Council, filled with a complex mix of surprise and fear, trembled with trepidation as they opened the city gates wide, preparing a grand and solemn welcome for the triumphant Storm Legion. As the church bells rang, heavily armed Storm Legion soldiers marched in neat formations, guided by bugles and drums, through the city gates of Kalandia Port, receiving enthusiastic cheers and a warm welcome from the city's inhabitants. As a port city, Kalandia Port differed significantly from most cities in the wildlands. To put it simply, most other towns in the wildlands could only be considered rural. Straight, wide streets, rows of houses, crowded people, and public facilities like streetlights. Aside from many places being slightly old and the air filled with a damp smell of the sea rather than the stench of steam, Anson almost thought he had returned to Clovis. According to Fabian, this was the result of the nobles of the Kalandia Council specially cleaning and redecorating to welcome the Storm Master's triumphant return. The streets were washed clean, the drains and potholes on both sides were planted with flowers and greenery, and the flags of both countries were hung on the windows and walls along the streets. Even the cheering crowds were all radiant, because the usually stingy Kalandia Council had given everyone attending the welcoming ceremony a new outfit and a hearty meal, which made the city look so vibrant and full of life. To make up for their previous deception of Anson Bach, the Kalandia Council, knowing they were in the wrong, was indeed sparing no expense to please the Legion's deputy commander. However, none of this mattered to the stormtroopers participating in the triumphant ceremony. Each soldier stood tall and proud, striving to emulate the imperial bearing of the previous Aiden Legion retreat ceremony, showcasing the formidable military might of the Clovis to the people of Kalandia. Leon Francois, in particular, the heir to Toon, genuinely believed that his battle in Green Valley was to defend the city and fight for the unification of the Han lands. He also truly believed that the people before him had come spontaneously to welcome these heroes, and was therefore exceptionally excited. The entire welcoming ceremony lasted for over 2 hours, for nearly 150 minutes. His figure on horseback and his right hand gripping the flag remained motionless, like a knight in an oil painting, radiating light and adorned with a halo. The fatigue and muscle soreness brought on by the ceremony vanished entirely amidst the enthusiasm of the Kalindians. But what differed slightly from their imagined scene of a joyous welcome to the victorious army was that the people on both sides, and even the nobles on a distant platform, all wore forced smiles, their eyes filled with fear rather than joy. After all, for the people of this city, being occupied by the Clovis or the Aiden made little difference. In fact, many, more familiar with the Aiden, actually preferred to be a free city under the Duke of Aiden rather than a vassal state exploited by the unfamiliar Clovis. Especially with the news of Eaglehorn's victory and the immediate outcome of the Battle of Green Valley. The Kalindians' fear of the Clovis intensified. From this perspective, the grand triumphal ceremony was quite successful, since they were destined not to win affection. Instilling fear in their allies, the common people, was a respectable outcome. Surrounded by stormtrooper officers and Toon cuirassiers, Anson Bach, his back stiff in the saddle, he was still quite unaccustomed to riding, calmly and nonchalantly passed through the welcoming crowd to the famous Hantu Cathedral, to participate in the final part of this traditional ceremony. Its fame stemmed from a significant historical achievement of this building, which, while not the grandest or most magnificent, was the first cathedral in history to be officially granted authority by the Church of Order to operate a bank, during the Great Schism, also known as the Dark Ages by the Clovis, between 450 BC and 47 AD, and the age of sectarian wars. Everything from parishes and kingdoms to individual lords and families fought for their respective sects. Lords and vassals sided with opposing sects, families with millennia-old lineages split due to their beliefs, and people loyal to a particular sect rebelled against their kings for their faith. All were commonplace phenomena in that era. To reverse the decline of the church caused by sectarian schism, the once rigid and conservative church was forced to merge the private banks of the Pope and several archbishops, much like how they later absorbed the Ivory Coast's academic system, all its research, and the legacy of St. Isaac, with a banking sector they had previously loathed. This was to establish a church banking system, ostensibly for better revenue generation, but also to unify the currency and tax systems of all kingdoms loyal to the church, fostering commercial activity and thus providing stable tax revenue. Before long, the church realized that operating banks not only helped win sectarian wars but also enhanced its presence in various dioceses. Lofty doctrines provided spiritual support to believers, and deposits and IOUs made churches their most frequented places. Especially when many lords discovered that church banks made it easier to collect taxes from their subjects and merchants, they became even more reliant on this noble and sacred institution. The first to be granted this privilege was the Hantu, which was then fragmented and is now the location of the Seven Cities Alliance's diocese, specifically in the port of Kalandia, a hub of trade. The church's earliest mint was also established there, producing the first batch of church coins and establishing the earliest exchange system between gold, silver, and copper. After merging with the Ivory cult, the technology left by St. Isaac was further improved. The exquisite church coins, along with the renewed unification of faith in the order world, flowed throughout the continent and, thanks to the numerous churches scattered across the world, became the common currency of various nations. Perhaps because they didn't want to kneel in submission, upon entering the church, only the local archbishop awaited them before the altar, presenting Anson with the key to the city gate, a symbol of Kalandia's submission. Of course, this was merely a formality. The city gates of Kalandia had long since lost any connection to keyholes, so the key itself was also symbolic. The key to Calandia port was not only a piece of pure gold weighing 10 kilograms, but also exquisitely engraved with patterns, presumably depicting the city's founding legends and historical stories. The key teeth were even inlaid with 6 different colored gemstones as decoration, resting on a soft red velvet piece within a wooden tray. Even someone like Anson, who had no understanding of art, knew that its value was extraordinary. In addition, as a gift for Anson's first visit, the Calandia Council prepared a large number of exquisite, historically significant oil paintings and sculptures. Clearly, news of Anson's lavish collection of luxury goods in the eastern part of the Hantu had reached the ears of the Calandia port nobles. The Hantu archbishop, chosen by the Calandia nobles to represent them in welcoming Anson and his entourage, was a rather gentle and easygoing, round-faced, bald elder. After consulting with the junior scribe, he readily agreed to provide the storm master with all the assistance he could. Of course, the condition was that the storm masters must ensure the safety of the great cathedral of the Hantu, preventing the war from affecting this peaceful port city. This was largely expected by Anson, who readily agreed, remarking on how this archbishop and Lord Luther Franz, despite being colleagues, were almost entirely different individuals. After the final handover ceremony of the city keys, the easygoing Archbishop of Hantu warmly announced that Calandia had prepared a grand banquet for everyone, as a sincere expression of gratitude to the brave and kind Clovis. Anson, of course, would not refuse such an invitation. A welcoming ceremony, a golden key, oil paintings and sculptures, plus a banquet. After the Archbishop left, Anson suddenly laughed at Fabian behind him in the empty church. So, the Calandians are just going to use these things to get rid of us. To be precise, they're using these to get rid of you, Fabian said calmly. According to the intelligence I've gathered, Calandia did indeed intend to give you 1/5 of this year's tax revenue, which is 800,000 gold coins, as protection, compensation. Anson nodded slightly, signaling him to continue, but, because of the sudden mutiny of the ocean fleet, Calandia suffered huge losses, especially those families mainly engaged in maritime trade. Fabian glanced at the oil paintings next to the main altar. To make up for these losses, Calandia had to allocate funds to rebuild the fleet. As a result, the cash in the national treasury was suddenly depleted. To put it more bluntly, they are now unwilling to pay this money, and those oil paintings and sculptures are your compensation. Is that so? Anson raised an eyebrow. Then what do you think I should do? I think the 1,800,000 you suggested is a very appropriate number. Fabian suddenly smiled. When dealing with those who don't know what's good for them and try to get away with it, harsh reality is always the best way to teach them a lesson. Chapter 290 Bargaining. Under the bright moon and as the city lights began to twinkle, a grand banquet was held at the Lighthouse Palace, the second largest building in Calandia Port, the first being the Cathedral of the Vastlands. As the grand triumphant ceremony finally drew to a close, seamlessly connecting the hustle and bustle of the night with the vibrancy of the day. To appease Anson and his store masters and make them forget about the 800,000 indemnity, the Calandia Council spared no effort in creating a dazzling spectacle for this banquet. The main hall of the Lighthouse Palace, the venue for the banquet, was originally just an old stone castle building, preserved and used as the Calandia Council's office due to its historical significance and sheer size. Now, it had been completely repainted, with luxurious red carpets laid on the smooth blue stone floors, colorful curtains adorning the once somewhat plain walls, and exquisite crystal chandeliers in the imperial style hanging from the ceiling. The corners around the hall were filled with sculptures and oil paintings from various eras, and even the tables, chairs, and tableware were either antiques or exorbitantly priced luxury items. In short, it was very lavish and extravagant, very impressive, and clearly the kind of grand, tasteless, and art-illiterate nouveau riche would love, or rather, a fantasy of an exotic high society banquet. Leon had some reservations about the arrangements made for Calandia. In his memory, the banquets at the Lighthouse Palace were quiet salon gatherings where people would savor fresh seafood and fine country wines in slightly dim lighting and chat about anything and everything. The bright purple and red colors before him seemed to him like a deliberate attempt to fool them. But it suited the stormtrooper officers' tastes perfectly. After all, most of these people were either recent graduates or low-ranking officers like Carl Bain, and professional scapegoats, who hadn't attended many truly high-end banquets. The grand feast in Goldstone City, in their eyes, was less impressive than this one. Under the multicolored lights, countless dishes and wines, too numerous to name, were laid out on brightly colored tables. Each item looked incredibly tempting and perfectly suited to the Clovis palate, mostly meat and pickled dishes, and whether sweet, salty, sour, or spicy, the flavors were all very strong. Graceful waitresses, moving like butterflies to the rhythm of the music playing in the hall, served each guest with elegant movements and gentle words, leaving the stormtrooper officers, encountering this kind of atmosphere for the first time, either frozen like statues, babbling excitedly, or blushing and speechless. As the most distinguished guest of the entire event, Anson was not only seated in the main seat, originally reserved for the host, but also basked in the flattery and praise of the surrounding Calindian nobles. They described him and the Storm Master as divine beings, omnipotent, causing Carl Bane, sitting next to him, to roll his eyes repeatedly and down bottle after bottle of wine in silence. What a bunch of fools who were practically being drained dry, yet still thanking the villains, Carl couldn't help but think, watching the Calindian nobles still gushing and grinning obsequiously. Amidst enthusiastic applause, Anson, dressed in a colonel's uniform with a single shoulder cape, walked to the stage and began his speech for the evening. Meanwhile, in a secret room on the top floor of the Lighthouse Palace, a temporary negotiation was taking place simultaneously with a banquet. Your Excellency Fabian, this isn't what we agreed on before, is it? The Calindia representative, examining the agreement in his hand, exchanged a glance with his companion and said with a somewhat unpleasant expression, is there some misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? No misunderstanding. Fabian shook his head with a forced smile, gesturing to the junior clerk beside him. This agreement was carefully calculated and thoroughly investigated by His Excellency Endowed, the clerk of Vice Commander Anson Bach, and it will absolutely not exceed the current limits that Calindia Port can withstand. The limits. The Calindia representative's brow twitched, barely suppressing his displeasure. But you clearly promised us that you would persuade Vice Commander Anson Bach to accept the fact that Calindia Port has already suffered huge losses, and reduce the compensation to around 400,000. Here are the records and your signature as proof. Are you going back on your word? Of course not. Fabian's eyes suddenly widened. As someone who experienced it firsthand, I fully understand your difficulties. Indeed, given the current conditions of Calindia Port, coming up with such a large sum of reparations is extremely difficult. I have indeed conveyed this objective fact to His Excellency the Vice Commander with the utmost sincerity and honesty, but, Fabian interrupted him righteously, but unfortunately, I failed. Huh? The Calindia representative was stunned, his eyes widening even more than Fabian's. What do you mean by failed? It means I couldn't persuade Vice Commander Anson Bach. Fabian spread his hands. I tried, but unfortunately, His Excellency the Vice Commander did not adopt my suggestion. It's that simple. The Calindia representative was astonished, almost unable to control his urge to curse. More importantly, before the Calindia representative, whose face was extremely pale, could even begin to question him, Fabian's expression suddenly darkened, and a hint of anger flashed in his narrowed eyes. The real culprit who prevented me from persuading the deputy commander, leading you all to believe that I broke my promise, is none other than Calindia, that is, you yourselves. The Calindia representative was even more surprised. It was precisely because you told me that Calindia's finances were currently stretched thin and that we simply couldn't afford the reparations that I agreed to persuade the vice commander to reduce the amount, Fabian said, seemingly suppressing his anger. But in fact, it seems you haven't been completely honest with me. How is that possible? The Calindia representative was also enraged. The Great Calindia Council would never deceive its allies or act in bad faith. Lord Fabian, I demand that you immediately retract this baseless accusation without any evidence. Faced with his rebuttal, Fabian, with a cold smile, said nothing, silently sat down, and gestured to Endowed beside him. Please don't jump to conclusions so quickly about whether Major Fabian's remarks fall under the category of unfounded accusations. Noticing the other's gaze, the junior clerk immediately spoke, smiling as he pulled a thick stack of parchment scrolls from his black briefcase. In fact, just this afternoon, I obtained a list of expenditures for the Calindia Council from the Cathedral of the Vastlands, which clearly records the detailed income and expenditure of your treasury accounts for the past 2 months. The Calindia representative, who had just been furious, immediately narrowed his eyes. For example, regarding the compensation for losses caused by the fleet's mutiny, on June 18, the 2 shipyards in Calindia Port received new orders, and you mentioned a number of 80 large galleys. The junior clerk, holding up a parchment scroll, raised his gaze, but the orders and prepayment notes received by the shipyards only indicate 8 ships. The Calindia representative opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Furthermore, the junior clerk continued, the total expenditure for tonight's triumphant ceremony and banquet is recorded in your national treasury as 28,000 gold coins. However, after checking the expenditure methods and current price levels in Calindia port, even by the most exaggerated standards, it's only about 1/3 of that figure. In addition, you mentioned the reconstruction costs and compensation for Green Valley, totaling 100,000 gold coins, but according to what I learned from the stormtroopers, while the town's damage was indeed severe, the more serious issue is the loss of life, according to several Calindia soldiers who returned with the stormtroopers and the residents of Green Valley. They received no compensation or notices, excluding the 30,000 gold coins for town reconstruction. Where did your remaining 70,000 gold coins go? There's also the matter of rebuilding the Calindia Legion after the war, which is a significant part of your national treasury's expenditure. However, to my knowledge, the funds have already been allocated, but I haven't heard of any prominent arms dealers contacting you. If needed, there happens to be a representative of Clovis's arms dealers in White Tower City, Toon, who can come at any time, and, in the small meeting room, the smiling clerk read fluently from the thick stack of parchment to the person opposite him. With each line read, the Calindia representative, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, broke out in a cold sweat. His hands and feet grew increasingly cold, his mind went completely blank, and the color drained from his face at a visible speed. 20 minutes later, when Alan Dawn placed the last parchment in front of him, the trembling Calindia representative was completely pale, his eyes were vacant, and he was shaking uncontrollably as if possessed. That's about it for now. Since we only arrived today, the preparations were rather rushed, so please forgive us, the junior clerk said with a hint of apology. But even with your current financial situation, paying the 800,000 indemnity is more than enough. There's absolutely no financial strain on your part. Furthermore, just in case, I've also factored in the losses from the ocean-going fleet's mutiny. It was indeed a heavy blow to Calindia port, but it hasn't crippled it yet. After all, although you've lost a large fleet, you're temporarily free from the burden of maintaining and sustaining it. The real decline in revenue won't be noticeable until next year at the earliest, and if nothing unexpected happens this year, tax revenue might even increase. The Calindia representative remained silent. These documents, from which family did you obtain them? Family? What does this have to do with the Calindia family? The junior clerk blinked, looking very confused. Treasury expenditure accounts, market price levels, and factory orders, all of this is public information. As long as you look carefully, it's not difficult to gather a general overview in a short time. After all, it's not some secret that can't be told. The Calindia representative fell even more silent. He choked, looking at the small, still somewhat childlike-faced boy before him with a hint of fear in his eyes. Lord Alan Dawn, who exactly are you? I'm not some who, Your Excellency. The boy smiled slightly, his cheeks flushing slightly with embarrassment. Just a lowly, insignificant scribe. Seeing the Calindian representative utterly devastated, Fabian coughed lightly and continued, therefore, taking into full account that Calindia has not suffered a large expenditure of its treasury this year due to war and fleet mutiny, Vice Commander Anson Bach rejected the request for a reduction in reparations. Furthermore, to ensure that Calindia will not be threatened by the two major powers of Aden and Mist, and to enhance the Storm Division's level of protection for your country, we have decided to increase the reparations from 800,000 to 1.8 million to meet this requirement. Therefore, from ancient times to the present, peace has always been a luxury, because it not only means the absence of war, but also represents prosperous trade, stable life, equal exchange, and the right of everyone to safely enjoy a happy life. And as I said, to win this right requires a huge price, the joint efforts, sacrifices, and struggles of everyone. It requires people to put aside hatred and differences, to stop fighting individually, and to unite closely under one goal, one voice, to exchange for that hard-won, precious peace for ourselves and our descendants. In the banquet hall, Anson, standing on the podium, gestured wildly, speaking eloquently to everyone present. His words flowing from his lips with infectious energy, a torrent of eloquent rhetoric. Just then, a smiling junior clerk suddenly entered the banquet hall, weaving through the crowd that couldn't stop him, and handed him a parchment scroll. The moment his gaze fell upon the parchment, Anson's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He then gripped the agreement tightly in his hand, raising it high above his head. And now, please allow me to announce some momentous good news. After brief negotiations, we, the Stormcasters, have reached a cooperative agreement with the Republic of Kalindia. The noble Kalindians will fight alongside us, with the Toon people, and with all those dedicated to peace in the Han lands, for this great cause. Long live! Excited cheers instantly transformed the hall into a sea of joy, accompanied by thunderous applause. The Kalindian nobles, oblivious to the fact that they had been thoroughly exploited, danced with glee, shouting slogans of friendship and peace. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 War is the primary productive force. June of the 100th year of the Saints' calendar was a dark month for the Kalindians. In less than 30 days, they experienced the collapse of the Seven Cities Alliance, the disintegration of the Order of the Han lands, the great defeat of the Iser Elves, the mutiny of the Ocean Fleet, the invasion of Clovis, and the rebellion of Aden. The once incredibly prosperous Kalindia now had its shipping routes severed, and its land trade reduced to half. A third of its territory had been ravaged by its former allies, leaving only scorched earth, and 2/3 of its territory was now occupied by the Toon-Clovis alliance. Even their pride, the great port of Kalindia, the premier city in all of the Han lands, had become a barracks for the Storm Legion. To ensure the prosperity and stability of Kalindia port, in reality, to completely control the city and facilitate their exploitation, Anson Bach adopted Major Fabian's suggestion to split the Storm Legion into two parts, dividing and controlling Kalindia port. This is essentially the old Royal Guard model, with a core main force stationed at the Lighthouse Palace to intimidate the Kalindia Council. The remaining troops, organized into companies, established outposts along the city's main thoroughfares and in various neighborhoods to monitor the entire city. Simultaneously, the Storm Division recruited 3,000 men from the city's taverns and slums as the Kalindia Regiment, providing them with only the most basic weapons and minimal ammunition, sending them to patrol the streets under the banner of Clovis. The advantage of this approach was that the Storm Division could control a large city with tens of thousands of inhabitants at minimal cost and manpower, and with the Kalindia Regiment in the middle, the Storm Division avoided direct conflict with the city's citizens, and could mediate and resolve problems if necessary. The disadvantage, like the old Royal Guard, was that this control was highly unstable, only a temporary emergency measure. Once the Storm Division left, the city would immediately fall out of control, but it certainly suited Anson's current needs. Even if such methods were truly rudimentary, that only applied to the Clovis, or rather, to officers from Clovis City. For the Hantu, whose military tactics were extremely backward, the simple and brutal guards mode was already a highly sophisticated tactic. Their military level remained at a feudal stage, and they simply couldn't understand how the Clovis could so easily dismantle and reassemble their army, yet still maintain discipline and obedience. But whatever the reason, after witnessing the Storm Division complete control of Kalindia port in just 3 days, the Kalindia nobles finally reluctantly bowed their heads and admitted defeat. Of course, demanding 1.8 million gold coins from Kalindia immediately was neither realistic nor possible, but 800,000 gold coins was no problem. With a light stroke of the clerk's quill in the ledger, Kalindia's treasury was left with only a weeping rat. As for how to deal with the remaining million, the insignificant Alan Dawn offered the Kalindia Council a seemingly excellent solution, issuing IOUs. It wasn't that the Kalindians gave the Stormmasters IOUs, quite the opposite. The Stormmasters wrote down the IOUs, then handed them to the Archbishop of the Great Cathedral of the Vast Lands, who then demanded payment from the Kalindian Council, until a total of 1 million gold coins was collected. Of course, 1 million gold coins was no small sum, even for the church, and they couldn't guarantee a loan for Kalindia without a reason. Even if the relationship between the two sides was very good, collateral was absolutely necessary. Therefore, the very agreeable Archbishop of the Vast Lands proposed a particularly generous suggestion: the Lighthouse Palace and the port of Kalindia. If the Kalindian Council couldn't repay the 1 million gold coins on time, then half of the annual revenue of the port of Kalindia would be used as collateral. If the port's annual revenue couldn't cover the shortfall, then the church would unconditionally acquire temporary ownership of the Lighthouse Palace, and every family with an official position or seat within the Calendian Council would have to pay the cathedral a sum of money, according to their status and rank, as rent for the lighthouse palace. This was to ensure that the Calendian Council, extremely adept at corruption and squandering, would never default on its debts. Finally, the treaty included a supplementary clause: if the Calendia Council failed to pay the 1 million indemnities within 10 years, the Cathedral of the Vast Earth would directly own half of the lighthouse palace in Calendia Port until the council redeemed it. In this way, the stormtroopers essentially received a 1 million indemnities from the church, allowing them to legitimately plunder all the resources within Calendia Port. The church, on the other hand, didn't suffer any loss. All of the stormtroopers' finances were managed through the Cathedral of the Vast Earth's accounts. Essentially, they received money from the stormtroopers on one hand and lent it to Anson Bach on the other, resulting in no loss, especially with the Calendia treasury ultimately providing a safety net. Therefore, everyone was very satisfied with the outcome. It was a win-win situation. There was a minor snapshot in the middle: the question of whether the Calendia reparations should be distributed according to spoils of war or according to custom. If the rules for spoils of war are followed, the Storm Division can keep the money entirely, while distributing it fairly according to previous experience. However, if it's done according to convention, the Storm Division has no right to withhold reparations paid by enemy nations. These must be handed over to the army. In previous instances, because the amounts weren't too high and there was little cash but rather supplies, the embezzlement was tolerated. But now the Calendia has actually produced 800,000 in cash. Even if it's concealed, Ludwig won't be able to protect his position as a mere army colonel. However, the Storm Division is generally dissatisfied with this outcome. If it's reported to the army and the Privy Council, setting aside the 1 million IOU, according to regulations, the Storm Division can only receive a maximum of a quarter of the 800,000 in reparations, which is only 200,000. Of course, 200,000 is indeed a lot, but for a group of men whose appetites have been spoiled by the harsh environment of the land, having a mere 200,000 divided equally among the 5,000-strong Storm Division is utterly unacceptable to them, who have fought tooth and nail in Green Valley. After all, their purpose in joining the Southern Legion was to make money. The reason they were willing to join the Storm Division, a fringe division destined for failure, was because Anson had promised that it would be more lucrative than the main force of the Southern Legion. This matter even affected the morale of the troops. The problems caused by Anson's previous equal distribution of spoil system were finally exposed at this moment. Soldiers who originally had little to do with this money began to voice their dissatisfaction with the army because it was closely related to their own interests. So Anson, who had just been happy for a few days, once again encountered the same dilemma as before. So what do we do about this? Anson, with his arms crossed his chair legs and looked at Carl and the others with a frustrated expression. The chief of staff, holding a glass of rum, and the grenadier regimental commander, drinking sugared coffee, exchanged glances, speechless. In the corner of the room, the junior clerk obediently lowered his head to process documents and account lists, as quiet as a delicate sculpture except for the scratching sound of the pen. The three stared at each other in silence for a full 5 minutes. Finally, Fabian broke the silence, not because he was particularly loyal, but because he was choking on his coffee and being stared at by two people at the same time, so he had no choice but to speak. I think, cough cough cough, Fabian cleared his throat, carefully placing the steaming coffee on the table, then looked at Anson. We can't confront the army and the Privy Council, or at least not openly. Doing so would be too risky for you and for all the officers of the Storm Division. A slight misstep could land us on the blacklist. Demotion and exile would be the least of our worries. We might even be thrown into some godforsaken place, where we'd not only lose our lives but also have to take the blame for the mistakes of some bigwigs. Anson glanced at Carl beside him. For example, throwing you or one of us into some doomed position or city, Fabian thought for a moment, or exiling us to the Eastern Front, or to guard the mines in the frozen northern colonies. As long as you don't wear a general's badge on your chest, any of these are possible. Even as a general, the Privy Council could confine you to some fortress or countryside where there's never a war, letting you slowly decay, be forgotten, until you go to your grave. So we must never confront the army or the Privy Council head-on, my lord. No one here wants to go against the Privy Council. Carl rolled his eyes. The problem is, if we report it truthfully, those idiots blinded by 800,000 gold coins will definitely cause trouble. They don't care if they were exiled to the colonies. They just think the gold is already in their pockets. No, I don't think it's because they're stupid, Fabian disagreed. I think it's simply because they've been too idle lately. After winning the Battle of Green Valley, the Storm Division has temporarily lost its operational objective, which is why they were having so many wild thoughts. So you mean, either find something else to distract them as soon as possible, or reorganize the army and prepare for the next military operation, Fabian said in a deep voice. It won't be long before news of the Duchy of Aiden's defeat reaches the Grand Duchy of Mist. If they surrender out of fear like Calindia, although I think that's unlikely, then we will lose another good opportunity to plunder the spoils of war. Karl understood Fabian's suggestion. That's how armies are. They only maintain discipline and organization when they have something to do, otherwise they'll start daydreaming. But that didn't mean he agreed. That won't do. Forget Calindia. We haven't even fully utilized the resources of the Eastern Hantu yet. Besides, we know practically nothing about the Grand Duchy of Mr. Rushing in is no different from suicide. I'm just offering a suggestion, and it doesn't necessarily have to be an attack on Mr. As long as we can divert those idiots' attention from the gold elsewhere, that will suffice. Fabian shrugged, glancing thoughtfully at Anson. There could be other ways. For example, Karl raised an eyebrow. For example, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on the former Imperial Guard officer's face. The deputy commander was suddenly assassinated. The room fell silent. What's wrong? Fabian paused, looking at the two who had suddenly fallen silent, their expressions somewhat complicated. Did I say something wrong? No, it's a good suggestion. Anson forced a smile. It's just that I don't want to be assassinated again anytime soon. Fabian's expression became even more confused. Anson didn't look at the two anymore, turning his gaze to the junior clerk in the corner. Alan, what do you think? I didn't think anything, Lord Anson Bach. The boy smiled and raised his head, his tone sounding quite proud. I am your humble clerk. My only thought is to fulfill your wishes. He almost forgot that this was a ruthless work machine. Anson's cheek twitched slightly. But if it's about money, your humble clerk does have a small suggestion that might give you some inspiration. Alan Dawn continued with a smile, changing the subject. We can confront the army and the Privy Council head-on, but on the other hand, it won't be easy for them to get their hands on this money. Fabian's eyes lit up at this, as if he had guessed something. Could you explain in more detail? 800,000 church gold coins, if converted to banknotes, would fill a wall. If converted to cash, it would be 400,000 kilograms, or 400 tons. Of course, according to the standard gold content of church gold coins, that's only about 4 tons of pure gold. But it's still an extremely terrifying number, the junior clerk explained. Such a large sum of money, unless there is absolute cooperation from the Church of Order, is absolutely impossible for the Privy Council to transport from the port of Carindia to the treasury in Clovis City. This involves many steps, so if you really need it, I can try to delay each step as much as possible, so that the money can be transferred as late as possible. The junior clerk smiled. Later, Karl paused, not quite understanding. What good is that? On the contrary, it's very useful. Fabian smiled knowingly. As long as we delay long enough, we just need to ensure that we eventually get 800,000 gold coins to the Privy Council. Whether it's the same 800,000 or not is irrelevant. Exactly, the junior clerk nodded slightly. And at the same time, we can do many things with this money. Even if we can only temporarily possess such a large sum, there are many ways to profit from it. Completely baffled, Karl could only shake his head and turn to Anson. What do you plan to do? Go find Leon Francois and have him go to Goldstone City immediately. Anson thought for a moment and then said, in early July, join forces with Aiden and Toon to attack the Grand Duchy of Mist, to raise 800,000 gold coins. They needed a new enemy and a new direction of attack. Indeed, for him, war was the primary productive force. Is chapter 292 really coming to an end? One war isn't even over, and they're already starting the next one without stopping? Karl Bain felt his temples throbbing, as if a vein in his head was throbbing, making him tremble uncontrollably. He had to desperately restrain himself from grabbing Anson by the collar and spitting at him. Although he truly understood Anson's predicament. For Anson Bach, or more accurately, for the more than 5,000 men of the Storm Division, there was no right to stop and enjoy the victory. This was an army built on the goal of making money, centered around investors, and composed mainly of low-level vagrants and a bunch of officers destined for little future. Without war, there were no profits, and infighting was inevitable as they fought over the spoils they had already acquired. The current situation was actually relatively united. The more serious conflicts had already been sown before the fall of Eaglehorn. Many officers were very unhappy about Anson Bach's decision to give the lowest-ranking conscripts the right to distribute the spoils. It was only because he had two wealthy investors behind him, Sophia Franz and Talia Rune, along with the victory at Eaglehorn and the smooth sailing in the wars since entering the Han lands, along with the abundant spoils, that he managed to suppress these voices. But it was only suppression. Once the war faltered, or Anson made a serious miscalculation, or he couldn't continue to increase everyone's income, the conflicts would inevitably erupt. From this perspective, Anson was less a commander and more like a professional manager, or even a contractor. Above him were the major shareholders and investors, below him were the minor shareholders, management, and employees. When he led everyone to generate revenue, they were naturally united, but once revenue declined, the conflicts at each level would immediately erupt. Therefore, as long as there was still a road ahead, no matter how dangerous, Anson Bach could not stop. Because stopping would result in the sudden explosion of countless accumulated conflicts, leaving everyone without a trace. Karl even suspected that this was a prearranged plan by Anson, deliberately using the 800,000 gold points to sow discord within the Storm Division against the army and the Privy Council, thereby reducing internal conflicts and preparing for the next step of conquering the Grand Duchy of Mr. Well, given this guy's loyalty and sense of honor towards the kingdom, he should be capable of doing something like this. If the cost of loyalty to the kingdom outweighs the benefits, even if he decides to betray the country and establish his own state, Karl Bain probably wouldn't be surprised, although he might think the guy had gone mad then. But what could he do? He had a madman as his superior. With his self-destructive feeling, the resigned chief of staff found Leon Francois and relayed Anson's plan, excluding the 800,000 gold coins, of course, and expressed his hope that he could write a letter first and then personally go to Goldstone City just in case. The excited young Leon was completely oblivious to the problem, instead deeply moved, for the great cause of unifying the Han land. His cousin, Clovis, was so diligent and conscientious, always thinking of the Han land and the Francois family, never giving himself a moment's rest. What kind of spirit was this? What kind of spirit was this? Leon, tears streaming down his face, immediately patted his chest and promised to persuade his father, Claude Francois, to immediately send troops to cooperate with Duke Aidan in the west and the Storm Division in the south, to encircle the Grand Duchy of Mist from three sides and carry the unification of the Han land to the end. He had barely finished speaking when he pushed open the door and left, completely unaware of the pitying look that Karl Bain cast at him from behind. Meanwhile, in Goldstone City, Grand Duke Toon sat before a map of the Han land, listening to his confidant Enner's report on the recent results of the army's reorganization. After the Battle of Eaglehorn, Claude Francois, who had been wavering, finally made up his mind and sided entirely with the kingdom of Clovis. He sent envoys to Clovis and, through Anson Bach's connections, finalized a series of orders with the Rune family's august armory. The armory representative, Mr. Eric, was unlike any of the officials the Grand Duke had previously encountered. He lacked the arrogance of the imperial people and was not as greedy as many Clovis. His submissive demeanor and petty noble manner left a very good impression on Claude Francois. Not only was the delivery swift and the price reasonable, but the service was also excellent. Each box of rifles, 4 rifles, came with 8 bayonets, a holster, a sideboard, a shoulder strap, and 2 boxes of propellant and lead bullets. The artillery included a trailer and an ammunition wagon loaded with propellant, grenades, solid shot, and shotgun shells. To help the Toon army quickly familiarize themselves with these weapons, Eric also hired a group of security guards from the Clovis Security Company at a high price to serve as weapons instructors. These men were now retired professional soldiers, many of whom had even served in elite units. Their skill level might not be exceptional, but their experience in operating various weapons was certainly extensive. It could be said that a significant portion of the military agreements between Anson and the Grand Duke of Toon were executed by Eric. Such thoughtful and perfect service naturally pleased Claude Francois greatly. He understood the principle that money comes from money. The other party was willing to pay these fees because their profits were sufficient, but as long as the price was right, he didn't mind taking a larger cut for services. Of course, if he had actually seen Eric's bills and various income and expenditure statements, he would probably have cursed the Clovis people as truly unscrupulous merchants. With a stable and sufficient supply of weapons and ammunition, Claude Francois finally began to massively expand and train the army. The Toon army grew from less than 20,000 at the end of April to over 60,000, not counting the regional garrisons. Unlike the poorly equipped Aden Legion, which focused solely on roaming and expanding its numbers, the 60,000-strong Toon army was truly armed to the teeth. Ordinary line infantry were equipped with light and muzzle-loading rifles, while grenadiers and elites were directly equipped with Augusta breech-loading rifles. Weapons originally intended for Whitehall and Clovis were already being widely deployed within the Toon Legion before even reaching the patrolmen. Regarding artillery, Clovis's cannon casting technology was somewhat inferior to the Empire's, mainly due to accumulated experience and the quality of iron ore, but fortunately, the supply was stable. Especially the 6-pound and 12-pound field cannons, the flagship products of Clovis's arsenal, ensuring a ratio of 1 cannon for every 1,000 men in the Toon Legion. Maintaining such a massive army was a considerable burden even for the wealthy Grand Duchy of Toon, but Claude François didn't care, and even then, he still felt it was far from enough. According to his calculations, to unify and truly control the entire Hantu, at least 100,000 troops were needed to maintain the François family's rule and silence any dissent. Having learned of Clovis's basic strategy for Hantu through his son Leon, whom he had placed beside Anson Bach, Claude François, an ambitious ruler, shrewdly realized he could remain in the background, letting Anson and the Stormbreakers wreak havoc on Hantu. Once they had exhausted their forces and the Hantu kingdoms had suffered heavy casualties, he, with his superior military strength, could calmly launch an attack, eliminate the last remaining rivals, and then rightfully seize control of Hantu. In his view, no more than 1.5 rulers in the entire Hantu were qualified. Aden was one, Mist was half, and the rest were insignificant scoundrels who could be torn to pieces by the Stormbreakers or forced to surrender. Up until the regal family of the Principality of Pai was wiped out, things were progressing largely as he had predicted. Faced with Clovis's military might, the armies of these small kingdoms in the Han lands were destined for utter defeat, with no choice but to surrender. And then, Calindia surrendered. These bastards actually surrendered. They surrendered without firing a single shot. Clearly, Anson Bach, seeing such easy prey delivered to his doorstep, would not be polite at all. This capable nephew, without even a word to him, immediately agreed to let those bastards march on Calindia port. And then there's Léon François. To be honest, Claude François is now even somewhat regretting placing his only heir by Anson's side. Every time he mentions Anson Bach, his expression and words don't sound like he's describing an ally or distant relative, it's more like. Then there's the Duchy of Aden during the Battle of Green Valley. When he received news that Duke Victor Emmanuel of Aden was colluding with the Elves of Isar, Grand Duke Toon remained remarkably calm, because he was very familiar with this old adversary, so he wasn't as surprised as Anson. What truly surprised him was the Storm Legion's combat strength. Because he hadn't personally participated in the Battle of Eaglehorn, his assessment of the Clovis army's true strength was based on Léon François's letters. Although these have become increasingly unreliable lately, his evaluation of the Storm Legion's combat strength was only slightly stronger than Isar and Toon. But to defeat the Aden Legion, which had an overwhelming numerical advantage, in just one night, even with an element of gambling and adventure, the Storm Legion's strength probably exceeded his initial expectations. And now, looking at the letter from Anson Bach in his hand, Claude François suddenly sighed, causing Enners, who was still talking non-stop, to stop and look at him cautiously. No, I didn't sigh. Grand Duke Toon wanted to explain something, but quickly gave up on such a pointless act, changing the subject. Where is he now? He just left the border of Calindia and should still be within the Duchy of Paya. Enners answered truthfully, at the earliest. Young Master Leon will arrive in Goldstone City in 3 days. 3 days, that means in 3 days, we will have to mobilize the Legion and prepare to invade the Duchy of Mist. Claude François frowned slightly. Is that enough time? This, of course it's enough time. Enners raised his head, his gaze towards Grand Duke Toon somewhat complicated, but right now, Toon is not actually prepared for a large-scale war. Are you really planning to just agree to Anson Bach's request so directly? He originally wanted to say quickly but realized that the word might have a negative connotation, so he immediately changed his wording. No one can be 100% prepared when facing war, especially since we are already quite well prepared. Claude François shook his head, then sneered, and if you think this is really Anson Bach's request, you are sorely mistaken. He wrote a letter, and then specifically sent my son to persuade me. This isn't a request, it's a very clear statement. Toon people, I have fulfilled all my promises, now it's your turn. Enners suddenly understood. There's nothing to say about this, of course. We should take advantage of insignificant matters, but when it's time to fulfill an agreement, we must fulfill it. We can't let the other side pin the blame for breaking the alliance on us. Claude François shook his head. The only question is, why are the Clovis, or rather Anson Bach, in such a hurry? This was the only thing the Grand Duke of Thun didn't understand. There were clearly so many small countries for the Storm Division to invade, sweep, and plunder. Why were they so quick to target the Grand Duchy of Mist? Or rather, why was he in such a hurry to end this war in the vast lands? What hidden reasons were there that he didn't know about? Could it be because of the Empire? Enners tentatively asked. The Clovis want to end the war in the vast lands as soon as possible because they don't want interference from the Empire, just as they use the vast lands as a breakthrough point for the Empire. Perhaps the Empire will also try to influence the situation in the vast lands, and then surround the Clovis kingdom from the south. That's possible. Grand Duke Thun nodded slightly, a hint of unease hidden in his flickering eyes. I heard that Duke Aiden suffered heavy losses in the battle against the Storm Masters in Green Valley, and coupled with his gamble on invading Calindia, only to return empty-handed, it's indeed possible that he might side with the Empire to recover his strength. If the Empire controls the western gateway of the Duchy of Aden, it might indeed try to intervene. After all, even if it can't win in a short time, the Empire's strength is still much greater than that of the Clovis kingdom. Thinking about it this way, Anson Bach's eagerness to end this war in the vast lands and quickly stabilize the situation became clear. But Grand Duke Thun still harbored a certain worry, a worry that even he himself found laughable. Was the Elven kingdom of Isar truly over? Where had the vanished royal guard gone? Were the 13 councils and the elven nobles truly prepared to watch the ancient royal court become spoils of war for the Clovis? Would the elven king of Isar truly kneel and beg for mercy from the Clovis kingdom? Or perhaps... Chapter 293 Mr. Strategy. Meanwhile, in the western part of the Han lands, at the border between the Duchy of Aden and Calindia, the wheat fields swayed in the breeze, and the cawing of crows circled repeatedly in the air. Captives, their expressions either numb or resentful, were led to the edge of the battlefield, kneeling before the expressionless warhorse of the Duke of Aden. With a flash of gunfire and billowing smoke, hundreds of prisoners were struck through the back of their necks by lead bullets, falling silently and orderly into pools of dark red blood. A bloody but brief rebellion had ended just minutes before. As the gatekeepers of the western gate of the Han lands, the proud Aden people possessed characteristics of both the Han lands and the Empire, exhibiting both the Han lands' simplicity and the Empire's chivalrous spirit. For their rulers, the Emmanuel family, this characteristic was a double-edged sword. The advantage was that the Aden people, born from the fusion of two cultures, had a strong sense of honor and unwavering loyalty to their lord. The downside is that this intense sense of honor often makes them extremely impulsive, prone to disobeying orders for military glory without supervision, a fatal flaw, and also makes them loyal only to the strong. If the Emmanuel family, the rulers of Aden, shows even the slightest weakness, they will betray them without hesitation until the rebellion is quelled. Therefore, for each Aden duke, his personal character is unimportant. What matters is that he must be a cruel and ruthless tyrant towards his people and vassals. He must conquer and plunder without restraint externally, and suppress all dissenting voices internally, to ensure the Aden people's unwavering loyalty. This time was no different. The disastrous defeat at Green Valley, coupled with the Duke's conquest of Calindia yielding no benefits but instead inflicting enormous losses on Aden, led to a sudden and unexpected rebellion after the army retreated into the Duchy of Aden. Like countless rebellions Victor Emmanuel had previously witnessed, the rebels who had decided to rebel had no plan whatsoever. It was a completely spontaneous whim, lacking even a unified strategy. Their sole objective was to kill the weak and incompetent Duke. So, barely having raised the banner of rebellion, before they could even grasp the situation, Victor Emmanuel calmly surrounded and annihilated them in less than 2 hours, completely suppressing the rebellion. Gazing at the soldiers cheering and jumping for joy amidst the carnage, and a few glaring at him with gritted teeth, the cold-faced Duke Aden remained silent, mentally planning the next opportunity and timing for suppressing the rebellion. The blow from the failed invasion of Calindia was far more severe than simply killing a small group of discontented soldiers could heal. Just then, a messenger suddenly approached and handed him a letter. Opening the letter, the young Duke's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible surprise. Before he coldly ordered the messenger, "Assemble the army," The messenger looked somewhat surprised. In his memory, the Duke had never stopped soldiers from celebrating after a battle. Now, immediately, Duke Aiden emphasized, the Clovis are preparing to attack Mr. According to the alliance, we must deliver at least an 8,000-strong auxiliary army to Anson Bach in 3 days. You really intend to honor that agreement? The messenger's expression grew even more surprised, a complex mix of emotions. But they are all Aiden's enemies. Wouldn't it be better to let them fight the misters first? Yes, they are all Aiden's enemies, but Aiden cannot fight so many enemies at once. Duke Aiden shook his head. We failed in Calindia, but that doesn't mean attacking Calindia was a mistake. Aiden is too poor, its population too small, and its land too fertile, so we must expand. We must gain a foothold, a larger base, so that we can establish ourselves in the future of the Han lands, so we must join forces with the enemy. The messenger's eyes showed some reluctance. Even if he is our mortal enemy, someone who once threatened your life, we must join forces with him, even if he wasn't a threat, but actually shot me dead. Duke Aiden narrowed his eyes slightly, gently pressing the messenger's head. The outcome of this war will very likely determine the future of the Han lands for nearly 50 years. The Clovis sent Anson Bach to set fire to Eaglehorn City, and the Han lands, peaceful for 100 years, can no longer return to the mediocre era of the Seven Cities Alliance. The future Han lands will no longer be able to stand aside, coldly observing the power struggles of the world of order. Even if we just want to survive, we must join them, and right now, the place where you can gain the most advantage and see how the situation unfolds is right beside Anson Bach. Duke Aiden stared into the messenger's eyes. So do you understand why I insisted you go to his side and become Aiden's hostage? I understand. The messenger swallowed hard, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. For Aiden, for Emmanuel, for you. Father, no, for yourself. Duke Aiden suddenly sighed with emotion. I was born in an era of peace and prosperity in the vast lands. I, like you, am uncertain about its future, so don't stay by my side any longer. Go and learn how to become the future Duke Aiden. Leonard Emmanuel, my son. Whether filled with anticipation or harboring ulterior motives, as an excited Leon Francois arrived in Goldstone and the complex heir of Aiden embarked on his journey to Carindia port, massive war machines around the last of the Seven Cities Alliance's lands, the Hantu Kingdom, were already firing their furnaces and turning their gears, the sharp whistles of engines casting a fog of iron and blood over the land. 3 days after the 800,000 gold coin spoils incident, the initially agitated Storm Division officers and soldiers gradually calmed down. Except for a very few diehards with no common sense, most accepted reality. Since the deputy commander refused to step forward, the remaining lower-ranking officers of the Storm Division naturally didn't dare challenge the Army and the Privy Council, especially when the junior clerk sat silently taking meeting minutes in the corner. Even the boldest among them dared not. These scoundrels could still distinguish between inciting their comrades to rebel and being the first to stick their necks out. Furthermore, during his time in Calindia port, almost all the officers, from Carl Bain down to the lowest-ranking company commander of a line infantry unit in the Storm Division, were bribed by the Calindia nobles, who were constantly on edge. Anson, whose own record wasn't exactly clean, naturally wouldn't explicitly stop his subordinates from earning extra money, coupled with the spoils from previous battles. His pockets and accounts weren't empty. He wasn't desperate enough to risk everything for money. Of course, even if he ultimately had to make a painful sacrifice, it didn't mean Anson would willingly hand over such a huge sum to the Privy Council. In a letter to Lady Sophia, he had already given a general account of the whole affair and asked for her assistance. Recovering such a large sum of reparations from Calindia port was impossible without the help of the Church of Order, and as the Archbishop's eldest daughter and assistant, the esteemed Lady Sophia often acted like a naive, immature girl when it came to common sense. But when it comes to gold coins engraved with saints and banknotes exuding a pleasant scent, her abilities, according to the junior scribe, are second only to the Archbishop. Or to put it another way, if Anson is unwilling to accept only a fraction of this enormous sum of 800,000 gold coins, Sophia France is his only hope. Of course, expecting this young lady to do voluntary work for her loyal subordinates is unrealistic. Anson had Carl Bain pack up all the artworks and luxury goods gifted by Calindia and send them to Clovis. Well, Anson and his crew have no artistic talent whatsoever. In his eyes, oil paintings and sculptures are less valuable than a 12-pound shrapnel shell. In Lisa's eyes, they're less valuable than a peach cake. She's recently gotten tired of cherry cake. In Carl Bain's eyes, they're less valuable than a breathable shirt. and in Fabian's eyes, their value lies solely in being an excellent stepping stone. Having settled on how to deal with the 800,000 gold coins, the next step was to consider how to conquer the Grand Duchy of Mist, the last powerful nation in the Han lands. With a population of 4 million and an army of at least 50,000, it controlled most of the plains and most fertile lands of the Han lands, and was also the nation with the largest territory in the entire region. Therefore, although it was the leading power in the Han lands, Mist's strength was a mystery. It was called a Grand Duchy because it was formed by the union of 4 duchies. Thus, the Grand Duke of Mist couldn't manage and control his vassals as effectively as the Grand Duke of Toon, and most of the time they were in a state of local autonomy that could only be left to their own devices. This is why Anson insisted on dealing with Calandia and Aden first, leaving the Grand Duchy of Mist for last. Firstly, regardless of strength, Mist's territory was more than twice the size of Toon's. Conquering it with just the Storm Master's 5,000 plus men was far from enough. At least the power of the Francois family would be needed. Secondly, even if the Grand Duke of Mist wasn't powerful, it didn't mean the Grand Duchy of Mist was weak. This might sound contradictory, but it was common in an era where countries were ruled by feudal princes. In a highly autonomous region, simply defeating its nominal ruler wasn't enough. Anson had to lead his stormtroopers to conquer castle after castle, fortress after fortress, fighting 10,000 counterinsurgency battles a day, spending months suppressing all the resistance forces before he could conquer the entire Mist. Well, probably. That's why Anson's initial plan placed Mist last. First control the eastern part of the Han land, then launch an offensive on the most prosperous southern region, and finally reach a compromise with the westernmost duchy of Aden. Closing the door and trapping Mist, gathering the strength of most of the Han land to swallow it whole. So far, apart from a little minor variable, everything had basically gone as he expected. The Grand Duchy of Mist, in particular, hadn't brought Anson any surprises. Despite being the largest country in the Han land in terms of territory and population, it remained completely indifferent to the changes around it. She neither sent troops to intervene or join Aden's invasion of Calandia, nor warned Toon against his attempts to expand his power and influence, nor did she make any contact with herself, the Krovi invader, acting more like an outsider than an outsider herself. According to the intelligence gathered by Fabian and the junior scribe, plus the information Leon occasionally gleaned from his father's letters, the only thing the Grand Duchy of Mist had been doing during this period was, well, internal strife. The fall of Eaglehorn and the collapse of the Seven Cities Alliance became a golden opportunity for the Mr. nobles to rebel and seize power without worrying about the Grand Duke's access to allies. Thus, from April to June, the balance was completely broken because the Grand Duke himself was unable to suppress the rebellious nobles. The Misters, who had not suffered any enemy invasions, were plunged into a brutal factional civil war among the nobles. Therefore, for us outsiders, this is the best time to invade Mist. At the military conference, the usually cautious and apprehensive Chief of Staff, Karl Bane, began to unusually enthusiastically advocate for the war. The civil war among the nobles has led to the current division of the Grand Duchy of Mist into 4 factions, roughly the Grand Duke's own forces, then the 2 most powerful former Dukes of Mist, the Earl of Copper Mountain Castle and the Earl of Grey Forest Valley, and the Grand Duke's eldest son and heir, the heir. An officer sitting on the left suddenly exclaimed, "He's already the heir, why would he rebel against his own father?" Because the esteemed Grand Duke of Mist is already 87 years old this year, Fabian, sitting in the front row, said with a forced smile, and then, he had this heir, who was just as long-lived as him. When he was 17, the meeting room was silent at first, then intermittent exclamations and gasps of surprise rang out. "But that doesn't prove that now is the best time to invade Mist," another young officer, a graduate of the military academy, chimed in. "Don't countries in civil war usually become incredibly united when invaded by a foreign enemy?" "Yes, that's usually the case," Anson replied, his tone relaxed. "But this time is different. They won't unite, they'll thank us." He then turned to Karl Bane, who had been interrupted, gesturing for him to continue. The Chief of Staff, his lips twitching, could only explain, "The heir to the Grand Duchy of Mist, Ruko Vasonia, has formally invited our deputy commander, imploring the noble Clovis to fight alongside him. He promised that if we help him defeat his evil father and shameless subjects, and help him ascend to the throne of Grand Duke of Mist, he would agree to any of our conditions." Chapter 294 Cinderella. Although Anson, beaming with excitement, sang his perfect plan to the skies, in Karl Bane's eyes, well, It was nothing special. While the world of order had transitioned from the dark and terrifying Great Schism to the modern society of the Saints' Calendar 100, some rules passed down for millennia remained largely unchanged. Aside from the behemoth that was the empire and the outlier of outliers, the Clovis, yes, even the Clovis themselves thought so, most kingdoms were essentially composed of one large family and a dozen or so related smaller families, bound by blood ties. Each built manors and fortresses on their own territory, cultivated relationships with wealthy merchants, enslaved and exploited the people, forming a small group called a kingdom. These seemingly large groups with millions of inhabitants and thousands of soldiers, in reality, never had more than 100 true rulers and core members. To deal with these kingdoms, as long as you gain an ally at the core and have a particularly suitable pretext, you won't be attacked by the entire kingdom. The lowest ranking people won't react at all, because from the beginning, they have nothing to do with the kingdom, and they have never, and are not entitled to, directly pledge allegiance to its king. Therefore, Anson's plan to win over the heir of the Grand Duchy of Mr. to obtain a legitimate pretext for invading Mr. is really just routine operation. Moreover, usually speaking, the biggest risk of investing in someone who only has a title and can't even come up with a penny of initial capital is not at the beginning, but at the end. How to ensure that the client won't renege, which they usually will, and successfully recover most of the remaining payment is the most difficult part. However, this is also what Karl is least worried about. Based on his understanding of Anson Bach, it's highly questionable whether the Mr. Heir, who may think he has gotten a great deal, will even survive to be officially recognized. Therefore, to ensure the smooth progress of the upcoming invasion of Mist, we must conclude all affairs with the port of Calandia as soon as possible, maintaining the stability of Calandia's society while ensuring the Storm Division's combat effectiveness is not affected, Karl Bain concluded. Several officers in the back rows exchanged glances for a few minutes before one tentatively raised his hand. Then, which infantry regiments should be left behind? Leave none. This time, a full-scale attack, Anson answered, picking up where Karl left off. The security of Calandia port will be entrusted to the newly formed Calandia regiment, leave them a batch of weapons, and also hand over the supply depots built by each infantry regiment within Calandia port. Huh? The people in the meeting room were suddenly stunned. Anson picked up his hot coffee, raised an eyebrow, and looked at his officers. Is there a problem? The officers exchanged bewildered glances. A problem? A huge problem. What was the Calandia regiment? That was a patrol force formed by Fabian, recruiting and training civilians from Calandia port according to the Guardian model, to address the Storm Division's manpower shortage and inability to control the entire city. Since they were civilians, the composition of this army was destined to be anything but good. Any decent person would have a job. Only those who were destined to be idle or had malicious intentions would join a patrol force organized by the Clovis. Drunkards, gamblers, vagrants, beggars, unemployed sailors, criminals. Since this group was formed according to the Guardian model, it meant they inherently possessed all the Guardian's flaws, and even more pronounced ones. Therefore, while this rushed auxiliary army perfectly fulfilled the Storm Division's expectations, it also brought countless troubles: street robbery, framing, public murder, extortion, forced buying and selling. In Fabian's words, rather than considering this group a Calandia version of the Guardian, they were more like the Clovis outer cities gangs, and the most ruthless and terrifying kind at that. Letting this bunch of bastards maintain order in Calandia port, maybe eliminating them would actually be the best way to ensure Calandia port's security? And then Anson Bach asked if he had any questions. No questions. The officers exchanged glances and nodded in unison to the deputy commander. We all think that keeping the Calandia regiment here is the best guarantee for Calandia port's security. That's right. It's easy to create conflict if we stay here with them all the time. It's better to keep some distance. Yes, yes, yes. Calindians should manage Calindians. That's the most stable way. Sigh. So uniform. Anson was slightly surprised. If you have any objections, just raise them. It's okay. No, absolutely not. All the officers shook their heads again in unison, their faces full of obsequious smiles, their confident demeanor making them seem like the deputy commander's die-hard loyalists. And that the entire Storm Division was his personal fiefdom. What a joke. The Storm Division has already plundered the entire port of Calandia, leaving hardly anything to squeeze out. Staying any longer would just mean waiting to join the Calandia regiments and suppressing a civilian riot, wouldn't it? Although the Calandia army is a bunch of rotten fish, They're stationed right in the city center. If a riot breaks out, they won't be able to escape, and even if they do, they'll be held responsible for losing ground and important occupied territory. Therefore, although they know staying in the rear is safer, that's questionable, and the risk of making money is far lower than going to the front lines, none of these pragmatic officers are willing to stay. Similarly, it's precisely because Anson is well aware of the kind of scum his officer corps is that he made a decision to attack with the entire army, leaving no one behind. Very good. Since everyone agrees, let's set a departure time as soon as possible. Anson smiled with satisfaction, turning his gaze to Fabian beside him. We've received news from the Duchy of Aden. The grenadier commander knew exactly what his superior wanted to know. Victor Emmanuel has stated he will keep his promise. The hostages, along with a total of 8,000 auxiliary troops, will arrive at the port of Carinthia by June 28. Meanwhile, Duke Aden will personally lead 15,000 men to the border of the Grand Duchy of Mist by June 30. As for Thun, Grand Duke Claude François has yet to reply, but according to information from Mr. Eric, who is currently stationed in White Tower, the Thun army began mobilization on June 24, advancing towards the border in batches. The total force is estimated at around 40,000, and they will be fully assembled by July 1 at the latest. By early July at the latest, 80,000 troops will attack the Grand Duchy of Mist in 3 columns. In other words, Fabian suddenly pulled out his pocket watch, a faint, cold smile on his face, and pressed open the silver-plated cover. From this moment on, the Vicinia family, which has ruled Mist for hundreds of years, has entered its countdown to destruction. The officers froze, while Karl rolled his eyes helplessly. Anson, smiling, shrugged, offering no correction to the former Imperial Guard officer's slip of the tongue. The day after the meeting, the military secret that the Storm Division was about to depart spread throughout the port of Carinthia, becoming common knowledge. Carinthia nobles and wealthy merchants, secretly overjoyed, came forward, weeping and pleading with the benevolent deputy commander to stay. Anson Bach, however, firmly stated that for the sake of peace and unification in the Han land, and for the eternal friendship between Clovis and Carinthia, and indeed all the people of the Han land, while he truly wanted to stay, this was the truth, it was indeed time for him to depart. The Ring of Order is calling to me, bestowing upon me the destiny to unite the people of the vast lands as one. As long as the road continues to extend before me, I, Anson Bach, must not stop. The Carindian nobles who understood applauded. The Archbishop of the Vastland Cathedral, however, a round, kind old man, a complete contrast to Archbishop Luther Franz, expressed genuine regret at the departure of Anson and the Storm Master. This was not only because the Storm Master had become the Vastland Cathedral's most important client, but also because of the close friendship he had developed with the junior scribe during this period. The various emerging economic theories brought by Alan Dawn from Clovis City had allowed this elderly man to rediscover the joy of his youthful studies. To express their sincere friendship with their respected vice-commander, the Carindian nobles held another grand farewell banquet at the Lighthouse Palace, and once again presented a large amount of military supplies and departure expenses, wishing the Storm Master a triumphant return. Anson, while marveling at the Carindians' extraordinary wealth, he'd already plundered them 3 or 4 times and still had so much to squeeze out, accepted their gifts with a smile. The lively banquet lasted all night, during which Anson again spoke at length about the unbreakable alliance and inseparable interests between Carinthia and Clovis, until everyone drank until dawn, still singing Auld Lang Syne. So, the next day, the stormtroopers, drunk and nauseous, didn't set off. The Carindian nobles understood, it wasn't appropriate to force hungover guests to leave. The next day, the stormtroopers, slightly recovered, still didn't set off. The Carindian nobles remained calm, understanding that the enemy numbered in the thousands. A hasty departure required preparation. By the 3rd day, the stormtroopers still hadn't moved. The Carindian nobles chose to silently endure, thinking that even if they refused to leave, it wouldn't last long. Then came the 4th day, and everything was exactly the same as before. The Carindian nobles finally couldn't hold back any longer and sent a representative to inquire when the Storm Master planned to depart. Leave? Anson blinked. When did I say I was leaving? The representative looked shocked. Then a few days ago. Was that a farewell banquet a few days ago? Anson's expression was even more surprised. Nobody told me. This, as it turns out, people are different. Faced with Anson Bach's unbridled and wanton humiliation, the Carindian representative, In a state of extreme anger, well, he left as if nothing had happened. Before leaving, he didn't forget to thank the kind vice commander for clearing up such a huge misunderstanding. Anson readily accepted the thanks and expressed his intention to strengthen communication between the two sides to avoid such unnecessary mistakes. Everyone was happy, everyone was happy. After being tormented for several days, before these Kalindian nobles could even experience despair, they received news that made them even more desperate. The Kalindia regiment, which had been causing trouble for a long time, would take over Kalindia port on behalf of Clovis after the Storm Division left. A bolt from the blue. If Anson's last trick was a version of the boy who cried wolf, then this news was like Cinderella finally escaping her stepmother's clutches only to find the prince she married was actually an extreme abuser. Despair was an understatement for the Kalindia representative, who nervously visited Anson again to inquire whether the news was true. The sincere and kind vice commander waved his hand, indicating no need to worry, and then confirmed the news for him. Don't worry, you don't need to overthink it, it's true. Not only that, in the following days, the Storm Division began a large-scale expansion of this auxiliary force, its strength skyrocketing from 3,000 to 7,000. Of course, with such reckless expansion, the army's composition and organization were, needless to say, utterly rotten. Despite this, Anson and Fabian, enduring Karl Bain's disdain and ignoring the protests of the Kalindian nobles, the former being more important than the latter, provided these ragtag gangster legions with standardized regular army weaponry. Each soldier was guaranteed at least a musket and a bayonet, with everything else to be provided by themselves. These weapons were mostly from Kalindian's armory, expensive second-hand goods exported by the Empire. Anson genuinely didn't want anything except gunpowder and lead bullets. Furthermore, to avoid bearing the Kalindian regiment's expenses, all soldiers' pay was based on an advanced performance-based system. To put it bluntly, it depended on how many criminals they apprehended and how many unscrupulous merchants they cracked down on. The stolen money became the pay. Presumably, these honest Kalindian people from impoverished backgrounds, driven by the desire for peaceful daily life and rapid wealth, would be exceptionally efficient in managing the security of Kalindian port. Following this pattern, the prince that Anson and Fabian, these stepmothers, prepared for the Cinderella of Kalindia port was bound to be as absurd as it could possibly be. This commotion continued until June 30th, when the patient Anson finally received what he had been waiting for, the 8,000-strong Aden Servants Legion, and their commander, the sole heir to the Duchy of Aden, Renaud Emmanuel. Chapter 295 The Pacifist. On July 2nd of the 100th year of the Saints' calendar, the Storm Legion, having spent 2 days assembling its army, suddenly crossed the border between Kalindia and the Grand Duchy of Mr., raising the banner of the Crimson Unicorn for the first time in the skies over the heart of the wildlands. The sudden appearance of the Clovis army threw the Mr. Lords, who had been locked in fierce battles, into panic. Regardless of which side this legion joined, it would instantly alter the current course of the Mr. Civil War. Its strength was a staggering 20,000. After receiving 8,000 auxiliary troops from the Duchy of Aden, the Clovis-Thun allied forces, already approaching 10,000, instantly doubled in size, reaching approximately 20,000. Anson Bach was no longer just a deputy commander of an infantry division, but a true legionary commander leading 20,000 troops. Of course, the legion's strength was somewhat questionable. Firstly, its direct subordinate units hadn't increased, and had even suffered significant losses due to continuous combat, resulting in a decline in combat power. Secondly, the Aden and Thun soldiers were the absolute main force of this legion. Their loyalty was secondary, and the extent to which they could execute his orders as deputy commander was still unknown. Besides these software-related issues, the hardware was also a major headache. Although both Duke Aden and Grand Duke Thun were quick to fulfill their agreements without any breaches, the disparity in equipment was still significant. Infantry equipment consisted mainly of the Empire's old-fashioned muzzle-loading rifles, and the styles and models were so varied that logistics personnel would be exasperated. Thun, who received spoils from the Iser Elves and Clovis's weapons, fared slightly better in this regard, but only marginally. Artillery was even worse. The Clovis Legion's standard was at least 1 cannon per 1,000 men, but with Grand Duke Thun providing 5,000 reinforcements, they could only barely manage 1 cannon per 1,500 men. The Aden Legion was even worse off, with 8,000 men and not a single cannon. But these weren't the most important issues. The more troublesome problem was the chaotic state of the logistics systems of these two armies, practically akin to banditry. Previously, The Toon army relied entirely on the Storm Division's supply lines, but now, with the sudden addition of 8,000 Aiden troops, the problems were immediately exposed. Logistics administration lacked planning, and the timeliness of supplies depended entirely on the distance between the troops and logistics units. Supplies lacked standardization, like Schrodinger's cat's food box. Supplies rarely reached the soldiers directly, often being distributed to camps and then divided among layers. In the end, the most suitable supply method for these Hantu armies was local delivery, in other words, looting, often large-scale and disorderly, occasionally resulting in defeat for those who encountered tough guys. Based on Anson's experience and knowledge from the military academy, the modernization of an army in this era was basically proportional to the size of its logistics system. The more efficient the logistics, the more intense the combat and the more complex the orders executed. Of course, most of the time it doesn't matter if your own people are incompetent, as long as the enemy is even worse. While Aiden and Toon's armies can only be considered half-modern feudal armies, the Mist people's level is still stuck in the Middle Ages, and their weaponry is a joke, comparable to the street gangs of Clovis. Add to that the fact that Mist is embroiled in a civil war, and the entire Grand Duchy is now divided into four, unable to even utilize its original numerical advantage. It's like a crumbling house, ready to collapse at the slightest kick. Therefore, when Clovis's army crossed the border, without even a clear indication of their presence, Mist felt as if it had experienced a magnitude 7 earthquake. Countless ambitious noble lords were thunderstruck, unsure of what to do. However, before they could even figure out how to deal with this General Clovis, who was actually just a colonel, but Anson almost never mentioned his rank to the Hanta people, another piece of surprising news spread throughout Mist overnight. Grand Duke Claude François of Toon and Duke Victor Emmanuel of Aden simultaneously declared their intention to intervene in the civil war in Mister. Therefore, to safeguard the lives of the people of the Han land, to defend the glory of the Seven Cities Alliance, and to restore the might of the Dawn Mountains, I, Claude François, Victor Emmanuel, Lord of Toon, Aden, gatekeeper of the Han land, formally announced the dispatch of troops to Mister. The very next day, the iron boots of the 30,000-strong Aden Legion and the 40,000-strong Toon Legion, following the declaration of the two dukes, stepped onto the territory of Mister. Coupled with the Storm Division from the south, a total of 100,000 troops simultaneously surrounded Mister from three directions. What is a surprise? This is a surprise. To deal with this vast and densely populated nation, relatively speaking, of course, Anson had never considered taking it one castle at a time from the beginning. Instead, he intended to launch a decisive and overwhelming conquest war from the outset. Faced with a massive invasion from three directions, the lords of the Grand Duchy of Mister seemed to lack any intention of uniting or banding together for mutual support. On the contrary, their desire for mutual annexation and aggression had intensified. It seemed that for the current lords of Mister, the best strategy was to pretend the enemy didn't exist and continue with their lives as usual. Well, they couldn't stop the Clovis army anyway. Even if they could, they couldn't defeat them, and even if they could, they wouldn't last long, and holding out too long would only bring greater disaster, so they might as well bury their heads in the sand and give whatever the enemy demanded when they came knocking. As long as they retained their territory, even if they changed lords or became vassals of the Clovis, it wouldn't be so bad. Even if Lord Visonia of Mister were to return one day, they could simply say they had only feigned allegiance and then repent. Wouldn't that solve everything? In a sense, this was indeed a half-baked solution. Twilight Town, southern border of the Grand Duchy of Mister. After a 3-day march, the Storm Division, deliberately slowing their advance, finally arrived at the most important town in the southern border of Mist on a cloudless morning. Its importance lay in the fact that this seemingly unremarkable town was actually the core of half of the Mist Grand Duchy's transportation network. Roads extending from here led directly to the Mist capital and connected to nearly a dozen fortresses and the numerous farms near the castle. What did this mean? It meant that the army could march along roads instead of through muddy plains, dense forests, or rugged hills. It meant the army could use this as a solid logistical base. The surrounding fortresses not only provided excellent defense and security, but also a stable and ample supply line for the Storm Division, whose logistics were recently on the verge of collapse due to rampant expansion. This place was no less important than the port of Calindia. In fact, Luco Vicenia, heir to the Grand Duchy of Mister, made this place his base of operations for the same reason, raising the banner of rebellion against his father. Only a commercial center like Twilight Town, with its convenient transportation and numerous granaries, could allow him to gather as many supporters as possible. Otherwise, given the terrifyingly poor logistics of the Hantu army, the rebels, barely gathered for 2 days, would likely have started killing each other due to food shortages before the pacification army even arrived. To defeat his still robust 87-year-old father, the equally 70-year-old Lukovo Senior risked his life to gather a considerable number of supporters, amassing an army of several thousand in just 1 month. But when the imposing Storm Division army appeared outside the city, these Mr. Rebels, dressed in colorful clothes and equipped with a motley collection of weapons, immediately understood what a mighty army was and what it meant to feel utterly ashamed. Especially when they saw the Storm Division's artillery battery, with 15 field cannons neatly lined up outside the city. The rebels' last shred of semblance of dignity vanished. They decisively opened the city gates, welcoming the Clovis army into the city. Even the 70-year-old heir to the Grand Duchy of Mr., despite his increasingly frail health, went outside the city to greet the deputy commander of the Southern Legion, fully demonstrating the Mr. people's tradition of hospitality. Accompanied by the booming sound of cannons, the Storm Division entered the town amidst the cheers of the Mr. troops, and brazenly hoisted the Clovis royal banner on the city walls. Rukovasonia chose to ignore this and warmly invited Anson and his party to a banquet he had specially prepared. Before we begin, please allow me to ask you a small question. In the luxurious hall, seated in an armchair and dressed in opulent attire, Rukovasonia held a glass of warm wine, his eyes, almost invisible beneath his graying eyebrows, scrutinizing Anson Bach across from him. The man was 70 years old, but his hunchback and drooping, orange peel-like cheeks made him appear 80 without a doubt. He leaned back in his chair, clenching his chin, traces of powder on his forehead and cheeks, seemingly trying to appear more dignified, but certainly no one had told him it was utterly useless. Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach, why did you grant my request? Why? Anson raised an eyebrow, swirling his wineglass. I granted your request and offered assistance. Is that even a problem? Not before, but now it is. The old man raised his voice slightly, sounding like the wheezing of a broken bellows. If you only had 5 or 10,000 troops, I would probably be overjoyed, but now you have 20,000 troops under your command. Along with nearly 80,000 troops from Aden and Toon entering Mist, there's no other intention, but as the heir to Mist, I have to suspect that you intend to partition Mist. Anson suddenly interrupted. The old man stopped abruptly, silently sipping his warm wine, his gaze fixed on Anson's expression. Then, PFFT. PFFT. Ha-ha-ha. Ah-ha-ha-ha. A hearty laugh echoed through the hall. A bewildered Lukovasonia stared intently at the man who had suddenly put down his cup and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Excuse me, did you find what I just said laughable? The old man's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. No, I understand your concerns. At first, Anson quickly suppressed his smile and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, I just didn't expect that you would still be worried about this after hearing about Aden and the Toon people's actions. What do you mean? You mean, if Aden and Toon divide up Mr., what benefit will I gain? What benefit will Clovis gain? Anson's eyes widened. I am a Clovis. I am destined not to stay in Hantu. In that case, what will I gain from letting Toon or Aden increase their territory? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not only will I gain nothing, but I will also suffer considerable losses because they want to expand their territory. My army needs spoils of war, and obviously once those lands are occupied by them, won't the spoils I get be reduced soon? Anson said to Lukovasonia with a matter-of-fact expression. So, the shocked old man still couldn't quite believe it. This three-way invasion of Mr. It wasn't my intention. Anson nodded heavily, his eyes solemn. Toon has become an ally of Clovis, and Aden's influence remains. They command millions of people and an army of nearly 100,000, while I only have a few thousand men, and I even need them to provide me with some manpower. So do you understand now? It's not that I, Anson Bach, want to invade Mr. I don't want to. I would much rather Mr. be able to conclude peace directly with a treaty, like Kalindia did. I am a soldier, but not a warmonger. In some ways, I am a pacifist, someone who hopes to resolve conflicts through non-war means. Anson pressed his right hand to his chest, looking at the still doubtful air of Mr. with the utmost sincerity. Lord Rukovasonia, you can disbelieve me, or you can disbelieve the Storm Masters or the Kingdom of Clovis, that's fine, but you must believe one thing, that is, you are the only hope to save Mr. Only when you defeat your father and the traitors, and don the crown symbolizing Grand Duke Mist, can Aiden and Toon lose their excuse to invade this land, and let the Han land return to peace, and I may be the only one who is still willing to support you and help you right now, because I am a true pacifist. And no one in this world hates war more than I do. Chapter 296 Our Era. Ruko Vasonia was stunned, utterly dumbfounded. Before truly facing Anson Bach, he had gathered considerable intelligence, crossing the Dawn Mountains, conquering Eaglehorn, launching a surprise attack on Green Valley, and of course, the betrayal of the Iser Elves by Toon, forcing Calandia and the Duchy of Aden to sign humiliating treaties. In conclusion, in the eyes of this aging heir to the mysteries, Anson Bach was undoubtedly a madman obsessed with adventure, catching everyone off guard with his rabid ferocity, and extremely greedy. Those who opposed him would naturally meet a bad end, but even those who extended an olive branch would likely be skinned alive. Don't believe it? Just look at Calandia now. He had imagined countless scenarios of confronting Anson, how the other would threaten and force him to sign one unequal treaty after another, or even simply sideline him, turning him into a puppet at his mercy, and how he should argue his case, or, if all else failed, compromise to at least save face. Well, actually, as long as Anson promised to make him the Grand Duke of Mist, he would definitely give him whatever he wanted. Living to 70, replacing his father was no longer an ambition for this Mist heir, it was more of an obsession. What Ruko Vasonia truly worried about was whether the other party intended to treat him as a mere decoration, a machine for squeezing oranges. Once the juicy orange of the Grand Dukedom of Mist was squeezed dry, it would be casually tossed aside. But what he never expected was that Anson Bach would actually say he was what did he say again? A pacifist. A warmonger, a guy who squeezed enemies and allies dry and still wasn't satisfied, plunging the entire Han land into the flames of war, and he said he was actually a pacifist? Ruko suddenly had a strange urge to ask this deputy commander if he had some misunderstanding of the word peace, but Anson Bach's sincere eyes seemed to be conveying something silently. And what he just said wasn't entirely without merit. Expanding the territories of Toon and Aden would bring no benefit to this warmonger or the kingdom of Clovis, and might even reduce his gains from the war. So, could it really be, as he said, that all of this was to prevent Aden and Toon from having a reason to continue expanding their territories, rather than to use him as a figurehead to carve up Mr.? Was he really, as he claimed, a pacifist? Ruko Vasonia closed his eyes, a seemingly absurd fantasy clashing violently with his obsession with the title of Grand Duke of Mr. in his mind. Indeed, without the support of the Clovis, not only could he not become the Grand Duke of Mr., but even whether the Vasonia family could continue to rule Mr. under the pressure of the rising Aden and Toon was uncertain. Silence, a long silence. After a long silence, the old man's hoarse voice, like a broken bellows, finally broke the stillness of the hall. Your Excellency, when do you plan to advance? His voice sounded weary, and the dignified posture he had been so carefully maintained revealed a hint of weariness. Clearly, after making an important decision, his body and mind had naturally relaxed. There's only a rough plan right now. After all, I really know very little about this place before we actually enter Mist. Anson smiled slightly as he put down his wineglass. But, it's expected to be in 3 days. Why wait 3 days? Ruko pressed. Because I am a pacifist, I hope to at least give your father, the current Grand Duke of Mist, a dignified ending, an ending that spares Iron Bell Castle, the 1,000-year-old capital of Mist, from the ravages of war and the devastation of its inhabitants. Within 3 days, Aden and Toon's armies will not be able to conquer the eastern and western borders of Mist, but they can help the Grand Duke of Mist realize the situation and understand that his abdication is the most beneficial option for the Vasonia family in Mist. Anson straightened his back, his gaze fixed on the old man seated at the head of the table. Please believe me, I am very serious about this. Faced with Anson's aggressive sincerity, Ruko hesitated for 2 seconds. Pursing his wine-stained lips, all right, then 3 days from now, but you must ensure that Aden and Toon's armies cease fire immediately after we conquer Iron Bell Castle, and return all the castles they have occupied to the Vasonia family. No problem. Anson nodded slightly, a benevolent smile playing on his lips. The heirs of Aden and Toon are both in Twilight Town. You can question them directly, and I can assure you with my reputation that they will absolutely not refuse such a legitimate request. That's impossible. I refuse. After listening to Anson's explanation, Leonard Emmanuel, the heir to the Duchy of Aden, objected expressionlessly. His argument well reasoned. It was precisely because you promised to cede at least 1/3 of your territory from Mist to Aden that our Emmanuel family agreed to send troops. Forgive my rudeness, but Vice Commander Anson Bach, your proposal seems suspiciously dubious. Anson smiled, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Karl Bane rolled his eyes, arms crossed, looking like he knew it would be like this. The former Imperial Guard officer slowly turned around, a forced smile on his face as he looked at the heir to Aden. The expressionless Leonard also raised his head, meeting Fabian's gaze without flinching. Maintaining Mister's independence is crucial to the peace and unity of the Han land. Before Anson could even figure out how to discuss this with Aden's heir, Leon, sitting next to him, couldn't help but shout, slamming his hand on the table with a loud bang. Can't we really ask Duke Aden to make a little sacrifice? Startled, Lenore's eyes widened as he looked up in astonishment at the heir to Toon who had stood up and questioned him. He then frowned slightly. Are you serious? Of course. Leon nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with pride. I will personally persuade my father to give up occupying Mister's territory, because it is crucial to the future of the Han land. Lenore was even more surprised, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets on his usually indifferent face. You really believe this? Why wouldn't I? This time it was Leon's turn to be puzzled. As long as the differences can be eliminated and clear spheres of influence can be defined, the once fragmented Han can truly unite and usher in a genuine peace, not one imposed by foreign races, a dawn of unity that hasn't been seen in hundreds of years. Isn't that good? Leno wanted to say what this had to do with Aden. Anyway, even if Han were unified, the crown would never belong to the Emmanuel family, whether Aden submitted to Toon or to the Iser elves. What difference would it make? But noticing the gazes of Anson and the others beside him, he quickly changed his tune, saying, does this have anything to do with not occupying Mist's territory? If we're going to unify, shouldn't we try to weaken the forces opposing unification and reduce the number of independent nations? Of course we should, but Mist is different. How is it different? Because she's the largest nation in the Han too, Leon exclaimed. If we dismember her, dividing her in 2 or 3, what the Han will win next will not be peace, but war, a bloody war. Neither Aden nor Toon will accept the other controlling the remaining half of Mist, and the enslaved, divided Mist people will not accept this outcome. They will definitely rebel. So you mean, if Aden resolutely refuses to return the territory, or insists on occupying 1/3 of Mist? Lenore stared coldly at Leon. Toon will declare war on Aden. That's the last thing I want to do. Leon, facing Lenore's cold gaze, frowned, a hint of pain in his eyes. I fought Aden in Green Valley, and your bravery and chivalry are truly admirable, but if only by eliminating Aden can the unification of the Han lands be achieved. I, Leon Francois, will not hesitate. Faced with Leon's impassioned declaration, Lenore, who had been silent for a moment, spoke up. So you are absolutely confident in persuading Grand Duke Toon to relinquish his interests in Mist? That's right, Leon said with certainty, his expression slightly smug. In fact, when we agreed to send troops, I already reached an agreement with him that if the Grand Duchy of Mist could restore peace and end the civil war in the shortest possible time, Toon would not have any territorial claims against it. Lenore was first taken aback, then his lips curled up, revealing an expression of I knew it. What are you laughing at? Nothing, just some reflections, Lenore said coldly. Only Grand Duke Toon could say that so easily. You already control the rich East, and now, with the help of the Clovis, you've occupied most of Carindia. Of course, you won't be as eager to expand your territory as Aden, who suffered heavy losses. What if Toon were willing to cede 1/3 of Carindia? Leon suddenly asked. What did you say? Lenore could no longer remain indifferent and stared at Leon in disbelief. I said, if Aden is willing to give up his interests in Mr. Toon can cede 1/3 of the territory of Carindia, Leon suddenly said calmly. Exchanging 1/3 of Carindia for 1/3 of Mr. is certainly not a very good deal, but it can at least make up for some of Aden's losses. As for who gets Carindia port, or whether each side controls a part, or whether she continues to remain independent, as long as Aden is willing to speak, all of these are possible. Wait, a shocked Lenore suddenly raised his hand to stop Leon, his eyes fixed on him. Are these your own ideas, or Grand Duke Toon's opinion? Of course they are my own ideas, Leon said to him matter-of-factly. But I have absolute confidence that I can persuade my father to accept this result. Why? Because this is the best way to unify the Han lands, and the only chance. Leon suddenly stood up, and before Lenore could react, he grabbed his shoulder and looked him in the eye. If we divide up the entire Grand Duchy of Mist, the final result will inevitably be that Aiden and Toon, who have finally reached a consensus, will still end up fighting each other. On that day, it will be a battle between half of the Han land and the other half, which is definitely not the best way to achieve a peaceful unification of the entire Han land. Leno Emmanuel, I know what you're worried about. You're worried that the Francois family, whose power is constantly growing, will dominate the Han land and eventually become kings, right? Isn't that right? Little Leno, whose shoulders were being held tightly, struggled desperately, his eyes wide with tension, staring intently at the cheek that was about to touch him. Of course. That's precisely why we must allow mist to exist, so that the two most powerful nations of Hantu can maintain their friendship instead of fighting each other for profit and the crown. The excited little Leon gripped his shoulders tightly, shaking him vigorously. But that approach won't unify Hantu, because both sides will stop at nothing to eliminate each other, and the strength of both sides will inevitably lead to a protracted war. The final result will likely be the division of Hantu, relying solely on the mindset of the Dark Ages warring states, or merely on mutual compromise and concessions, cannot bring true dawn to Hantu. The old Hantu kingdoms and the laughable Seven Cities Alliance are bloody examples. Now the heavy responsibility of unifying Hantu rests on our shoulders. Only through unity and mutual trust can we avoid the mistakes of our predecessors. If allowing the Emmanuel family to become king will help unify Hantu, then I don't mind offering you the crown. If only giving up the Francois family's opportunity for dominance can bring peace to Hantu, then I will gladly accept. So, Leno Emmanuel, the future of the Han land belongs to you and me. Lend me your power, let us fight side by side, and together achieve the great cause of unifying the Han land. At that moment, Leon Francois's eyes shone with boundless light, leaving Leno, whom he was holding firmly, speechless once again. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found himself unable to even utter a complete sentence. After stammering for a long time, he only managed to utter, Upon receiving the reply, young Leon beamed with ecstatic joy. Good, then it's settled. I'll head to the Toon Legion now and persuade my father, Claude Francois, in person. With that, he left Leno and Anson's group behind and strode out of the conference room. Early update for today. Chapter 297. Which is more important? Under Leon's persistent persuasion, Leno Emmanuel, unable to bear it any longer, finally agreed to the deputy commander's request. He would lobby his father, Duke Aiden, on the condition that this time he wouldn't go back on his word and must show sufficient sincerity. Anson, of course, wouldn't refuse, and signed his name on the letter of commitment prepared by the other party in black and white. Inwardly, he thought to himself that this heir to Aiden was indeed only more mature than Leon, actually believing that written promises could threaten him. The final result was basically as Anson expected. So 2 days later, when Rukavasania, the heir to Mist, received letters from both Dukes Aiden and Toon, the elderly man was so surprised and excited that he almost lost his chance to become Grand Duke Mist forever. The letter boldly proclaimed that Grand Duke Toon and Duke Aiden had made a solemn promise: if Rukavasania could quickly replace his father and end the current civil war in Mist, they would return the Mist territories they had already occupied. To prevent Rukavasania from still doubting, or rather, to increase the letter's credibility, the two dukes had each marked a letter with their family crests, and at least a dozen of their vassals had signed their names at the end. This was utterly astonishing. Not only Rukavasania, but even young Leno was dumbfounded, remaining in a daze ever since returning to Twilight Town. He couldn't understand why his ambitious and greedy, no offense intended, father would agree so readily. He had only given a perfunctory reply. Why had his father changed his mind? As for young Leon, he remained calm and took his father's generous gesture for granted. He now completely believed in Anson's theory of cause, seeing the unification of the Han land as his life's mission. Anyone who helped the unification of the Han land, or rather, Anson's interests, was his friend, even if they had once been enemies. Otherwise, they were mortal enemies. Based on this theory, the dog-like Republic of Kalindia, though it had never threatened the Francois family, was destined to undermine the unity of the Han land due to its cowardice and divisions, while Aiden and Mr., though always rivals of Toon, were essential to maintaining the stability of the Han land and therefore had to be united. As for the rest of the rotten apples, scattered throughout the free cities, independent or semi-independent counts and barons of the Han land, their doom was the bright future of the Han land. After repeatedly verifying the authenticity of the letters with the heirs of the two duchies, Rukavasania, who had been unconscious and foaming at the mouth, awoke and instantly transformed from shock into ecstasy. completely immersed in the joy of victory. With the strong support of Clovis and the 100,000-strong army of the two duchies, he only wanted to ask, who could stop him from becoming the Grand Duke of Mist? Who? This nearly 70-year-old heir to Mist, his hunched body straining, got out of bed and, leaning on his cane, climbed to the top of the clock tower in Dusktown, excitedly announcing the good news to his supporters. That night, the entire town of Dusktown was in an uproar. It wasn't just the joy of victories assured, but also the declaration from the Clovis-Aiden-Toon allied forces, which transformed them from rebellious traitors into saviors of all of Mist. Their victory would not only save themselves, but also save all of Mist from the ravages of war, and allow the entire land of Han to regain precious peace. What glory! What grandeur! That very night, a magnificent banquet was once again held in Twilight Town. As the host and future Grand Duke of Mist, Luke Ovasonia, at 70 years old, dressed in full armor and a golden red cloak, personally raised a toast to the festivities. He generously rewarded a large number of meritorious officials, and made numerous verbal promises to the heirs of the two duchies, Leno and Leon, declaring, "The friendship between our three kingdoms is destined to last forever." Naturally, in such a joyous atmosphere, it was easy to overlook the figures of certain individuals who, despite being expected to be present, remained completely hidden throughout the entire event. Congratulations. Under the dim light, Carl Bain, holding a bottle of rum, respectfully filled a glass with a translucent liquid and presented it to Anson with both hands. "A few words have made the future Grand Duke Mr. bow down to you. Remarkable. You're too kind, too kind." Anson, with a beaming smile, accepted the glass somewhat embarrassedly. "This was mainly thanks to Leon. It actually had nothing to do with me." No. Carl, his eyes wide, waved his hands repeatedly, pouring himself a glass as well. "One shouldn't be so modest. Your tactic of feigning retreat was truly brilliant. I'm completely convinced. Let me put it this way. Before I thought you only occasionally had a low standard. But now I see you as a role model for all of us. I used to think that just using one's relatives was despicable enough, but look at you. I think even if you made Leon betray his father now, he would probably think you were sacrificing yourself for everyone." No. Anson waved his hand with an awkward smile. "It's not that bad yet. I think." You think? You think I'm praising you?" Carl rolled his eyes, picked up his glass and downed his rum in one gulp, looking at Anson, who seemed quite satisfied with the current situation, with a hint of sullenness. "Can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Anson shrugged lazily. "What exactly are you trying to do now?" "What do you mean? What are you planning to do with Mist?" Fueled by alcohol, the chief of staff shoved the table aside, his brow furrowed as he lunged at Anson. "I originally thought you were planning to team up with Aiden and Toon to divide up Mist, and then completely loot this place, but now you're trying to keep Mist secret, and even going back on your word, though that's a piece of cake for you, making Aiden and Toon voluntarily give up their interests in Mist, to support a 70-year-old bastard who could kick the bucket at any moment. Honestly, I'm increasingly confused about your plans, my deputy commander. Can you please tell me what you're trying to do?" "What am I trying to do?" Anson shrank back, glancing sideways at the drunken Carl. "You don't understand." "I don't understand." Carl, his eyes wide, leaned forward again. "Let me put it this way." Anson snatched the bottle from his hand. "Aiden, Toon, Mister, which of the three do you think is most important to me?" "Most important?" Carl narrowed his eyes, thinking for 5 seconds. Toon is Clovis's ally. If you protect him, you'll at least get the credit for this battle." Anson shook his head. "Then, Aiden." Carl frowned. "If you win Aiden over, the Empire won't be able to launch a large-scale invasion of the Hantu, and you can monopolize the Seven Cities Alliance." Anson shrugged and shook his head again. "It can't be Mister, can it?" Carl's expression grew impatient. "If you protect it, that old man will give you whatever you want, and he can also divide Aiden and Toon, preventing either of them from becoming too powerful." "That makes sense, but it's not that." Anson's lips curled into a slight smile as he poured rum into Carl's glass. "Toon, Aiden, and Mister, including what will happen to Hantu, whether Clovis can gain an advantage in the south, none of that matters to me. What matters to me is maximizing our interests and preventing others from legitimately robbing us. So whether it's Hantu, Aiden, or Mister, when I need them to unite, I'll unite them. When I need them to split, I'll split them as much as possible, regardless of the situation, bloodlines, or victory or defeat, simply because this is the most beneficial option for me, for us, the option that allows more people to survive, This is the most important. Too busy today. Had to cut back on updates, sorry. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Leon's Diary. The two drank a few more glasses in silence. As Anson casually tossed the empty bottle on the ground, Carl, with a complicated expression, pulled out a new bottle from behind his back. Then how did you get Toon and Aiden to agree to give up their interests in Mist? I'll say it again, it wasn't me who made them give them up, it was their own choice. Anson gave a wry smile. I can roughly understand what Claude François was thinking. Invading Mist seemed like a way to get a large slice of the pie, but the price was having to share it with the equally powerful Aiden, and engaging in a direct conflict with this equally strong duchy. For Toon, who was committed to unifying the Han lands, this was a very unprofitable endeavor. Grand Duke Toon's plan was to rely on Clovis's support and his 60,000 troops to unify the entire Han lands with absolute superiority and without bloodshed. Therefore, for Claude François, a direct conflict with Aiden was not worthwhile. It was more worthwhile to keep the weak Mist independent. Attacking Mist was to destroy the Seven Cities Alliance while expanding his power and influence. Protecting Mist was to contain Aiden. So what Leon said was his and the François family's true thought, and not something you persuaded. Carl bit open the bottle stopper and asked impatiently. Of course. Am I the kind of villain who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals? Anson glared at him, looking aggrieved. And don't treat Leon like a fool just because he's simple-minded. Toon only truly rose to power by betraying the Iser Elves and allying with Clovis. Preserving their strength and unifying the Han land is in their best interest. Otherwise, if they suffer heavy losses forcibly unifying the Han land, they will have no choice but to be manipulated by Clovis. It's that simple. What about Aiden? Carl still wouldn't let him off the hook. That Duke almost died at your hands. Why should he obediently listen to you? How should I know? Anson rolled his eyes and snatched the bottle. I'll say it one last time. It's all their own choice. I'm just guessing. Duke Aiden probably knows that if he insists on taking a piece of the Mr. Pie, Toon and Aiden will inevitably clash. At that time, we are Clovis people, and we will most likely stand on Toon's side rather than his. Rather than taking a hot potato, it's better to take a third of Calandia peacefully. Besides, with Aiden's influence in Calandia Port, he's much easier to win over than Toon. So, if Toon takes 2/3 of Calandia, Aiden takes 1/3, and Mist remains independent, then the Hantu will finally have peace. At least for now, it's peaceful. Anson shrugged indifferently. As for whether it will split in two or truly unite in the future, that's the Hantu's own business. It has nothing to do with us. So you still lied to Leon, that cousin who believes everything you say? Carl stared drunkenly at Anson, not moving, and hiccuped. I didn't lie to him. At least, everything I told him wasn't a lie. Anson smiled. I can be a bad guy sometimes, but I'm definitely not a liar, right? You're not a liar, Carl, his eyes still blurry with drunkenness, also laughed. But you're particularly good at making people devoted to you. I'll take that as a compliment. Anson gave a wry smile and raised his glass. One glass to victory, Carl snorted and, half awake and half drunk, raised his glass as well. One glass to living. The two men's eyes met, and their glasses clinked together loudly. Boom, accompanied by the golden red flames that lit up the ground, swarms of solid shot violently crashed against the old walls of Iron Bell Fortress, creating a deafening roar. As the capital of the Grand Duchy of Mist, the most expansive and densely populated territory in the entire Hantu, Iron Bell Fortress's sturdiness rivaled that of Eaglehorn City, towering and imposing walls, a forest of towers, and massive fortresses protected by layers of iron gates, enough to deter any enemy. It can be said that it was precisely because of their firm control over this colossal fortress that the not-so-powerful Visonia family was able to maintain their position as Grand Dukes of Mist for over a century, ultimately leading to the downfall of all rebel forces. But unfortunately, like Eaglehorn City or any old fortress, times had changed. The vertical walls, once built to prevent soldiers from scaling them, were no longer as impenetrable as they once were against heavy artillery. The towering towers, once battlefield observation points and defensive platforms, were now not only too high and thin to withstand the recoil of artillery, but had also become targets for the defenders within the city. In short, This old-fashioned fortress could barely hold its own against an enemy armed only with light weapons and pure infantry. However, once the besieging army was equipped with even a little heavy firepower, its weaknesses were more apparent than those of many smaller fortresses. On the morning of July 10th, the 100th year of the Saints' calendar, the Storm Division, with a total force of 18,000, deployed its siege forces on the outskirts of the city, surrounding Iron Bell Fortress on 3 sides. Except for the north gate facing the Dawn Mountains, all roads were within the Storm Division's firing range. After a brief but fierce battle, all the outposts, and towers outside the city had been captured and occupied by the Storm Division by the evening of July 9th. Even the bridge over the moat outside the city had been raised with a banner of King Clovis. Fully recognizing that his army was a bunch of rotten fish, and at the advanced age of 87, Grand Duke Mr. did not attempt to engage the Storm Division in open battle, but decisively withdrew his remaining troops into the city, preparing to perish with Iron Bell Fortress. But doing so would mean completely giving up the initiative and switching to passive defensive posture. In other words, with no reinforcements and no way to retreat, the fall of Iron Bell Fortress was only a matter of time. Despite victory being so close, Anson Bach, the deputy commander of the Southern Legion and the supreme commander of the Storm Division, rejected Major Fabian's suggestion of a direct assault at the military conference and harshly criticized the radicalism of certain officers. "We are proud Clovis, and our cause in the Handlands is not to conquer the proud Handlands, not to create tens of thousands, even millions, of enemies for Clovis through bloody and brutal sieges. Regarding Iron Bell Fortress, we will surround it without attacking, allowing Grand Duke Mist and the city's garrison to recognize the situation and make the truly correct choice." After listening to Anson Bach's impassioned speech, Luca Vicenia, the Mist heir who had initially insisted on a direct assault, immediately repented. After thanking the deputy commander, he expressed his firm belief that the intelligent Mists within Iron Bell Fortress would make the most correct choice. "As an ordinary Handlands man, I, Leon Francois, simply do not know how to express my gratitude to Anson Bach, a Clovis, traveling thousands of miles to the Handlands to fight against the Iser Elves, selflessly and wholeheartedly contributing greatly to the unification of the Handlands, working tirelessly for the friendship and alliance between the two nations, and even risking his life on the front lines multiple times. What kind of spirit is this? What kind of spirit is this?" Facts prove that Vice Commander Anson Bach's choice was absolutely correct. On July 13th, the third day after the siege began, Iron Bell Fortress, which had remained unresponsive, sent an army of less than 2,000 men to attempt to break through the siege lines. The battle broke out around 6:30 a.m. Half an hour later, the defeated Mr. Enemy army immediately surrendered and revealed a great deal of intelligence to our forces. The Grand Duke of Mr. and his last supporters engaged in a fierce debate over whether to continue the stubborn resistance. These enemies, the last bastions of Handlands unification, had already lost their loyalty. It was only a matter of time before they were divided and disintegrated. Meanwhile, more good news and reports of victory continued to arrive. In the west, Duke Aidan, leading an army of 30,000, had already defeated the main rebel force of Count Copper Mountain Fortress at a place called Deerhorn Fortress, and had begun the final offensive against Copper Mountain Fortress. Similarly, on the eastern battlefield, Grand Duke Toon, my father, Claude Francois, had also defeated and captured Count Greywood Valley in a direct confrontation, and forced his heir to lead the remaining rebels to surrender to Toon. This means that the rebels are at their wits' end, and the civil war in the Grand Duchy of Mist has entered its final countdown. Of course, both Toon and Aidan will unconditionally return the occupied territories to the new Grand Duke of Mist after the civil war ends, and join forces with him to rebuild the Handland. With victory so assured, Anson Bach did not, as I had imagined, or like many others in the camp, begin to plan and scheme for what would happen after the war. Instead, he continued as usual, methodically planning and advancing his work, constantly gathering information and intelligence from all sides. Of course, what truly surprised me wasn't his caution, but his attitude towards the current situation. According to him, this war is far from over, but besides Mr. Is there any other powerful entity within the Handlands that he could consider an enemy? With the Iser Elves completely crushed by Clovis, I really can't imagine anyone, or any force, that could make Anson Bach so nervous. Perhaps this is the difference between me and a true military strategist. They can always see dangers we cannot see when we are at ease, and they can perceive opportunities we cannot discover when we are in dire straits. With a sigh, Leon put down his pen. Just as he was about to relax his aching wrist, he noticed that Leonard Emanuel had appeared beside him, staring at the diary on the table in astonishment. Is something wrong? Leon tilted his head, glancing at him and gently tapping the table to alert him. No, startled awake, Leonard jolted, his expression quickly returning to its usual coldness, but a complex look in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. I'm just a little curious, Leon blinked. Curious about what? You, me? Yes, Leonard stammered, somewhat awkwardly pointing to the diary on the table. You really believe this? Leon paused for a second, then looked at him with even more confusion. This is what I wrote. I know, Leonard frowned. You really believe that everything Anson Bach did was for the sake of the Hantu? Yes, Leon nodded. Otherwise, Leonard Emanuel, didn't you ever suspect that he might actually be using you, using me? Leon's expression was even more perplexed. Using me for what? Leonard thought hard for a minute. Using you, to plunder the wealth of the Hantu. Then Leon burst out laughing. If he really wanted to plunder all the wealth of the Hantu, why would he accept Kalandia's surrender, maintain peace in Kalandia port, and end the civil war in Mist? Wouldn't it be more in his interest to let the Hantu remain in chaos? I'm just saying it's possible. Leno frowned slightly. Besides, he's a Clovis. What benefit would the unification of the Hantu bring him? That's right, it's precisely because there's no benefit that it proves Anson Bach really wants the Hantu to be unified. Leon stood up excitedly and slapped his shoulder. I know your father was once his enemy, and strictly speaking, you are still Anson Bach's hostage, but please believe me, he's really different from the people you think he is. If it weren't for him, the Seven Cities Alliance would never have collapsed so easily, and the Hantu would never have seen the dawn of unification so quickly. You? Leno's expression was even more astonished. You don't believe him? You admire him? That's right, Leon admitted without hesitation. Worship a Clovis, it has nothing to do with who he is, but if you insist on saying so, I won't object. Leon suddenly laughed. I understand. At first, I was just like you, treating him as an ordinary Clovis, but soon one fact after another convinced me that he, Anson Bach, is truly different from ordinary people. With a little more understanding, it's not hard to discover his peculiarity. Really, it's hard to describe in words. Many times you have no idea what he's doing, but ultimately, those are the most correct choices. So, dear Lenore, even if you're really full of doubts about him, why not try to understand him? I can lend you this diary for now. It should help clear up your misunderstandings. Smiling, Leon picked up the diary from the table and presented it to Lenore with both hands. At that moment, the young heir to Aden seemed to have a hallucination. The smiling Leon transformed into the old priest of the old village church, and the diary he held became the original text of the Ring of Order, saying to him, take a look, believe it or not, it won't hurt to take a look. Leonard was horrified. Chapter 299 Excitement. Gently patting the dazed Leonard on the shoulder, a satisfied Leon strode out of the tent and towards the trenches outside. Under the azure sky, the massive siege fortress resembled layers of chains, a giant iron clamp firmly binding Ironball fortress in the center, with a third of its area directly exposed to the artillery fire of the Storm Division. Although for the Storm Division and the Allied forces, this battle was essentially a foregone conclusion, the deputy commander of the Supreme Commander, Anson Bach, insisted on building the siege fortress. And it wasn't just the Storm Division that had to build it, Aden and Toon's armies also had to, and all had to adhere to the Storm Division's tradition, actually, the tradition of the Thunder Fortress conscripts, high standards and strict requirements. So, standing on the trenches, Leon looked around and saw that the entire camp had become a huge construction site, with shouts in various accents everywhere, and figures sweating profusely, vigorously swinging picks and carrying soil. As an officer trained in skirmishing, Anson didn't have much experience in fortifying positions, but that didn't matter because he had a very experienced, and cowardly, chief of staff. Despite the hasty preparations and the fact that most soldiers lacked experience in civil engineering, under Carl Bain's leadership, the nearly 20,000-strong Storm Division coalition forces built trenches half a person's depth, a spiderweb-like network of communication trenches, forward positions that could evade fortress fire, roadblocks to prevent cavalry raids, and a crossfire network in less than 2 days. Looking at the figures sweating profusely across the battlefield, Léon François's eyes held not only admiration but also a hint of astonishment. For the Hantu people, who had enjoyed peace for many years, Such large-scale and efficient civil engineering was not merely an understanding of warfare, but a feat worthy of being called a miracle. Through his time learning alongside Anson, Leon finally understood that it wasn't that the Clovis were smarter than the Hantu, but rather that there was a generational difference in the organization of their armies. Even under the same conditions, the more organized Clovis army could accomplish far more complex tasks than the Hantu army. Building fortifications was just one aspect. He also understood why Anson Bach insisted on building a large-scale siege fortification. It was to strengthen the organization and cohesion of the Allied forces through this collective mobilization, and to greatly intimidate Grand Duke Mist and his followers within the city with the seemingly miraculous speed of fortification construction, a multi-pronged approach. As expected of Anson Bach, Leon thought to himself, he effortlessly accomplished something I hadn't even imagined. His admiration for this distant cousin only intensified. As his thoughts wandered, he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye, carrying a hoe and passing by. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was that the figure was unusually petite, making the hoe seem even larger. Lisa! Leon's exclamation made the girl stop in her tracks. She turned her head, her round eyes wide, two small fangs showing as she chewed on a piece of cured meat. What are you doing here? I mean, where's Anson? Looking at the hoe in the girl's arms, her dirty face, and her dusty uniform. Leon's expression immediately changed from astonishment to heartache. To unite the soldiers of the Allied forces, Anson had even let his cute and frail little sister, who wasn't even as tall as a rifle, participate in building fortifications. Anson Bach, how many sacrifices had he made for the Hantu that he didn't know about? Thinking of this, a certain emotion within Leon rose to a new level at this moment. Anson's in that big tent, watching the others argue with Grandpa Whitebird, Lisa said in a childish voice, pointing behind him, her eyes wide as she cautiously observed his reaction. In the girl's mind, this guy named Leon was always a bit, well, a little slow. Anson had said that the weak should be taken care of, and Lisa should be careful not to say anything Leon might not understand, the girl thought to herself. Grandpa Whitebird? Rukavasania, the heir to the Mr. family? Leon was stunned for a full 3 seconds before he realized who Lisa was talking about. Looking at Lisa's dirty little face, a series of images immediately flashed through his mind. Anson Bach, with a gloomy expression, sitting at the end of a long table, smoking a cigarette. Wait, he doesn't smoke a pipe, it's a cigarette. Beside him, the officers and nobles of the Han lands, their faces flushed, were still arguing over their interests, haggling over a mere dozen or so gold coins of spoils. No matter how hard he shouted, no one was willing to listen to his vision for the future of the Han lands, his hopes for peace and unity. So he fell silent, letting Rukavasania and Fabian. For some reason, Leon always felt that this guy didn't seem like a good person either, shout in front of him. He silently raised his head, his gaze passing through the arguing crowd, through the tent flaps, through the ditches and trenches, silently watching the back of someone on whom he had placed his infinite hopes. Ah! Leon suddenly shuddered, as if struck by a bolt of lightning from the blue, from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. Then he came to his senses, his suddenly sharp gaze sweeping sharply across the girl in front of him. Lisa, huh? Startled, the girl couldn't help but take a half step back, looking at Leon, who seemed even more foolish than before. She carefully gripped the wooden handle of the hoe in her arms, wondering if she should give him a good whack. Mrs. Bogner had said that when a person's brain becomes dull, it's like a machine that occasionally malfunctions, a little tapping can fix it. But whether fortunately or unfortunately, Leon's brain didn't seem to have reached that point yet. He squatted down, looking at Lisa excitedly. Let's dig a trench together. Together. Lisa's eyes widened even more. Yes, together. Leon nodded vigorously. I figured it out. To unify the Han lands, it's not enough to just be an observer, a leader, or a noble. We have to start with the most basic things, so we can understand how hard one piece truly is. Lisa, completely unable to comprehend what he was thinking, froze for a dozen seconds, looked at the hoe in her arms, then at Leon, who looked like he'd been drinking fake alcohol, and then, this hoe is a gift from Anson to Lisa, Lisa slowly said. Lisa can't give it to you unless, I know, I don't want your hoe, I mean, unless you trade it for a peach cake. Meanwhile, the argument in the conference room continued. After 3 days of long waiting, the ambitious Rukavasania once again lost her fragile patience, and, in a manner completely unlike a 70-year-old, excitedly proposed an attack on Iron Bell Fortress. As expected, This suggestion was met with unanimous opposition from all officers except the Mists. Seriously? How many troops does Mist have? A mere few thousand. If they launch an attack, won't we, the Clovis, have to mobilize them? Even if we don't, won't we need artillery support, spare ammunition, and medical teams to treat the wounded? All of these are free. Since a siege would guarantee victory, an Ironball fortress was already in our grasp, why risk our lives and incur unnecessary expenses? Our coffers aren't exactly overflowing. As for the Tun and Aden, they were originally fighting as auxiliary troops. They had no interest in sieges, or even battles they were certain to win, let alone any sacrifice for the unification of the Han lands, but for Rukho-Vasenia, the future Grand Duke of Mist, a swift coronation was equally important. The Dukes of Aden and Tun had already defeated the Mist rebels on the eastern and western fronts respectively. If things dragged on any longer, their armies would sweep across the entire Mist territory. Not only would he certainly have no chance to incorporate the rebels, but the once powerful Grand Duchy of Mister would also be ravaged by the army of 100,000, its strength reduced to the point of dependence on the two major duchies. Therefore, no matter how many times he was rejected, the white-haired and bearded Rukho-Vasenia had to stand up and repeatedly plead with Anson Bach, giving his father no more time to think, and immediately launch an attack on Iron Bell Castle to end the Mr. Civil War. Please allow me to say it again, this is impossible, the former Imperial Guard officer, with a forced smile, once again gently interrupted the 70-year-old man's impassioned speech, speaking calmly, this has nothing to do with what we think. The key is that we want more than just to win a battle. We want to end the entire Hantu war. This means that simply defeating the enemy is useless. We need to make them realize the situation themselves, otherwise, the Battle of Ironball Fortress will be meaningless, but waiting any longer is equally meaningless. Your Excellency Fabian, the white-bearded Rukho, his eyes bloodshot, growled, my father is not the upright gentleman you imagine, not a noble knight who would openly cheer for the enemy's victory. On the contrary, he is a despicable man, a sore loser, a hypocritical heretic. He outwardly pretends to be a devout follower of the Ring of Order, but I have seen him secretly studying the three old gods' artifacts in his study more than once. He is an old god heretic. Fabian's eye twitched, his gaze sweeping over Anson seemingly casually, but he quickly regained his composure. This is a very serious accusation. Do you have any evidence? Capture him, or storm Ironball Castle, and I'll give you as much evidence as you want. The old man's beard trembled. No one in the history of the Vasenia family has ever lived to 80. He's 87 this year, that's irrefutable proof. I'm sorry, that only means your father lived a relatively long life, Fabian said earnestly. Your Excellency, we are all devout believers in the Ring of Order. We can't be so superstitious, we must believe in science, then send that old geezer to his death. Let the Ring of Order teach him what science is. Please allow me to remind you one more time, he is your father, he's a devil. For the sake of the great Ring of Order, I'd gladly kill him myself. I'm moved by your piety, but that would seriously damage your legitimacy in the Grand Duchy of Mister, Fabian advised sincerely. It would be more beneficial for your future rule in Mister to have him surrender voluntarily, but unless you strangle this old geezer, I have nothing left to rule. The old man roared hysterically, his eyes flashing with a murderous glint as he glared at Anson. Listen. Your Excellency, I am very grateful for your help. Truly very grateful. Therefore, if you are willing to send troops now, I can tell you where the secret cemetery of the Vasenia family is. Your Excellency, I think. Fabian wanted to stop him, but this time the old man didn't give him the chance. There lie buried at least 20 heads of the Vasenia family in the past. According to family tradition, each coffin contains 1/3 of the wealth of that head of the family during his lifetime. Conquer Ironball Fortress for me, and it will all be yours. The conference room fell silent instantly. Fabian, who had wanted to stop the old man just a second ago, opened his mouth slightly, his gaze, like everyone else's, silently turning to the vice commander. Anson Bach, sitting at the end of the long table, had his head down, his hands supporting his chin on the table, a cigarette unusually dangling from his lips as he puffed out smoke, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Only Carl, standing to the side, watched him thoughtfully, a vague memory lingering in his eyes, a slight frown hinting at a bad premonition. A minute of deathly silence followed. Suddenly, the silent Anson looked up to meet the old man's eyes, taking the cigarette from his lips. Good, huh? Not only Rukho-Vasenia, but everyone in the room was startled. Vice Commander, wouldn't this, Tomorrow morning, launch the general offensive against Ironbell Fortress. Anson cut off Fabian, who was about to say something. Before evening, I want to see Clovis's royal banner planted atop the outer city walls towers. But, wait, before Fabian could try to persuade Anson to retract his order, a strange scream suddenly erupted beside him, followed by a loud bang. The agitated Rook of Asonia suddenly collapsed to the ground, his hunched body convulsing violently, his eyes rolling back, white foam bubbling from his mouth. Then the room fell silent again. What's wrong with him? Anson stared in disbelief. I don't know. Fabian was equally astonished. Maybe he's too happy. Too happy. Yes, people tend to lose their minds when they're excited, and besides, he's not young anymore. So, before he could finish, Carl next to him suddenly stood up, grabbed the baton on the table, and whacked both of them on the head. Is this the important thing? If this old bastard dies, what reason will you have to take Ironbell Fortress? Go and call the medic right now. The shocked crowd suddenly realized what was going on, and then rushed out of the conference room in a chaotic frenzy, scattering like birds and beasts. Chapter 300 Siege of Ironbell Fortress. Despite Fabian's continued strong opposition, or rather, his expression of dissatisfaction on behalf of the vast majority of Storm Division officers, who repeatedly hinted that the so-called Vacinia ancestral tomb was likely a fabrication, bait used by Rook of Asonia to deceive people, Anson acted unusually this time. Completely disregarding his subordinates' opinions and ideas, he almost unilaterally demanded an attack on Ironbell Castle, not a probing attack, not a gradual erosion, but a full-scale assault from the outset. Ironbell Castle to be captured in a single day. Under this blood-soaked slogan, the entire Storm Division, along with Aiden and Toon's allied forces, began to mobilize, preparing for the next day's battle. Thus, at precisely 6 a.m. on July 11th, 100th year of the Saints' calendar, thunderous roars echoed precisely from the Storm Division's artillery positions. With a piercing whistle tearing through the air, solid shot, scorched by the cannon fire, slammed heavily against the walls and towers of Ironbell Castle. Smoke and dust instantly enveloped the entire structure, and countless rubble pieces collapsed in large swaths amidst the screams of soldiers. As the smoke cleared, obvious cracks and damage were visible in the seemingly impregnable walls, and the four front towers swayed precariously like candles in the wind. As a representative of old-style castles, Ironbell Castle's vulnerability was laid bare before modern artillery. Its straight, vertical design, simple brick and stone structure, and the reduced thickness of the rammed earth walls to increase usable space within the castle grounds all made them utterly unable to withstand direct fire. Small-caliber field guns might offer some resistance, but against 12-pound cannons or large-caliber mortars specifically designed for sieges, under relentless bombardment, they would crumble at a visible rate. Amidst the acrid smoke and crackling sounds, the mist defenders on the walls once again demonstrated their decisiveness. They withdrew entirely from the walls, allowing the Storm Division's artillery positions to bombard them relentlessly, without launching any counterattack. This was, in fact, a desperate measure. The Ironbell Fort defenders had few cannons. The few that existed were either too light to be of any use or too heavy with excessive recoil, making them impossible to mount on the walls. As for a counterattack, the battle of the previous day had already proven, in a bloody manner, that in the face of an already established siege and overwhelming numerical superiority, launching an offensive was tantamount to suicide. Therefore, the best approach seemed to be hoping that the Clovis, as before, were merely a deterrent and had no intention of launching a full-scale assault on Ironbell Fort. But this time they were wrong. With a series of deafening explosions, several crumbling towers collapsed amidst cheers from within the siege positions, smashing several breaches into the already bullet-riddled walls. Simultaneously, the piercing bugle calls echoed across the outskirts, and thousands of Allied soldiers swiftly assembled at the front lines, forming dense attack columns that slowly advanced towards the city walls. Under the malicious arrangement of a certain deputy commander and chief of staff, the poorly equipped and least disciplined supporters of Rook of Asonia were placed in the first rank of the attack. The most morale-boosting, largest, and most easily out of control Aiden Legion followed closely behind. The objective was simple yet insidious, to use these Mysterians as human shields to draw enemy fire and cover the Allied soldiers' advance. Even if their morale collapsed or they defected, it didn't matter. The Aiden soldiers, extremely adept at mad dog-like bayonet charges, would teach them that dying at the hands of the enemy was 1,000 times better than being trampled in war by a bunch of howling allies. The Storm Division and the Mixed-Tune Line Infantry were placed in the third rank as the main force. Having received similar military training, the Tune soldiers were better suited to Clovis-style tactics. Although the Battle of Green Valley proved that Clovis's line infantry's advantages diminished significantly in urban warfare, especially in surprise attacks and skirmishes, they were still capable of quickly controlling positions and suppressing fire. Of course, Anson wouldn't specifically tell Tune and Léon François that their weakness stemmed from the fact that the elite Storm Division was also a mixed force. While they could perform well with rigid tactical manuals, the difference between them and a true standing army became apparent in complex and dynamic battles requiring flexibility. The most elite grenadiers, skirmishers, and allied cavalry were placed in the third echelon as reserves, to be ambushed by the enemy and to shoulder the final assault mission. The most elite troops are assigned to the simplest battles, reaping the greatest rewards. This unspoken rule is one of the few commonalities among armies of various countries in this era. Even Karl Bain, who once deeply abhorred it, could not escape this in his battle arrangements. As cannons ceased firing due to overheating, the missed soldiers, positioned at the forefront as cannon fodder, launched their attack impatiently before the smoke and fire from the explosions had even cleared. Without shouts or exchanges of fire, the 1,000-plus missed soldiers, as they approached within 300 meters of the city wall, seemed to be collectively electrocuted, letting out hoarse roars from their throats, and immediately launched a full-scale bayonet charge. With bayonets at their heels, the missed soldiers, enduring volleys of gunfire from the defenders, after paying the price of hundreds of corpses, stepped through the gaps created by cannon fire and charged directly over the city wall, engaging the defenders in hand-to-hand combat. Although the city's defenders were completely reduced to passive defensive posture, they had still made many preparations to prepare for the Allied forces' potential Allied offensive. They had built barricades and various fortifications behind the city walls, and even positioned artillery in the middle of the road leading directly to the inner fortress, making thorough preparations for street fighting. But now, at least half of these preparations were rendered meaningless. They hadn't anticipated that the Allied forces, in addition to direct fire cannons, had also prepared mortars, which turned all the fortifications behind the city walls and the collapsed towers into ruins. The defenders inside the fortifications were also buried alive. When the chaotic mist army stormed into the city walls, they were not met with heavily armed defenders hiding behind traps in complex fortifications, but with a panicked, disorganized mob that hadn't fully recovered from the bombardment. Thus, the heavily wounded mists broke through the hastily organized lines of the defenders and engaged in a bloody melee with their own people. Under wave after wave of attacks, the already chaotic defenders, bombarded by artillery fire, were quickly breached one after another. Although casualties did not increase, the command system was on the verge of collapse, and the soldiers, fighting independently, could no longer organize an effective defensive force. At the same time, the missed army's suicidal charges not only greatly shocked the enemy, but also completely disrupted the Allied forces' offensive rhythm. First, a small group of Aden soldiers were co-opted by the charging mists and launched their own attack. Soon, the remaining Aden soldiers were shocked to find that they had completely separated from the vanguard, and that their friendly forces had successfully opened up the gap. The Aden soldiers could no longer contain themselves, shouting chaotically, "For Aden, long live the Allied forces, long live the Harnland," and rushing forward with the same reckless abandon they had shown in Green Valley. The missed soldiers, now aided by reinforcements, were in high spirits and, under the cover, or rather, coerced, by the Aden soldiers behind them, continued their assault on the city. The disorganized defenders, facing this pack of rabid enemies, couldn't even muster the strength to flee, let alone organize a defense. Thus, less than 30 minutes into the battle, before even the stormtroopers had joined the fray, the defenders of Arundel Keep at the city walls had already crumbled, and the outer defenses had completely collapsed. Thousands of Allied soldiers pursued the fleeing troops, surging into the castle like a torrent. The two sides began a bloody street battle, fighting raging through the streets and buildings. The smoke of war, signaling the impending end of the Hanta War, rose over Arundel Keep. I thought that even if the Mysterians were incompetent, they could at least hold out for a while by defending the city. From within the trenches of the forward positions, Leonard Emanuel, holding a monocular telescope, gazed at the smoke-filled battlefield on the city walls, a hint of contempt creeping into his expression. Even the Grand Duke's castle couldn't hold out for more than a day against the besieging army. "The cowardly Mysterians don't deserve such vast territory," Don't deserve it? That seems a bit too much, a sunny voice rang in his ears. Leonard, who had just been sneering, instantly shuddered, his expression turning ashen, as if he were being stared at by some terrifying being. He stiffly turned his neck to look at the figure approaching behind him. Leon, covered in dust and carrying a hoe, walked up to Leonard with a radiant smile and slapped his stiff shoulder. It's not that the Mists are truly cowardly, he said, but against the modern-eyed Clovis army, against Anson Bach's strategic plan that completely shut down any possibility of counterattack, no amount of bravery can bridge the gap. The same situation would have happened to Toon, Aiden, or even the Iser elves. The result would have been the same, without any difference. Modernization? Strategy? Despite the chills that ran down Leonard's spine, Leonard couldn't help but retort, sorry, but I don't see any modernization or strategy. All I see is an army several times larger than the defenders, and a few cannons. Is that strategy and modernization? Exactly. Instead of being angry at the rebuttal, Leon became excited because Leonard had asked about something he had recently learned. These two things seem unrelated, but they are actually causally related. It is precisely because the Clovis army is more advanced and superior that they can mobilize more troops, larger cannons, and ample ammunition than the enemy, and deploy them to the battlefield in an orderly manner, because this requires not only strong mobilization capabilities, but also abundant and perfect logistics to guarantee this. That is why the Clovis and the Imperials dare to use artillery recklessly on the battlefield, conducting fierce bombardments lasting for 10 minutes or even more than an hour, while we Hanta people often dare not fire again after a few volleys in a battle. That is the difference. Anson once told me that steel, gunpowder, and faith are the key to the Clovis's invincibility on the battlefield, Leon said excitedly. Steel, gunpowder, and faith? I think it's cannons, gold, and greed. Leno couldn't help but mutter a few words. What about strategy? How can you say that the Mist people's crushing defeat was not due to cowardice, but because they were strategically suppressed? Isn't this more obvious? Leon laughed. Lenore was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized he was talking about himself. More accurately, about Aiden and Toon. Facing the Hantu, whose war had been ignited by the Battle of Eaglehorn, Anson Bach deliberately placed the disorganized Mist last, intending to completely isolate her before mobilizing the entire Hantu to focus fire and defeat this vast but not particularly powerful nation. From the moment Toon joined, Kalindia surrendered, and Aiden conceded, the fall of Iranbul fortress was already a foregone conclusion. And this was Anson Bach's strategy. And what's next? Lenore asked, looking at Leon, whose eyes seemed to gleam with adoration. As far as I know, Anson Bach's plan was to besiege Iranbul castle without attacking, letting it surrender willingly. Why the sudden decision to attack? And how will the situation develop? I'm not entirely sure about that. Perhaps it's due to some unavoidable circumstances, or perhaps a more noble reason. Leon shook his head, guessing with a puzzled expression. The situation, victory is already in our grasp. Will the Hantu regain peace, unify, and then ally with Clovis? Lenore said nothing, a cold smile playing on his lips. Something was off. In any case, Mist and Iranbul castle were already Anson Bach's for the taking. Launching a full-scale attack for a prize that was bound to be obtained sooner or later was completely against the interests of this vice-commander, and it didn't fit his style in Green Valley. Back then, he had even guessed that his father would break the agreement and launch a surprise attack, yet he still waited until the last moment to strike, even risking total annihilation, all because the Battle of Green Valley was, in every sense, a very unprofitable battle. Why was he acting so differently this time, willing to pay a price to take Iranbul castle as quickly as possible? Leonard Emanuel sensed a conspiracy at play. He vaguely felt that Anson Bach might possess some unknown secret, a secret that compelled him to act this way. Amidst Leon's rambling, the silent Leonard narrowed his eyes. Just then, bugle calls sounded again on the battlefield, and the Toon and Storm Division's line units began advancing towards the city walls. After a few tens of minutes of silence, the artillery positions began to bustle again. At 7:15 a.m. on July 11th, 100th year of the Saint calendar, 1 hour and 15 minutes into the siege, the final assault on Iranbul castle was about to begin. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.